Section 19 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 4. Braddock saw that all was lost. To save the wreck of his force from annihilation, he at last commanded a retreat, and as he and such of his officers as were left strove to withdraw the half-frenzied crew in some semblance of order, a bullet struck him down. The gallant bulldog fell from his horse, shot through the arm into the lungs. It is said, though on evidence of no weight, that the bullet came from one of his own men. Be this as it may, there he lay among the bushes, bleeding, gasping, unable even to curse. He demanded to be left where he was. Captain Stewart and another provincial bore him between them to the rear. It was about this time that the mob of soldiers, having been 3 hours under fire, and having spent their ammunition, broke away in a blind frenzy, rushed back towards the ford, and when, says Washington, we endeavored to rally them, it was with as much success as if we had attempted to stop the wild bears of the mountains. They dashed across, helter-skelter, plunging through the water to the far bank, leaving wounded comrades, cannon, baggage, the military chest, and the general's paper, a prey to the Indians. About 50 of these followed to the edge of the river. Dumas and Ligneris, who had now about 20 Frenchmen with them, made no attempt to pursue, and went back to the fort, because, says Contrecoeur, so many of the Canadians had retired at the first fire. The field abandoned to the savages was a pandemonium of pillage and murder. James Smith, the young prisoner at Fort Duquesne, had passed a day of suspense, waiting the result. In the afternoon I again observed a great noise and commotion in the fort, and though at that time I could not understand French, I found it was the voice of joy and triumph, and feared that they had received what I called bad news. I had observed some of the old country soldiers speak Dutch. As I spoke Dutch, I went to one of them and asked him what was the news. He told me that a runner had just arrived who said that Braddock would certainly be defeated, that the Indians and French had surrounded him and were concealed behind trees and in gullies, and kept a constant fire upon the English, and that they saw the English falling in heaps, and if they did not take the river, which was the only gap, and make their mistake, there would not be one man left alive before sundown. Some time after this, I heard a number of scalp halloos, and saw a company of Indians and French coming in. I observed they had a great number of bloody scalps, grenadiers' caps, British canteens, bayonets, etc., with them. They brought the news that Braddock was defeated. After that another company came in, which appeared to be about 100, and chiefly Indians, and it seemed to me that almost every one of this company was carrying scalps. After this came another company with a number of wagon horses, and also a great many scalps. Those that were coming in and those that had arrived kept a constant firing of small arms, and also the great guns in the fort, which were accompanied with the most hideous shouts and yells from all quarters, so that it appeared to me as though the infernal regions had broke loose. About sundown I beheld a small party coming in with about a dozen prisoners, stripped naked, with their hands tied behind their backs and their faces and part of their bodies blacked. These prisoners they burned to death on the bank of Allegheny River, opposite the fort. I stood on the fort wall until I beheld them begin to burn one of these men. They had him tied to a stake, and kept touching him with firebrands, red-hot irons, etc., and he screaming in a most doleful manner, the Indians in the meantime yelling like infernal spirits. As this scene appeared too shocking for me to behold, I retired to my lodging, both sore and sorry. When I came into my lodgings, I saw Russell's 7 Sermons, which they had brought from the field of battle, which a Frenchman made a present of to me. The loss of the French was slight, but fell chiefly on the officers, 3 of whom were killed, and 4 wounded. Of the regular soldiers, all but 4 escaped untouched. The Canadians suffered still less in proportion to their numbers, only 5 of them being hurt. The Indians who won the victory bore the principal loss. Of those from Canada, 27 were killed and wounded, while the casualties among the western tribes are not reported. All of these last went off the next morning with their plunder and scalps, leaving Contrecoeur in great anxiety lest the remnant of Braddock's troops, reinforced by the division under Dunbar, should attack him again. His doubts would have vanished had he known the condition of his defeated enemy. In the pain and languor of a mortal wound, Braddock showed unflinching resolution. His bearers stopped him at a favorable spot beyond the Monongahela, and here he hoped to maintain his position till the arrival of Dunbar. By the efforts of the officers, about 100 men were collected around him, but to keep them there was impossible. Within an hour they abandoned him and fled like the rest. Gage, however, succeeded in rallying about 80 beyond the other fording place, and Washington, on an order from Braddock, spurred his jaded horse towards the camp of Dunbar to demand wagons, provisions, and hospital stores. Fright overcame fatigue. The fugitives toiled on all night, pursued by spectres of horror and despair, hearing still the war whoops and the shrieks, possessed with the one thought of escape from the wilderness of death. In the morning some order was restored. Braddock was placed on a horse. Then, the pain being insufferable, he was carried on a litter, Captain Orme having bribed the carriers by the promise of a guinea and a bottle of rum apiece. Early in the succeeding night, such as had not fainted on the way reached the deserted farm of Gist. Here they met wagons and provisions with a detachment of soldiers sent by Dunbar, whose camp was 6 miles farther on, and Braddock ordered them to go to the relief of the stragglers left behind. At noon of that day, a number of wagoners and pack-horse drivers had come to Dunbar's camp with wild tidings of rout and ruin. More fugitives followed, and soon after a wounded officer was brought in upon a sheet. The drums beat to arms. The camp was in commotion, and many soldiers and teamsters took to flight, in spite of the sentinels, who tried in vain to stop them. There was a still more disgraceful scene on the next day after Braddock, with the wreck of his force, had arrived. Orders were given to destroy such of the wagons, stores, and ammunition as could not be carried back at once to Fort Cumberland. Whether Dunbar or the dying general gave these orders is not clear, but it is certain that they were executed with shameful alacrity. More than 100 wagons were burned. Cannon, cohorns, and shells were burst or buried. Barrels of gunpowder were staved, and the contents thrown into a brook. Provisions were scattered through the woods and swamps. Then the whole command began its retreat over the mountains to Fort Cumberland, 60 miles distant. This proceeding, for which, in view of the condition of Braddock, Dunbar must be held answerable, excited the utmost indignation among the colonists. If he could not advance, they thought, he might at least have fortified himself and held his ground till the provinces could send him help, thus covering the frontier and holding French war parties in check. Braddock's last moment was near. Orme, who, though himself severely wounded, was with him till his death, told Franklin that he was totally silent all the first day, and at night said only, "Who would have thought it?" That all the next day he was again silent, till at last he muttered, "We shall better know how to deal with them another time," and died a few minutes after. He had, nevertheless, found breath to give orders at Gist's for the succor of the men who had dropped on the road. It is said, too, that in his last hours he could not bear the sight of a red coat, but murmured praises of the Blues, or Virginians, and said that he hoped he should live to reward them. He died at about 8 o'clock in the evening of Sunday the 13th. Dunbar had begun his retreat that morning, and was then encamped near the Great Meadows. On Monday the dead commander was buried in the road, and men, horses, and wagons passed over his grave, effacing every sign of it, lest the Indians should find and mutilate the body. Colonel James Innes, commanding at Fort Cumberland, where a crowd of invalids with soldiers' wives and other women had been left when the expedition marched, heard of the defeat only 2 days after it happened, from a wagoner who had fled from the field on horseback. He at once sent a note of 6 lines to Lord Fairfax. "I have this moment received the most melancholy news of the defeat of our troops, the general killed, and numbers of our officers, our whole artillery taken. In short, the account I have received is so very bad that, please God, I intend to make a stand here. 'Tis highly necessary to raise the militia everywhere to defend the frontiers." A boy whom he sent out on horseback met more fugitives, and came back on the 14th with reports as vague and disheartening as the first. Innes sent them to Dinwiddie. Some days after, Dunbar and his train arrived in miserable disorder, and Fort Cumberland was turned into a hospital for the shattered fragments of a routed and ruined army. On the 16th, a letter was brought in haste to one Buchanan at Carlisle on the Pennsylvania frontier. "Sir, I thought it proper to let you know that I was in the battle where we were defeated, and we had about 1,150 private men, besides officers and others, and we were attacked the 9th day about 12 o'clock, and held till about 3 in the afternoon, and then we were forced to retreat, when I suppose we might bring off about 300 whole men, besides a vast many wounded. Most of our officers were either wounded or killed. General Braddock is wounded, but I hope not mortal, and Sir John Sinclair and many others, but I hope not mortal. All the train is cut off in a manner. Sir Peter Halket and his son, Captain Paulson, Captain Geethan, Captain Rose, Captain Tatton killed, and many others. Captain Ord of the train is wounded, but I hope not mortal. We lost all our artillery entirely, and everything else. To Mr. John Smith and Buchanan, and give it to the next post, and let him show this to Mr. George Gibson in Lancaster, and Mr. Bingham at the sign of the ship, and you'll oblige. Yours to command, John Campbell, Messenger. The evil tidings quickly reached Philadelphia, where such confidence had prevailed that certain overzealous persons had begun to collect money for fireworks to celebrate the victory. Two of these brother physicians named Bond came to Franklin and asked him to subscribe, but the sage looked doubtful. "Why the devil," said one of them, "you surely don't suppose the fort will not be taken?" He reminded them that war is always uncertain, and the subscription was deferred. The governor laid the news of the disaster before his council, telling them at the same time that his opponents in the assembly would not believe it, and had insulted him in the street for giving it currency. Dinwiddie remained tranquil at Williamsburg, sure that all would go well. The brief note of Innes forwarded by Lord Fairfax first disturbed his dream of triumph, but on second thought he took comfort. I am willing to think that account was from a deserter who, in a great panic, represented what his fears suggested. I wait with impatience for another express from Fort Cumberland, which I expect will greatly contradict the former. The news got abroad, and the slaves showed signs of excitement. The villainy of the negroes on any emergency is what I always feared, continues the governor. An example of one or two at first may prevent these creatures entering into combinations and wicked designs. And he wrote to Lord Halifax, "The negro slaves have been very audacious on the news of defeat on the Ohio. These poor creatures imagine the French will give them their freedom. We have too many here, but I hope we shall be able to keep them in proper subjection." Suspense grew intolerable. It's monstrous they should be so tardy and dilatory in sending down any further account. He sent Major Colin Campbell for news, when a day or two later a courier brought him two letters, one from Orme and the other from Washington, both written at Fort Cumberland on the 18th. The letter of Orme began thus: "My dear Governor, I am so extremely ill in bed with the wound I have received that I am under the necessity of employing my friend Captain Dobson as my scribe." Then he told the wretched story of defeat and humiliation. The officers were absolutely sacrificed by their unparalleled good behavior, advancing before their men sometimes in bodies and sometimes separately, hoping by such an example to engage the soldiers to follow them, but to no purpose. Poor Shirley was shot through the head, Captain Morris very much wounded. Mr. Washington had 2 horses shot under him, and his clothes shot through in several places, behaving the whole time with the greatest courage and resolution. Washington wrote more briefly, saying that, as Orme was giving a full account of the affair, it was needless for him to repeat it. Like many others in the fight, he greatly underrated the force of the enemy, which he placed at 300, or about a third of the actual number, a natural error, as most of the assailants were invisible. Our poor Virginians behaved like men, and died like soldiers, for I believe that out of 3 companies that were there that day, scarce 30 were left alive. Captain Perronnet and all his officers, down to a corporal, were killed. Captain Polson shared almost as hard a fate, for only one of his escaped. In short, the dastardly behavior of the English soldiers exposed all those who were inclined to do their duty to almost certain death. It is imagined, I believe with great justice too, that 2/3 of both killed and wounded received their shots from our own cowardly dogs of soldiers, who gathered themselves into a body contrary to orders, 10 and 12 deep, would then level, fire, and shoot down the men before them. To Orme, Dinwiddie replied: "I read your letter with tears in my eyes, but it gave me much pleasure to see your name at the bottom, and more so when I observed by the postscript that your wound is not dangerous. But pray, dear sir, is it not possible by a second attempt to retrieve the great loss we have sustained? I presume the general's chariot is at the fort. In it you may come here, and my house is heartily at your command. Pray take care of your valuable health, keep your spirits up, and I doubt not of your recovery. My wife and girls join me in most sincere respects and joy at your being so well, and I always am, with great truth, dear friend, your affectionate, humble servant." To Washington he is less effusive, though he had known him much longer. He begins, it is true, "Dear Washington," and congratulates him on his escape, but soon grows formal and asks: "Pray, sir, with the number of them remaining, is there no possibility of doing something on the other side of the mountains before the winter months? Surely you must mistake Colonel Dunbar will not march to winter quarters in the middle of summer and leave the frontiers exposed to the invasions of the enemy. No, he is a better officer, and I have a different opinion of him. I sincerely wish you health and happiness, and am, with great respect, sir, your obedient, humble servant." Washington's letter had contained the astonishing announcement that Dunbar meant to abandon the frontier and march to Philadelphia. Dinwiddie, much disturbed, at once wrote to that officer, though without betraying any knowledge of his intention: "Sir, the melancholy account of the defeat of our forces gave me a sensible and real concern," on which he enlarges for a while, then suddenly changes style. "Dear Colonel, is there no method left to retrieve the dishonor done to the British arms? As you now command all the forces that remain, are you not able, after a proper refreshment of your men, to make a second attempt? You have 4 months now to come of the best weather of the year for such an expedition. What a fine field for honor will Colonel Dunbar have to confirm and establish his character as a brave officer." Then, after suggesting plans of operation and entering into much detail, the fervid governor concludes: "It gives me great pleasure that under our great loss and misfortunes, the command devolves on an officer of so great military judgment and established character. With my sincere respect and hearty wishes for success to all your proceedings, I am, worthy sir, your most obedient, humble servant. Exhortation and flattery were lost on Dunbar. Dinwiddie received from him in reply a short, dry note, dated on the 1st of August, and acquainting him that he should march for Philadelphia on the 2nd. This, in fact, he did, leaving the fort to be defended by invalids and a few Virginians. "I acknowledge," says Dinwiddie, "I was not brought up to arms, but I think common sense would have prevailed not to leave the frontiers exposed after having opened a road over the mountains to the Ohio, by which the enemy can the more easily invade us. Your great colonel," he writes to Orme, "is gone to a peaceful colony, and left our frontiers open. The whole conduct of Colonel Dunbar appears to me monstrous. To march off all the regulars and leave the fort and frontiers to be defended by 400 sick and wounded, and the poor remains of our provincial forces, appears to me absurd." He found some comfort from the burgesses, who gave him £40,000, and would, he thinks, have given 100,000 if another attempt against Fort Duquesne had been set afoot. Shirley, too, whom the death of Braddock had made commander-in-chief, approved the governor's plan of renewing offensive operations, and instructed Dunbar to that effect, ordering him, however, should they prove impracticable, to march for Albany in aid of the Niagara expedition. The order found him safe in Philadelphia. Here he lingered for a while, then marched to join the Northern army, moving at a pace which made it certain that he could not arrive in time to be of the least use. Thus the frontier was left unguarded, and soon, as Dinwiddie had foreseen, there burst upon it a storm of blood and fire. End of section 19. Section 20 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 1, 1755 to 1763. Removal of the Acadians. By the plan which the Duke of Cumberland had ordained, and Braddock had announced in the council at Alexandria, 4 blows were to be struck at once to force back the French boundaries, lop off the dependencies of Canada, and reduce her from a vast territory to a petty province. The first stroke had failed, and had shattered the hand of the striker. It remains to see what fortune awaited the others. It was long since a project of purging Acadia of French influence had germinated in the fertile mind of Shirley. We have seen in a former chapter the condition of that afflicted province. Several thousands of its inhabitants, wrought upon by intriguing agents of the French government, taught by their priests that fidelity to King Louis was inseparable from fidelity to God, and that to swear allegiance to the British crown was eternal perdition, threatened with plunder and death at the hands of the savages whom the ferocious missionary Le Loutre held over them in terror, had abandoned, sometimes willingly, but oftener under constraint, the fields which they and their fathers had tilled, and, crossing the boundary line of the Missaguash, had placed themselves under the French flag planted on the hill of Beauséjour. Here, or in the neighborhood, many of them had remained, wretched and half starved, while others had been transported to Cape Breton, Île Saint Jean, or the coasts of the Gulf, not so far, however, that they could not on occasion be used to aid in an invasion of British Acadia. Those of their countrymen who still lived under the British flag were chiefly the inhabitants of the district of mines and of the valley of the river Annapolis, who, with other less important settlements, numbered a little more than 9,000 souls. We have shown already by the evidence of the French themselves that neither they nor their emigrant countrymen had been oppressed or molested in matters temporal or spiritual, but that the English authorities, recognizing their value as an industrious population, had labored to reconcile them to a change of rulers which on the whole was to their advantage. It has been shown also how, with a heartless perfidy and a reckless disregard of their welfare and safety, the French government and its agents labored to keep them hostile to the crown of which it had acknowledged them to be the subjects. The result was that though they did not, like their emigrant countrymen, abandon their homes, they remained in a state of restless disaffection, refused to supply English garrisons with provisions, except at most exorbitant rates, smuggled their produce to the French across the line, gave them aid and intelligence, and sometimes disguised as Indians, robbed and murdered English settlers. By the new-fangled construction of the Treaty of Utrecht, which the French boundary commissions had devised, more than half the Acadian peninsula, including nearly all the cultivated land and nearly all the population of French descent, was claimed as belonging to France, though England had held possession of it more than 40 years. Hence, according to the political ethics adopted at the time by both nations, it would be lawful for France to reclaim it by force. England, on her part, it will be remembered, claimed vast tracts beyond the isthmus, and on the same pretext held that she might rightfully seize them and capture Beauséjour, with the other French garrisons that guarded them. On the part of France, an invasion of the Acadian peninsula seemed more than likely. Honor demanded of her that, having incited the Acadians to disaffection, and so brought on them the indignation of the English authorities, she should intervene to save them from the consequences. Moreover, the loss of the Acadian peninsula had been gall and wormwood to her, and in losing it she had lost great material advantages. Its possession was necessary to connect Canada with the island of Cape Breton and the fortress of Louisbourg. Its fertile fields and agricultural people would furnish subsistence to the troops and garrisons in the French maritime provinces, now dependent on supplies illicitly brought by New England traders, and liable to be cut off in time of war when they were needed most. The harbors of Acadia, too, would be invaluable as naval stations from which to curb and threaten the northern English colonies. Hence the intrigues so assiduously practised to keep the Acadians French at heart, and ready to throw off British rule at any favorable moment. British officers believed that should a French squadron with a sufficient force of troops on board appear in the Bay of Fundy, the whole population on the basin of mines and along the Annapolis would rise in arms, and that the emigrants beyond the isthmus, armed and trained by French officers, would come to their aid. This emigrant population, famishing in exile, looked back with regret to the farms they had abandoned, and prevented as they were by Le Loutre and his colleagues from making their peace with the English, they would, if confident of success, have gladly joined an invading force to regain their homes by reconquering Acadia for Louis XV. In other parts of the continent, it was the interest of France to put off hostilities. If Acadia alone had been in question, it would have been her interest to precipitate them. Her chances of success were good. The French could at any time send troops from Louisbourg or Quebec to join those maintained upon the isthmus, and they had on their side of the lines a force of militia and Indians amounting to about 2,000, while the Acadians within the peninsula had about an equal number of fighting men who, while calling themselves neutrals, might be counted on to join the invaders. The English were in no condition to withstand such an attack. Their regular troops were scattered far and wide through the province, and were nowhere more than equal to the local requirement, while of militia, except those of Halifax, they had few or none whom they dared to trust. Their fort at Annapolis was weak and dilapidated, and their other posts were mere stockades. The strongest place in Acadia was the French fort of Beauséjour, in which the English saw a continual menace. Their apprehensions were well grounded. Duquesne, governor of Canada, wrote to Le Loutre, who virtually shared the control of Beauséjour with Vergor, its commandant: "I invite both yourself and Monsieur Vergor to devise a plausible pretext for attacking them, the English, vigorously." 3 weeks after this letter was written, Lawrence, governor of Nova Scotia, wrote to Shirley from Halifax: "Being well informed that the French have designs of encroaching still farther upon His Majesty's rights in this province, and that they propose, the moment they have repaired the fortifications of Louisbourg, to attack our fort at Chignecto (Fort Lawrence), I think it high time to make some effort to drive them from the north side of the Bay of Fundy." This letter was brought to Boston by Lieutenant Colonel Monckton, who was charged by Lawrence to propose to Shirley the raising of 2,000 men in England for the attack of Beauséjour and its dependent forts. Almost at the moment when Lawrence was writing these proposals to Shirley, Shirley was writing with the same object to Lawrence, enclosing a letter from Sir Thomas Robinson, concerning which he said: "I construe the contents to be orders to us to act in concert for taking any advantages to drive the French of Canada out of Nova Scotia. If that is your sense of them, and your honor will be pleased to let me know whether you want any and what assistance to enable you to execute the orders, I will endeavor to send you such assistance from this province as you shall want." The letter of Sir Thomas Robinson, of whom a duplicate had already been sent to Lawrence, was written in answer to one of Shirley, informing the minister that the Indians of Nova Scotia, prompted by the French, were about to make an attack on all the English settlements east of the Kennebec. Whereupon Robinson wrote: "You will without doubt have given immediate intelligence thereof to Colonel Lawrence, and will have concerted the properest measures with him for taking all possible advantage in Nova Scotia itself from the absence of those Indians. In case Mr. Lawrence shall have force enough to attack the forts erected by the French in those parts, without exposing the English settlements, and I am particularly to acquaint you that if you have not already entered into such a concert with Colonel Lawrence, it is his Majesty's pleasure that you should immediately proceed thereupon. The Indian raid did not take place, but not the less did Shirley and Lawrence find in the minister's letter their authorization for the attack of Beauséjour. Shirley wrote to Robinson that the expulsion of the French from the forts on the isthmus was a necessary measure of self-defense, that they meant to seize the whole country as far as Mines Basin, and probably as far as Annapolis, to supply their Acadian rebels with land, that of these they had, without reckoning Indians, 1,400 fighting men on or near the isthmus, and 250 more on the St. John, with whom, aided by the garrison of Beauséjour, they could easily take Fort Lawrence, that should they succeed in this, the whole Acadian population would rise in arms, and the King would lose Nova Scotia. We should anticipate them, concludes Shirley, and strike the first blow. He opened his plans to his assembly in secret session, and found them of one mind with himself. Preparation was nearly complete, and the men raised for the expedition, before the council at Alexandria recognized it as a part of the plan of the summer campaign. The French fort of Beauséjour, mounted on its hill between the marshes of Missaguash and Tantamar, was a regular work, pentagonal in form, with southern earthen ramparts, bomb-proofs, and an armament of 24 cannon and 1 mortar. The commandant, Duchambon de Vergor, a captain in the colony regulars, was a dull man of no education, of stuttering speech, unpleasing countenance, and doubtful character. He owed his place to the notorious Intendant Bigot, who, it is said, was in his debt for disreputable service in an affair of gallantry, and who had ample means of enabling his friends to enrich themselves by defrauding the King. Beauséjour was one of those plague spots of official corruption which dotted the whole surface of New France. Bigot, sailing for Europe in the summer of 1754, wrote thus to his confederate: "Profit by your place, my dear Vergor. Clip and cut, you are free to do what you please, so that you can come soon to join me in France and buy an estate near me." Vergor did not neglect his opportunities. Supplies in great quantities were sent from Quebec for the garrison and the emigrant Acadians. These last got but a small part of them. Vergor and his confederates sent the rest back to Quebec, or else to Louisbourg, and sold them for their own profit to the King's agents there, who were also in collusion with him. Vergor, however, did not reign alone. Le Loutre, by force of energy, capacity, and passionate vehemence, held him in some awe, and divided his authority. The priest could count on the support of Duquesne, who had found, says a contemporary, that he promised more than he could perform, and that he was a knave, but who nevertheless felt compelled to rely upon him for keeping the Acadians on the side of France. There was another person in the fort worthy of notice. This was Thomas Pichon, commissary of stores, a man of education and intelligence, born in France of an English mother. He was now acting the part of a traitor, carrying on a secret correspondence with the commandant of Fort Lawrence, and acquainting him with all that passed at Beauséjour. It was partly from this source that the hostile designs of the French became known to the authorities of Halifax, and more especially the proceedings of Moses, by which name Pichon always designated Le Loutre, because he pretended to have led the Acadians from the land of bondage. These exiles, who cannot be called self-exiled, in view of the outrageous means used to force most of them from their homes, were in a deplorable condition. They lived in constant dread of Le Loutre, backed by Vergor and his soldiers. The savage missionary, bad as he was, had in him an ingredient of honest fanaticism, both national and religious, though hatred of the English held a large share in it. He would gladly, if he could, have forced the Acadians into a permanent settlement on the French side of the line, not out of love for them, but in the interest of the cause with which he had identified his own ambition. His efforts had failed. There was not land enough for their subsistence and that of the older settlers, and the suffering emigrants pined more and more for their deserted farms. Thither he was resolved that they should not return. If you go, he told them, you will have neither priests nor sacraments, but will die like miserable wretches. The assertion was false. Priests and sacraments had never been denied them. It is true that Daudin, priest of Pisiquid, had lately been sent to Halifax for using insolent language to the commandant, threatening him with an insurrection of the inhabitants, and exciting them to sedition. But on his promise to change conduct, he was sent back to his parishioners. Vergor sustained Le Loutre, and threatened to put in irons any of the exiles who talked of going back to the English. Some of them bethought themselves of an appeal to Duquesne, and drew up a petition asking leave to return home. Le Loutre told the signers that if they did not efface their marks from the paper, they should have neither sacraments in this life nor heaven in the next. He nevertheless allowed 2 of them to go to Quebec as deputies, writing at the same time to the governor that his mind might be duly prepared. Duquesne replied, I think that the 2 rascals of deputies whom you sent me will not soon recover from the fright I gave them, notwithstanding the emollient I administered after my reprimand, and since I told them that they were indebted to you for not being allowed to rot in a dungeon, they have promised me to comply with your wishes. An entire heartlessness marked the dealing of the French authorities with the Acadians. They were treated as mere tools of policy, to be used, broken, and flung away. Yet in using them, the sole condition of their efficiency was neglected. The French government, cheated of enormous sums by its own ravenous agents, grudged the cost of sending a single regiment to the Acadian border. Thus unsupported, the Acadians remained in fear and vacillation, aiding the French but feebly through a ceaseless annoyance and menace to the English. This was the state of affairs at Beauséjour, while Shirley and Lawrence were planning its destruction. Lawrence had empowered his agent Monckton to draw without limit on two Boston merchants, Apthorpe and Hancock. Shirley, as commander-in-chief of the province of Massachusetts, commissioned John Winslow to raise 2,000 volunteers. Winslow was sprung from the early governors of Plymouth Colony, but though well born, he was ill educated, which did not prevent him from being both popular and influential. He had strong military inclinations, had led a company of his own raising in the luckless attack on Carthagena, had commanded the force sent in the preceding summer to occupy the Kennebec, and on various other occasions had left his Marshfield farm to serve his country. The men enlisted readily at his call, and were formed into a regiment, of which Shirley made himself the nominal colonel. It had 2 battalions, of which Winslow, as lieutenant colonel, commanded the first, and George Scott the second, both under the orders of Monckton. Country villages, far and near, from the western borders of the Connecticut to uttermost Cape Cod, lent soldiers to the new regiment. The muster rolls preserve their names, vocations, birthplaces, and abode. Obadiah, Nehemiah, Jedediah, Jonathan, Ebenezer, Joshua, and the like Old Testament names abound upon the list. Some are set down as farmers, yeomen, or husbandmen, others as shopkeepers, others as fishermen, and many as laborers, while a great number were handicraftsmen of various trades, from blacksmiths to wigmakers. They mustered at Boston early in April, where clothing, haversacks, and blankets were served out to them at the charge of the king, and the crooked streets of the New England capital were filled with staring young rustics. On the next Saturday the following mandate went forth: "The men will behave very orderly on the Sabbath day, and either stay on board their transports, or else go to church, and not stroll up and down the streets." The transports, consisting of about 40 sloops and schooners, lay at Long Wharf, and here on Monday a grand review took place, to the gratification, no doubt, of a populace whose amusements were few. All was ready except the muskets, which were expected from England but did not come. Hence the delay of a month, threatening to ruin the enterprise. When Shirley returned from Alexandria, he found, to his disgust, that the transports still lay at the wharf where he had left them on his departure. The muskets arrived at length, and the fleet sailed on the 22nd of May. 3 small frigates, the Success, the Mermaid, and the Siren, commanded by the ex-privateersman Captain Rouse, acted as convoy, and on the 26th the whole force safely reached Annapolis. Thence, after some delay, they sailed up the Bay of Fundy, and at sunset on the 1st of June anchored within 5 miles of the hill of Beauséjour. End of section 20. Section 21 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 2. At 2 o'clock on the next morning, a party of Acadians from Chipody roused Vergor with the news. In great alarm, he sent a messenger to Louisbourg to beg for help, and ordered all the fighting men of the neighborhood to repair to the fort. They counted in all between 12 and 1,500, but they had no appetite for war. The force of the invaders daunted them, and the 160 regulars who formed the garrison of Beauséjour were too few to revive their confidence. Those of them who had crossed from the English side dreaded what might ensue should they be caught in arms, and to prepare an excuse beforehand, they begged Vergor to threaten them with punishment if they disobeyed his order. He willingly complied, promised to have them killed if they did not fight, and assured them at the same time that the English could never take the fort. 300 of them thereupon joined the garrison, and the rest, hiding their families in the woods, prepared to wage guerrilla war against the invaders. Monckton, with all his force, landed unopposed, and encamped at night on the fields around Fort Lawrence, whence he could contemplate Fort Beauséjour at his ease. The regulars of the English garrison joined the New England men, and then, on the morning of the 4th, they marched to the attack. Their course lay along the south bank of the Missaguash to where it was crossed by a bridge called Pont à Boîte. This bridge had been destroyed, and on the farther bank there was a large blockhouse and a breastwork of timber defended by 400 regulars, Acadians, and Indians. They lay silent and unseen till the head of the column reached the opposite bank, then raised a yell and opened fire, causing some loss. 3 field pieces were brought up, the defenders were driven out, and a bridge was laid under a spattering fusillade from behind bushes, which continued till the English had crossed the stream. Without further opposition, they marched along the road to Beauséjour, and, turning to the right, encamped among the woody hills half a league from the fort. That night there was a grand illumination, for Vergor set fire to the church and all the houses outside the ramparts. The English spent some days in preparing their camp and reconnoitring the ground. Then Scott, with 500 provincials, seized upon a ridge within easy range of the works. An officer named Vans came out to oppose him with 180 men, boasting that he would do great things, but on seeing the enemy quietly returned to become the laughing-stock of the garrison. The fort fired furiously, but with little effect. In the night of the 13th, Winslow, with a part of his own battalion, relieved Scott, and planted in the trenches 2 small mortars, brought to the camp on carts. On the next day they opened fire. One of them was disabled by the French cannon, but Captain Hazen brought up 2 more, of larger size, on ox wagons, and in spite of heavy rain, the fire was brisk on both sides. Captain Rouse, on board his ship in the harbor, watched the bombardment with great interest. Having occasion to write to Winslow, he closed his letter in a facetious strain. "I often hear of your success in plunder, particularly a coach. I hope you have some fine horses for it, at least 4 to draw it, that it may be said a New England colonel rode in his coach and 4 in Nova Scotia. If you have any good saddle horses in your stable, I should be obliged to you for one to ride round the ship's deck on for exercise, for I am not likely to have any other." Within the fort there was little promise of a strong defence, Le Loutre, it is true, was to be seen in his shirt sleeves, with a pipe in his mouth, directing the Acadians in their work of strengthening the fortifications. They, on their part, thought more of escape than of fighting. Some of them vainly begged to be allowed to go home. Others went off without leave, which was not difficult, as only one side of the place was attacked. Even among the officers there were some in whom interest was stronger than honor, and who would rather rob the king than die for him. The general discouragement was redoubled when, on the 14th, a letter came from the commandant of Louisbourg to say that he could send no help, as British ships blocked the way. On the morning of the 16th, a mischance befell, recorded in these words in the diary of Surgeon John Thomas: "One of our large shells fell through what they called their bomb-proof, where a number of their officers were sitting, killed 6 of them dead, and 1 Ensign Hay, which the Indians had took prisoners a few days agone and carried to the fort. The party was at breakfast when the unwelcome visitor burst in. Just opposite was a second bomb-proof, where was Vergor himself, with Le Loutre, another priest, and several officers, who felt that they might at any time share the same fate. The effect was immediate. The English, who had not yet got a single cannon into position, saw to their surprise a white flag raised on the rampart. Some officers of the garrison protested against surrender, and Le Loutre, who thought that he had everything to fear at the hands of the victors, exclaimed that it was better to be buried under the ruins of the fort than to give it up. But all was in vain, and the valiant Vannes was sent out to propose terms of capitulation. They were rejected, and others offered to the following effect: the garrison to march out with the honors of war, and to be sent to Louisbourg at the charge of the King of England, but not to bear arms in America for the space of 6 months. The Acadians to be pardoned the part they had just borne in the defense, seeing that they had been compelled to take arms on pain of death. Confusion reigned all day at Beauséjour. The Acadians went home loaded with plunder. The French officers were so busy in drinking and pillaging that they could hardly be got away to sign the capitulation. At the appointed hour, 7 in the evening, Scott marched in with a body of provincials, raised the British flag on the ramparts, and saluted it by a general discharge of the French cannon, while Vergor, as a last act of hospitality, gave a supper to the officers. Le Loutre was not to be found. He had escaped in disguise with his box of papers, and fled to Baye Verte to join his brother missionary Manac. Thence he made his way to Quebec, where the bishop received him with reproaches. He soon embarked for France, but the English captured him on the way, and kept him 8 years in Elizabeth Castle on the island of Jersey. Here, on one occasion, a soldier on guard made a dash at the father, tried to stab him with his bayonet, and was prevented with great difficulty. He declared that, when he was with his regiment in Acadia, he had fallen into the hands of Le Loutre, and narrowly escaped being scalped alive, the missionary having doomed him to this fate, and with his own hand drawn a knife round his head as a beginning of the operation. The man swore so fiercely that he would have his revenge, that the officer in command transferred him to another post. Throughout the siege, the Acadians outside the fort, aided by Indians, had constantly attacked the English, but were always beaten off with loss. There was an affair of this kind on the morning of the surrender, during which a noted Micmac chief was shot, and being brought into the camp, recounted the losses of his tribe, after which, after taking a dram or two, he quickly died, writes Winslow in his journal. Fort Gaspereau at Baie Verte, 12 miles distant, was summoned by letter to surrender. Villeray, its commandant, at once complied, and Winslow went with a detachment to take possession. Nothing remained but to occupy the French post at the mouth of the St. John. Captain Rouse, relieved at last from inactivity, was charged with the task, and on the 30th he appeared off the harbor, manned his boats, and rowed for shore. The French burned their fort and withdrew beyond his reach. 150 Indians, suddenly converted from Indians to pretended friends, stood on the strand, firing their guns into the air as a salute, and declaring themselves brothers of the English. All Acadia was now in British hands. Fort Beauséjour became Fort Cumberland, the second fort in America that bore the name of the royal duke. The defense had been of the feeblest. 2 years later, on pressing demands from Versailles, Vergor was brought to trial, as was also Villeray. The governor Vaudreuil and the intendant Bigot, who had returned to Canada, were in the interest of the chief defendant. The court-martial was packed, adverse evidence was shuffled out of sight, and Vergor, acquitted and restored to his rank, lived to inflict on New France another and a greater injury. Now began the first act of a deplorable drama. Monckton, with his small body of regulars, had pitched their tents under the walls of Beauséjour. Winslow and Scott, with the New England troops, lay not far off. There was little intercourse between the two camps. The British officers bore themselves towards those of the provincials with a supercilious coldness common enough on their part throughout the war. July had passed in what Winslow calls an indolent manner, with prayers every day in the Puritan camp, when early in August Monckton sent for him and made an ominous declaration. The said Monckton was so free as to acquaint me that it was determined to remove all the French inhabitants out of the province, and that he should send for all the adult males from Tantmar, Chipody, Aulac, Beauséjour, and Baie Verte to read the governor's orders, and when that was done, was determined to retain them all prisoners in the fort. And this is the first conference of a public nature I have had with the colonel since the reduction of Beauséjour, and I apprehend that no officer of either corps has been made more free with. Monckton sent accordingly to all the neighboring settlements, commanding the male inhabitants to meet him at Beauséjour. Scarcely a third part of their number obeyed. These arrived on the 10th, and were told to stay all night under the guns of the fort. What then befell them will appear from an entry in the diary of Winslow, under date of August 11th. This day was one extraordinary to the inhabitants of Tantmar, Ouescac, Aulac, Baie Verte, Beauséjour, and places adjacent, the male inhabitants, or the principal of them, being collected together in Fort Cumberland to hear the sentence which determined their property from the governor and council of Halifax, which was that they were declared rebels, their lands, goods, and chattels forfeited to the crown, and their bodies to be imprisoned. Upon which the gates of the fort were shut, and they all confined, to the amount of 400 men and upwards. Parties were sent to gather more, but caught very few, the rest escaping to the woods. Some of the prisoners were no doubt among those who had joined the garrison at Beauséjour, and had been pardoned for doing so by the terms of the capitulation. It was held, however, that though forgiven this special offence, they were not exempted from the doom that had gone forth against the great body of their countrymen. We must look closely at the motives and execution of this stern sentence. At any time up to the spring of 1755, the emigrant Acadians were free to return to their homes on taking the ordinary oath of allegiance required of British subjects. The English authorities of Halifax used every means to persuade them to do so, yet the greater part refused. This was due not only to Le Loutre and his brother priests, backed by the military power, but also to the Bishop of Quebec, who enjoined the Acadians to demand of the English certain concessions, the chief of which were that the priests should exercise their functions without being required to ask leave of the governor, and that the inhabitants should not be called upon for military service of any kind. The bishop added that the provisions of the Treaty of Utrecht were insufficient, and that others ought to be exacted. The oral declaration of the English authorities that for the present the Acadians should not be required to bear arms was not thought enough. They, or rather their prompters, demanded a written pledge. The refusal to take the oath without reservation was not confined to the emigrants. Those who remained in the peninsula equally refused it, though most of them were born and had always lived under the British flag. Far from pledging themselves to complete allegiance, they showed continual signs of hostility. In May, 3 pretended French deserters were detected among them, inciting them to take arms against the English. On the capture of Beauséjour, the British authorities found themselves in a position of great difficulty. The New England troops were enlisted for the year only, and could not be kept in Acadia. It was likely that the French would make a strong effort to recover the province, sure as they were of support from the great body of its people. The presence of this disaffected population was for the French commanders a continual inducement to invasion, and Lawrence was not strong enough to cope at once with attack from without and insurrection from within. Shirley had held for some time that there was no safety for Acadia but in ridding it of the Acadians. He had lately proposed that the lands of the district of Chignecto, abandoned by their emigrant owners, should be given to English settlers, who would act as a check and a counterpoise to the neighboring French population. This advice had not been acted upon. Nevertheless, Shirley and his brother governor of Nova Scotia were kindred spirits and inclined to similar measures. Colonel Charles Lawrence had not the good nature and conciliatory temper which marked his predecessors Cornwallis and Hopson. His energetic will was not apt to relent under the softer sentiments, and the behavior of the Acadians was fast exhausting his patience. More than a year before, the Lords of Trade had instructed him that they had no right to their lands if they persisted in refusing the oath. Lawrence replied, enlarging on their obstinacy, treachery, and ingratitude for the favor, indulgence, and protection they have at all times so undeservedly received from His Majesty's government, declaring at the same time that while they remain without taking the oaths, and have incendiary French priests among them, there are no hopes of their amendment, and that it would be much better, if they refused the oaths, that they were away. We were in hopes, again wrote the Lords of Trade, that the lenity which had been shown to these people by indulging them in the free exercise of their religion and the quiet possession of their lands would by degrees have gained their friendship and assistance, and weaned their affections from the French. But we are sorry to find that this lenity has had so little effect, and that they still hold the same conduct, furnishing them with labor, provisions, and intelligence, and concealing their designs from us. In fact, the Acadians, while calling themselves neutrals, were an enemy encamped in the heart of the province. These are the reasons which explain and palliate a measure too hard and indiscriminate to be wholly justified. Abbé Raynal, who never saw the Acadians, has made an ideal picture of them, since copied and improved in prose and verse, till Acadia has become Arcadia. The plain realities of their condition and fate are touching enough to need no exaggeration. They were a simple and very ignorant peasantry, industrious and frugal till evil days came to discourage them, living aloof from the world, with little of that spirit of adventure which an easy access to the vast fur-bearing interior had developed in their Canadian kindred. Having few wants, and those of the rudest, fishing a little and hunting in the winter, but chiefly employed in cultivating the meadows along the river Annapolis, or rich marches reclaimed by dikes from the tides of the Bay of Fundy. The British government left them entirely free of taxation. They made clothing of flax and wool of their own raising, hats of similar materials, and shoes or moccasins of moose and sealskin. They bred cattle, sheep, hogs, and horses in abundance, and the valley of the Annapolis, then as now, was known for the profusion and excellence of its apples. For drink, they made cider or brewed spruce beer. French officials describe their dwellings as wretched wooden boxes, without ornaments or conveniences, and scarcely supplied with the most necessary furniture. 2 or more families often occupied the same house, and their way of life, though simple and virtuous, was by no means remarkable for cleanliness. Such as it was, contentment reigned among them, undisturbed by what modern America calls progress. Marriages were early, and population grew apace. This humble society had its disturbing elements, for the Acadians, like the Canadians, were a litigious race, and neighbors often quarrelled about their boundaries. Nor were they without a bountiful share of jealousy, gossip, and backbiting to relieve the monotony of their lives. And every village had its turbulent spirits, sometimes by fits, though rarely long, contumacious even towards the curé, the guide, counsellor, and ruler of his flock. Enfeebled by hereditary mental subjection, and too long kept in leading strings to walk alone, they needed him, not for the next world only, but for this, and their submission, compounded of love and fear, was commonly without bounds. He was their true government. To him they gave a frank and full allegiance, and dared not disobey him if they would. Of knowledge he gave them nothing, but he taught them to be true to their wives and constant at confession and mass, to stand fast for the church and King Louis, and to resist heresy and King George. For in one degree or another, the Acadian priest was always the agent of a double-headed foreign power, the Bishop of Quebec allied with the Governor of Canada. End of section 21. Section 22 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 3. When Monckton and the Massachusetts men laid siege to Beauséjour, Governor Lawrence thought the moment favorable for exacting an unqualified oath of allegiance from the Acadians. The presence of a superior and victorious force would help, he thought, to bring them to reason, and there were some indications that this would be the result. A number of Acadian families, who at the promptings of Le Loutre had emigrated to Cape Breton, had lately returned to Halifax, promising to be true subjects of King George if they could be allowed to repossess their lands. They cheerfully took the oath, on which they were reinstated in their old homes and supplied with food for the winter. Their example, unfortunately, found few imitators. Early in June, the principal inhabitants of Grand Pré and other settlements about the Basin of Mines brought a memorial, signed with their crosses, to Captain Murray, the military commandant in their district, and desired him to send it to Governor Lawrence, to whom it was addressed. Murray reported that when they brought it to him, they behaved with the greatest insolence, though just before they had been unusually submissive. He thought that this change of demeanor was caused by a report which had lately got among them of a French fleet in the Bay of Fundy, for it had been observed that any rumor of an approaching French force always had a similar effect. The deputies who brought the memorial were sent with it to Halifax, where they laid it before the governor and council. It declared that the signers had kept the qualified oath they had taken, in spite of the solicitations and dreadful threats of another power, and that they would continue to prove an unshaken fidelity to His Majesty, provided that His Majesty shall allow us the same liberty that he has hitherto granted us. Their memorial then demanded, in terms highly offensive to the council, that the guns, pistols, and other weapons which they had lately been required to give up should be returned to them. They were told in reply that they had been protected for many years in the enjoyment of their lands, though they had not complied with the terms on which the lands were granted, that they had always been treated by the government with the greatest lenity and tenderness, had enjoyed more privileges than other English subjects, and had been indulged in the free exercise of their religion, all which they acknowledged to be true. The governor then told them that their conduct had been undutiful and ungrateful, that they had discovered a constant disposition to assist his Majesty's enemies and to distress his subjects, that they had not only furnished the enemy with provisions and ammunition, but had refused to supply the English inhabitants or government, and when they did supply them, had exacted 3 times the price for which they were sold at other markets. The hope was then expressed that they would no longer obstruct the settlement of the province by aiding the Indians to molest and kill English settlers, and they were rebuked for saying in their memorial that they would be faithful to the king only on certain conditions. The governor added that they had some secret reason for demanding their weapons, and flattered themselves that French troops were at hand to support their insolence. In conclusion, they were told that now was a good opportunity to prove their sincerity by taking the oath of allegiance in the usual form before the council. They replied that they had not made up their minds on that point, and could do nothing till they had consulted their constituents. Being reminded that the oath was personal to themselves, and that 6 years had already been given them to think about it, they asked leave to retire and confer together. This was granted, and at the end of an hour they came back with the same answer as before, whereupon they were allowed till 10 o'clock on the next morning for a final decision. At the appointed time, the council again met, and the deputies were brought in. They persisted stubbornly in the same refusal. They were then informed, says the record, that the council could no longer look on them as subjects to His Britannic Majesty, but as subjects to the King of France, and as such they must hereafter be treated, and they were ordered to withdraw. A discussion followed in the council. It was determined that the Acadians should be ordered to send new deputies to Halifax, who should answer for them once for all whether they would accept the oath or not, that such as refused it should not thereafter be permitted to take it, and that effectual measures ought to be taken to remove all such recusants out of the province. The deputies, being then called in and told this decision, became alarmed, and offered to swear allegiance in the terms required. The answer was that it was too late, that as they had refused the oath under persuasion, they could not be trusted when they took it under compulsion. It remained to see whether the people at large would profit by their example. "I am determined," wrote Lawrence to the Lords of Trade, "to bring the inhabitants to a compliance, or rid the province of such perfidious subjects." First, in answer to the summons of the council, the deputies from Annapolis appeared, declaring that they had always been faithful to the British Crown, but flatly refusing the oath. They were told that, far from having been faithful subjects, they had always secretly aided the Indians, and that many of them had been in arms against the English, that the French were threatening the province, and that its affairs had reached a crisis when its inhabitants must either pledge themselves without equivocation to be true to the British Crown, or else must leave the country. They all declared that they would lose their lands rather than take the oath. The council urged them to consider the matter seriously, warning them that if they now persisted in refusal, no farther choice would be allowed them, and they were given till 10 o'clock on the following Monday to make their final answer. When that day came, another body of deputies had arrived from Grand Pré and the other settlements of the Basin of Mines, and being called before the council, both they and the former deputation absolutely refused to take the oath of allegiance. These two bodies represented 9/10 of the Acadian population within the peninsula. Nothing, pursues the record of the council, now remained to be considered but what measures should be taken to send the inhabitants away, and where they should be sent to. If they were sent to Canada, Cape Breton, or the neighboring islands, they would strengthen the enemy and still threaten the province. It was therefore resolved to distribute them among the various English colonies, and to hire vessels for the purpose with all dispatch. The oath, the refusal of which had brought such consequences, was a simple pledge of fidelity and allegiance to King George II and his successors. Many of the Acadians had already taken an oath of fidelity, though with the omission of the word allegiance, and, as they insisted, with a saving clause exempting them from bearing arms. The effect of this was that they did not regard themselves as British subjects, and claimed, falsely as regards most of them, the character of neutrals. It was to put an end to this anomalous state of things that the oath without reserve had been demanded of them. Their rejection of it, reiterated in full view of the consequences, is to be ascribed partly to a fixed belief that the English would not execute their threats, partly to ties of race and kin, but mainly to superstition. They feared to take part with heretics against the King of France, whose cause, as already stated, they had been taught to regard as one with the cause of God. They were constrained by the dread of perdition. If the Acadians are miserable, remember that the priests are the cause of it, writes the French officer Boishebert to the missionary Manac. The council having come to a decision, Lawrence acquainted Monckton with the result, and ordered him to seize all the adult males in the neighborhood of Beauséjour, and this, as we have seen, he promptly did. It remains to observe how the rest of the sentence was carried into effect. Instructions were sent to Winslow to secure the inhabitants on or near the Basin of Mines and place them on board transports, which he was told would soon arrive from Boston. His orders were stringent. If you find that fair means will not do with them, you must proceed by the most vigorous measures possible, not only in compelling them to embark, but in depriving those who shall escape of all means of shelter or support, by burning their houses and by destroying everything that may afford them the means of subsistence in the country. Similar orders were given to Major Handfield, the regular officer in command at Annapolis. On the 14th of August, Winslow set out from his camp at Fort Beauséjour, or Cumberland, on his unenviable errand. He had with him but 297 men. His mood of mind was not serene. He was chafed because the regulars had charged his men with stealing sheep, and he was doubly vexed by an untoward incident that happened on the morning of his departure. He had sent forward his detachment under Adams, the senior captain, and they were marching by the fort with drums beating and colors flying, when Monckton sent out his aide de camp with a curt demand that the colors should be given up, on the ground that they ought to remain with the regiment. Whatever the soundness of the reason, there was no courtesy in the manner of enforcing it. "This transaction raised my temper some," writes Winslow in his diary, and he proceeds to record his opinion that it is the most ungenteel, ill-natured thing that I ever saw. He sent Monckton a quaintly indignant note, in which he observed that the affair looks odd, and will appear so in future history. But his commander, reckless of the judgments of posterity, gave him little satisfaction. Thus ruffled in spirit, he embarked with his men and sailed down Chignecto Channel to the Bay of Fundy. Here, while they waited the turn of the tide to enter the Basin of Mines, the shores of Cumberland lay before them dim in the hot and hazy air, and the promontory of Cape Split, like some misshapen monster of primeval chaos, stretched its portentous length along the glimmering sea, with head of yawning rock and ridgy back bristled with forests. Borne on the rushing flood, they soon drifted through the inlet, glided under the rival promontory of Cape Blomden, past the red sandstone cliffs of Lyon's Cove, and descried the mouths of the river Canard and des Habitants, where fertile marshes diked against the tide sustained a numerous and thriving population. Before them spread the boundless meadows of Grand Pré, waving with harvests or alive with grazing cattle. The green slopes behind were dotted with the simple dwellings of the Acadian farmers, and the spire of the village church rose against a background of woody hills. It was a peaceful rural scene, soon to become one of the most wretched spots on earth. Winslow did not land for the present, but held his course to the estuary of the river Pisiquid, since called the Avon. Here, where the town of Windsor now stands, there was a stockade called Fort Edward, where a garrison of regulars under Captain Alexander Murray kept watch over the surrounding settlements. The New England men pitched their tents on shore, while the sloops that had brought them slept on the soft bed of tawny mud left by the fallen tide. Winslow found a warm reception, for Murray and his officers had been reduced too long to their own society not to welcome the coming of strangers. The two commanders conferred together. Both had been ordered by Lawrence to clear the whole country of such bad subjects, and the methods of doing so had been outlined for their guidance. Having come to some understanding with his brother officer concerning the duties imposed on both, and begun an acquaintance which soon grew cordial on both sides, Winslow embarked again and retraced his course to Grand Pré, the station which the governor had assigned him. "Am pleased," he wrote to Lawrence, "with the place proposed by your Excellency for our reception," the village church. "I have sent for the elders to remove all sacred things, to prevent their being defiled by heretics." The church was used as a storehouse and place of arms. The men pitched their tents between it and the graveyard, while Winslow took up his quarters in the house of the priest, where he could look from his window on a tranquil scene. Beyond the vast tract of grassland to which Grand Pré owed its name spread the blue, glistening breast of the Basin of Mines. Beyond this again, the distant mountains of Cobequid basked in the summer sun, and nearer on the left, Cape Blomidon reared its bluff head of rock and forest above the sleeping waves. As the men of the settlement greatly outnumbered his own, Winston set his followers to surrounding the camp with a stockade. Card playing was forbidden, because it encouraged idleness, and pitching quoits in camp because it spoiled the grass. Presently there came a letter from Lawrence expressing a fear that the fortifying of the camp might alarm the inhabitants, to which Winslow replied that the making of the stockade had not alarmed them in the least, since they took it as proof that the detachment was to spend the winter with them; and he added that as the harvest was not yet got in, he and Murray had agreed not to publish the governor's commands till the next Friday. He concludes, "Although it is a disagreeable part of duty we are put upon, I am sensible it is a necessary one, and shall endeavor strictly to obey your Excellency's orders." On the 30th, Murray, whose post was not many miles distant, made him a visit. They agreed that Winslow should summon all the male inhabitants about Grand Pré to meet him at the church and hear the King's orders, and that Murray should do the same for those around Fort Edward. Winslow then called in his 3 captains, Adams, Hobbs, and Osgood, made them swear secrecy, and laid before them his instructions and plans, which latter they approved. Murray then returned to his post, and on the next day sent Winslow a note containing the following: "I think the sooner we strike the stroke the better. Therefore will be glad to see you here as soon as conveniently you can. I shall have the orders for assembling ready written for your approbation only the day blank, and am hopeful everything will succeed according to our wishes. The gentlemen join me in our best compliments to you and the doctor." On the next day, Sunday, Winslow and the doctor, whose name was Whitworth, made the tour of the neighborhood with an escort of 50 men, and found a great quantity of wheat still on the fields. On Tuesday, Winslow set out in a whaleboat with Dr. Whitworth and Adjutant Kennedy to consult with Captain Murray in this critical conjuncture. They agreed that 3 in the afternoon of Friday should be the time of assembling. Then between them they drew up a summons to the inhabitants, and got one Beecham, a merchant, to put it into French. It ran as follows: "By John Winslow, Esquire, Lieutenant Colonel and Commander of His Majesty's troops at Grand Pré, Mines, River Canard, and places adjacent. To the inhabitants of the districts above named, as well ancients as young men and lads. Whereas His Excellency the Governor has instructed us of his last resolution respecting the manners proposed lately to the inhabitants, and has ordered us to communicate the same to the inhabitants in general in person. His Excellency being desirous that each of them should be fully satisfied of His Majesty's intentions, which he has also ordered us to communicate to you, such as they have been given him. We therefore order and strictly enjoin by these presents to all the inhabitants, as well of the above-named districts as of all the other districts, both old men and young men, as well as all the lads of 10 years of age, to attend at the church in Grand Pré on Friday the 5th instant, at 3 of the clock in the afternoon, that we may impart what we are ordered to communicate to them, declaring that no excuse will be admitted on any pretense whatsoever, on pain of forfeiting goods and chattels in default. Given at Grand Pré the 2nd of September in the 29th year of His Majesty's reign, A.D. 1755. A similar summons was drawn up in the name of Murray for the inhabitants of the district of Fort Edward. Captain Adams made a reconnaissance of the rivers Canard and des Habitants, and reported a fine country and full of inhabitants, a beautiful church, and abundance of the goods of the world. Another reconnaissance by Captains Hobb and Osgood among the settlements behind Grand Pré brought reports equally favorable. On the 4th, another letter came from Murray. All the people quiet and very busy at their harvest. If this day keeps fair, all will be in here in their barns. I hope tomorrow will crown all our wishes. The Acadians, like the bees, were to gather a harvest for others to enjoy. The summons was sent out that afternoon. Powder and ball were served to the men, and all were ordered to keep within the lines. End of section 22. Section 23 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 4. On the next day, the inhabitants appeared at the hour appointed, to the number of 418 men. Winslow ordered a table to be set in the middle of the church, and placed on it his instructions and the address he had prepared. Here he took his stand in his laced uniform, with one or two subalterns from the regulars at Fort Edward, and such of the Massachusetts officers as were not on guard duty. Strong, sinewy figures, bearing, no doubt, more or less distinctly the peculiar stamp with which toil, trade, and Puritanism had imprinted the features of New England. Their commander was not of the prevailing type. He was 53 years of age, with double chin, smooth forehead, arched eyebrows, close powdered wig, and round rubicund face, from which the weight of an odious duty had probably banished the smirk of self-satisfaction that dwelt there at other times. Nevertheless, he had manly and estimable qualities. The congregation of peasants clad in rough homespun turned their sunburned faces upon him, anxious and intent, and Winslow delivered them by interpreters the king's orders in the following words, which, retouched in orthography and syntax, ran thus: Gentlemen, I have received from His Excellency Governor Lawrence the King's instructions, which I have in my hand. By his orders you are called together to hear His Majesty's final resolution concerning the French inhabitants of this his province of Nova Scotia, who for almost half a century have had more indulgence granted them than any of his subjects in any part of his dominions. What use you have made of it, you yourselves best know. The duty I am now upon, though necessary, is very disagreeable to my natural make and temper, as I know it must be grievous to you, who are of the same species. But it is not my business to animadvert on the orders I have received, but to obey them, and therefore without hesitation I shall deliver to you His Majesty's instructions and commands, which are that your lands and tenements and cattle and livestock of all kinds are forfeited to the Crown, with all your other effects except money and household goods, and that you yourselves are to be removed from this his province. The peremptory orders of His Majesty are that all the French inhabitants of these districts be removed, and through His Majesty's goodness I am directed to allow you the liberty of carrying with you your money and as many of your household goods as you can take without overloading the vessels you go in. I shall do everything in my power that all these goods be secured to you, and that you be not molested in carrying them away, and also that whole families shall go in the same vessel, so that this removal, which I am sensible must give you a great deal of trouble, may be made as easy as His Majesty's service will admit. And I hope that in whatever part of the world your lot may fall, you may be faithful subjects and a peaceable and happy people. I must also inform you that it is His Majesty's pleasure that you remain in security under the inspection and direction of the troops that I have the honor to command. He then declared them prisoners of the King. They were greatly struck, he says, at this determination, though I believe they did not imagine that they were actually to be removed. After delivering the address, he returned to his quarters at the priest's house, whither he was followed by some of the elder prisoners, who begged leave to tell their families what had happened, since they were fearful that the surprise of their detention would quite overcome them. Winslow consulted with his officers, and it was arranged that the Acadians should choose 20 of their number each day to revisit their homes, the rest being held answerable for their return. A letter, dated some days before, now came from Major Handfield at Annapolis, saying that he had tried to secure the men of that neighborhood, but that many of them had escaped to the woods. Murray's report from Fort Edward came soon after, and was more favorable. I have succeeded finely, and have got 183 men into my possession. To which Winslow replies, I have the favor of yours of this day, and rejoice at your success, and also for the smiles that have attended the party here. But he adds mournfully, things are now very heavy on my heart and hands. The prisoners were lodged in the church, and notice was sent to their families to bring them food. Thus, says the diary of the commander, ended the memorable 5th of September, a day of great fatigue and trouble. There was one quarter where fortune did not always smile. Major Jedediah Preble of Winslow's battalion wrote to him that Major Fry had just returned from Chipody, whither he had gone with a party of men to destroy the settlements and bring off the women and children. After burning 253 buildings, he had re-embarked, leaving 50 men on shore at a place called Petitcodiac, to give a finishing stroke to the work by burning the mass house or church. While thus engaged, they were set upon by 300 Indians and Acadians, led by the partisan officer Boishébert. More than half their number were killed, wounded, or taken. The rest ensconced themselves behind the neighboring dikes, and Fry, hastily landing with the rest of his men, engaged the assailants for 3 hours, but was forced at last to re-embark. Captain Speakman, who took part in the affair, also sent Winslow an account of it, and added, "The people here are much concerned for fear your party should meet with the same fate, being in the heart of a numerous devilish crew, which I pray God avert." Winslow had indeed some cause for anxiety. He had captured more Acadians since the 5th, and had now in charge nearly 500 able-bodied men, with scarcely 300 to guard them. As they were allowed daily exercise in the open air, they might by a sudden rush get possession of arms and make serious trouble. On the Wednesday after the scene in the church, some unusual movements were observed among them, and Winslow and his officers became convinced that they could not safely be kept in one body. 5 vessels lately arrived from Boston were lying within the mouth of the neighboring river. It was resolved to place 50 of the prisoners on board each of these, and keep them anchored in the basin. The soldiers were all ordered under arms and posted on an open space beside the church and behind the priest's house. The prisoners were then drawn up before them, ranked 6 deep. The young unmarried men, as the most dangerous, being told off and placed on the left, to the number of 141. Captain Adams, with 80 men, was then ordered to guard them to the vessels. Though the object of the movement had been explained to them, they were possessed with the idea that they were to be torn from their families and sent away at once, and they all, in great excitement, refused to go. Winslow told them that there must be no parley or delay, and as they still refused, a squad of soldiers advanced towards them with fixed bayonets, while he himself, laying hold of the foremost young man, commanded him to move forward. He obeyed, and the rest followed, though slowly, and went off praying, singing, and crying, being met by the women and children all the way, which is 1.5 miles, with great lamentation, upon their knees praying. When the escort returned, about 100 of the married men were ordered to follow the first party, and, the ice being broken, they readily complied. The vessels were anchored at a little distance from shore, and 6 soldiers were placed on board each of them as a guard. The prisoners were offered the king's rations, but preferred to be supplied by their families, who, it was arranged, should go in boats to visit them every day. And thus, says Winslow, ended this troublesome job. He was not given to effusions of feeling, but he wrote to Major Handfield, "This affair is more grievous to me than any service I was ever employed in." Murray sent him a note of congratulation. "I am extremely pleased that things are so clever at Grand Pré, and that the poor devils are so resigned. Here they are more patient than I could have expected for people in their circumstances, and what surprises me still more is the indifference of the women, who really are or seem quite unconcerned. I long much to see the poor wretches embarked and our affair a little settled, and then I will do myself the pleasure of meeting you and drinking their good voyage." This agreeable consummation was still distant. There was a long and painful delay. The provisions for the vessels which were to carry the prisoners did not come, nor did the vessels themselves, excepting the 5 already at Grand Pré. In vain Wilson wrote urgent letters to George Saul, the commissary, to bring the supplies at once. Murray at Fort Edward, though with less feeling than his brother officer, was quite as impatient of the burden of suffering humanity on his hands. I am amazed what can keep the transports and Saul. Surely our friends at Chignecto is willing to give us as much of our neighbor's company as he well can. Saul came at last with a shipload of provisions, but the lagging transports did not appear. Winslow grew heart-sick at the daily sight of miseries which he himself had occasioned, and wrote to a friend at Halifax, "I know they deserve all and more than they feel, yet it hurts me to hear their weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. I am in hopes our affairs will soon put on another face, and we get transports, and I rid of the worst piece of service that ever I was in." After weeks of delay, 7 transports came from Annapolis, and Winslow sent 3 of them to Murray, who joyfully responded, "Thank God, the transports are come at last. So soon as I have shipped off my rascals, I will come down and settle matters with you, and enjoy ourselves a little." Winslow prepared for the embarkation. The Acadian prisoners and their families were divided into groups answering to their several villages, in order that those of the same village might, as far as possible, go in the same vessel. It was also provided that the members of each family should remain together, and notice was given them to hold themselves in readiness. "But even now," he writes, "I could not persuade the people I was in earnest." Their doubts were soon ended. The first embarkation took place on the 8th of October, under which date the diary contains this entry: "Began to embark the inhabitants, who went off very solitarily and unwillingly, the women in great distress, carrying off their children in their arms, others carrying their decrepit parents in their carts, with all their goods, moving in great confusion, and appeared a scene of woe and distress. Though a large number were embarked on this occasion, still more remained, and as the transports slowly arrived, the dismal scene was repeated at intervals, with more order than at first, as the Acadians had learned to accept their fate as a certainty. So far as Winslow was concerned, their treatment seems to have been as humane as was possible under the circumstances; but they complained of the men, who disliked and despised them. One soldier received 30 lashes for stealing fowls from them, and an order was issued forbidding soldiers or sailors, on pain of summary punishment, to leave their quarters without permission, that an end may be put to distressing this distressed people. 2 of the prisoners, however, while trying to escape, were shot by a reconnoitring party. At the beginning of November, Winslow reported that he had sent off 1,510 persons in 9 vessels, and that more than 600 still remained in his district. The last of these were not embarked till late in December. Murray finished his part of the work at the end of October, having sent from the district of Fort Edward 1,100 persons in 4 frightfully crowded transports. At the close of that month 1,664 had been sent from the district of Annapolis, where many others escaped to the woods. A detachment which was ordered to seize the inhabitants of the district of Cobequid failed entirely, finding the settlements abandoned. In the country about Fort Cumberland, Monckton, who directed the operation in person, had very indifferent success, catching in all but little more than 1,000. Le Guerne, missionary priest in this neighborhood, gives a characteristic and affecting incident of the embarkation. Many unhappy women, carried away by excessive attachment to their husbands, whom they had been allowed to see too often, and closing their ears to the voice of religion and their missionary, threw themselves blindly and despairingly into the English vessels. And now was seen the saddest of spectacles, for some of these women, solely from a religious motive, refused to take with them their grown-up sons and daughters. They would expose their own souls to perdition among heretics, but not those of their children. When all, or nearly all, had been sent off from the various points of departure, such of the houses and barns as remained standing were burned, in obedience to the orders of Lawrence, that those who had escaped might be forced to come in and surrender themselves. The whole number removed from the province, men, women, and children, was a little above 6,000. Many remained behind, and while some of these withdrew to Canada, Isle St. John, and other distant retreats, the rest lurked in the woods or returned to their old haunts, whence they waged for several years a guerrilla warfare against the English. Yet their strength was broken, and they were no longer a danger to the province. Of their exiled countrymen, one party overpowered the crew of the vessel that carried them, ran her ashore at the mouth of the St. John, and escaped. The rest were distributed among the colonies from Massachusetts to Georgia, the master of each transport having been provided with a letter from Lawrence addressed to the governor of the province to which he was bound, and desiring him to receive the unwelcome strangers. The provincials were vexed at the burden imposed upon them, and though the Acadians were not in general ill-treated, their lot was a hard one. Still more so was that of those among them who escaped to Canada. The Chronicle of the Ursulines of Quebec, speaking of these last, says that their misery was indescribable, and attributes it to the poverty of the colony. But there were other causes. The exiles found less pity from kindred and fellow Catholics than from the heretics of the English colonies. Some of them who had made their way to Canada from Boston, whither they had been transported, sent word to a gentleman of that place who had befriended them that they wished to return. Bougainville, the celebrated navigator, then aide-de-camp to Montcalm, says concerning them, "They are dying by wholesale. Their past and present misery, joined to the rapacity of the Canadians, who seek only to squeeze out of them all the money they can, and then refuse them the help so dearly bought, are the cause of this mortality." A citizen of Quebec, he says farther on, was in debt to one of the partners of the Great Company, government officials leagued for plunder. He had no means of paying. They gave him a great number of Acadians to board and lodge. He starved them with hunger and cold, got out of them what money they had, and paid the extortioner. quel pays, quels moeurs. Many of the exiles eventually reached Louisiana, where their descendants now form a numerous and distinct population. Some, after incredible hardship, made their way back to Acadia, where, after the peace, they remained unmolested, and with those who had escaped seizure, became the progenitors of the present Acadians, now settled in various parts of the British Maritime Provinces, notably at Madawaska on the Upper St. John and at Clare in Nova Scotia. Others were sent from Virginia to England, and others again, after the complete conquest of the country, found refuge in France. In one particular, the authors of the deportation were disappointed in its results. They had hoped to substitute a loyal population for a disaffected one, but they failed for some time to find settlers for the vacated lands. The Massachusetts soldiers, to whom they were offered, would not stay in the province, and it was not till 5 years later that families of British stock began to occupy the waste fields of the Acadians. This goes far to show that a longing to become their heirs had not, as has been alleged, any considerable part in the motives for their removal. New England humanitarianism, melting into sentimentality at A Tale of Woe, has been unjust to its own. Whatever judgment may be passed on the cruel measure of wholesale expatriation, it was not put in execution till every resource of patience and persuasion had been tried in vain. The agents of the French court, civil, military, and ecclesiastical, had made some act of force a necessity. We have seen by what vile practices they produced in Acadia a state of things intolerable and impossible of continuance. They conjured up the tempest, and when it burst on the heads of the unhappy people, they gave no help. The government of Louis XV began with making the Acadians its tools, and ended with making them its victims. End of section 23. Section 24 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 1. 1755, Dieskau. The next stroke of the campaign was to be the capture of Crown Point, that dangerous neighbor which, for a quarter of a century, had threatened the northern colonies. Shirley, in January, had proposed an attack on it to the ministry, and in February, without waiting their reply, he laid the plan before his assembly. They accepted it and voted money for the pay and maintenance of 1,200 men, provided the adjacent colonies would contribute in due proportion. Massachusetts showed a military activity worthy of the reputation she had won. 4,500 of her men, or 1 in 8 of her adult males, volunteered to fight the French, and enlisted for the various expeditions, some in the pay of the province and some in that of the King. It remained to name a commander for the Crown Point enterprise. Nobody had power to do so, for Braddock was not yet come. But that time might not be lost, Shirley, at the request of his assembly, took the responsibility on himself. If he had named a Massachusetts officer, it would have roused the jealousy of the other New England colonies, and he therefore appointed William Johnson of New York, thus gratifying that important province and pleasing the Five Nations, who at this time looked on Johnson with even more than usual favor. Hereupon, in reply to his request, Connecticut voted 1,200 men, New Hampshire 500, and Rhode Island 400, all at their own charge, while New York, a little later, promised 800 more. When in April Braddock and the council at Alexandria approved the plan and the commander, Shirley gave Johnson the commission of Major General of the levies of Massachusetts, and the governors of the other provinces contributing to the expedition gave him similar commissions for their respective contingents. Never did general take the field with authority so heterogeneous. He had never seen service and knew nothing of war. By birth he was Irish, of good family, being nephew of Admiral Sir Peter Warren, who, owning extensive wild lands on the Mohawk, had placed the young man in charge of them nearly 20 years before. Johnson was born to prosper. He had ambition, energy, an active mind, a tall, strong person, a rough, jovial temper, and a quick adaptation to his surroundings. He would drink flip with Dutch boors, or Madeira with royal governors. He liked the society of the great, would intrigue and flatter when he had an end to gain, and foil a rival without looking too closely at the means. But compared with the Indian traders who infested the border, he was a model of uprightness. He lived by the Mohawk in a fortified house which was a stronghold against foes and a scene of hospitality to friends, both white and red. Here, for his tastes were not fastidious, presided for many years a Dutch or German wench whom he finally married, and after her death a young Mohawk squaw took her place. Over his neighbors, the Indians of the Five Nations, and all others of their race with whom he had to deal, he acquired a remarkable influence. He liked them, adopted their ways, and treated them kindly or sternly as the case required, but always with a justice and honesty in strong contrast with the rascality of the Commission of Albany traders, who had lately managed their affairs, and whom they so detested that one of their chiefs called them not men, but devils. Hence, when Johnson was made Indian superintendent, there was joy all through the Iroquois Confederacy. When, in addition, he was made a general, he assembled the warriors in council to engage them to aid the expedition. This meeting took place at his own house, known as Fort Johnson, and as more than 1,100 Indians appeared at his call, his larder was sorely taxed to entertain them. The speeches were interminable. Johnson, as master of Indian rhetoric, knew his audience too well not to contest with them the palm of insufferable prolixity. The climax was reached on the fourth day, and he threw down the war belt. An Oneida chief took it up. Stevens, the interpreter, began the war dance, and the assembled warriors howled in chorus. Then a tub of punch was brought in, and they all drank the king's health. They showed less alacrity, however, to fight his battles, and scarcely 300 of them would take the warpath. Too many of their friends and relatives were enlisted for the French. While the British colonists were preparing to attack Crown Point, the French of Canada were preparing to defend it. Duquesne, recalled from his post, had resigned the government to the Marquis de Vaudreuil, who had at his disposal the battalions of regulars that had sailed in the spring from Brest under Baron Dieskau. His first thought was to use them for the capture of Oswego, But the letters of Braddock found on the battlefield warned him of the design against Crown Point, while a reconnoitring party which had gone as far as the Hudson brought back news that Johnson's forces were already in the field. Therefore the plan was changed, and Dieskau was ordered to lead the main body of his troops, not to Lake Ontario, but to Lake Champlain. He passed up the Richelieu and embarked in boats and canoes for Crown Point. The veteran knew that the foes with whom he had to deal were but a mob of countrymen. He doubted not of putting them to rout, and meant never to hold his hand till he had chased them back to Albany. "Make all haste," Vaudreuil wrote to him, "for when you return we shall send you to Oswego to execute our first design." Johnson, on his part, was preparing to advance. In July, about 3,000 provincials were encamped near Albany, some on the flats above the town, and some on the meadows below. Hither, too, came a swarm of Johnson's Mohawks, warriors, squaws, and children. They adorned the general's face with war paint, and he danced the war dance. Then with his sword he cut the first slice from the ox that had been roasted whole for their entertainment. "I shall be glad," wrote the surgeon of a New England regiment, "if they fight as eagerly as they ate their ox and drank their wine." Above all things, the expedition needed promptness, yet everything moved slowly. 5 popular legislatures controlled the troops and the supplies. Connecticut had refused to send her men till Shirley promised that her commanding officer should rank next to Johnson. The whole movement was for some time at a deadlock, because the 5 governments could not agree about their contributions of artillery and stores. The New Hampshire regiment had taken a short cut for Crown Point across the wilderness of Vermont, but had been recalled in time to save them from probable destruction. They were now, with the rest of the camp, at Albany, in such distress for provisions that a private subscription was proposed for their relief. Johnson's army, crude as it was, had in it good material. Here was Phineas Lyman of Connecticut, second in command, once a tutor at Yale College, and more recently a lawyer, a raw soldier, but a vigorous and brave one. Colonel Moses Titcomb of Massachusetts, who had fought with credit at Louisbourg, and Ephraim Williams, also colonel of a Massachusetts regiment, a tall and portly man, who had been a captain in the last war, member of the General Court and deputy sheriff. He made his will in the camp at Albany, and left a legacy to found the school which has since become Williams College. His relative, Stephen Williams, was chaplain of his regiment, and his brother Thomas was its surgeon. Seth Pomeroy, gunsmith at Northampton, who, like Titcomb, had seen service at Louisbourg, was its lieutenant colonel. He had left a wife at home, an excellent matron, to whom he was continually writing affectionate letters, mingling household cares with news of the camp, and charging her to see that their eldest boy Seth, then in college at New Haven, did not run off to the army. Pomeroy had with him his brother Daniel, and this he thought was enough. Here, too, was a man whose name is still a household word in New England, the sturdy Israel Putnam, private in a Connecticut regiment, and another as bold as he, John Stark, lieutenant in the New Hampshire levies, and the future victor of Bennington. The soldiers were no soldiers, but farmers and farmers' sons who had volunteered for the summer campaign. One of the corps, had a blue uniform faced with red. The rest wore their daily clothing. Blankets had been served out to them by the several provinces, but the greater part brought their own guns, some under the penalty of a fine if they came without them, and some under the inducement of a reward. They had no bayonets, but carried hatchets in their belt as a sort of substitute. At their sides were slung powder horns, on which, in the leisure of the camp, they carved quaint devices with the points of their jackknives. They came chiefly from plain New England homesteads, rustic abodes, unpainted and dingy, with long well sweeps, capacious barns, rough fields of pumpkins and corn, and vast kitchen chimneys, above which in winter hung squashes to keep them from frost and guns to keep them from rust. As to the manners and morals of the army, there is conflict of evidence. In some respects, nothing could be more exemplary. Not a chicken has been stolen, says William Smith of New York. While on the other hand, Colonel Ephraim Williams writes to Colonel Israel Williams, then commanding on the Massachusetts frontier, "We are a wicked, profane army, especially the New York and Rhode Island troops. Nothing to be heard among a great part of them but the language of hell. If Crown Point is taken, it will not be for our sakes, but for those good people left behind." There was edifying regularity in respect to form. Sermons twice a week, daily prayers, and frequent psalm singing alternated with the much-needed military drill. "Prayers among us night and morning," writes Private Jonathan Caswell of Massachusetts to his father. "Here we lie, knowing not when we shall march for Crown Point, but I hope not long to tarry. Desiring your prayers to God for me, as I am going to war. I am your ever dutiful son." To Pomeroy and some of his brothers in arms it seemed that they were not engaged in a kind of crusade against the myrmidons of Rome. "As you have at heart the Protestant cause," he wrote to his friend Israel Williams, "so I ask an interest in your prayers, that the Lord of hosts would go forth with us and give us victory over our unreasonable, encroaching, barbarous, murdering enemies." Both Williams the surgeon and Williams the colonel chafed at the incessant delays. "The expedition goes on very much as a snail runs," writes the former to his wife. "It seems we may possibly see Crown Point this time 12 months." The colonel was vexed because everything was out of joint in the Department of Transportation. Wagoners mutinous for want of pay, ordnance stores, camp kettles, and provisions left behind. As to rum, he complains, "it won't hold out 9 weeks. Things appear most melancholy to me." Even as he was writing, a report came of the defeat of Braddock, and shocked at the blow, his pen traced the words, "The Lord have mercy on poor New England." Jason had sent 4 Mohawk scouts to Canada. They returned on the 21st of August with the report that the French were all astir with preparation, and that 8,000 men were coming to defend Crown Point. On this a council of war was called, and it was resolved to send to the several colonies for reinforcements. Meanwhile, the main body had moved up the river to the spot called the Great Carrying Place, where Lyman had begun a fortified storehouse, which his men called Fort Lyman, but which was afterwards named Fort Edward. 2 Indian trails led from this point to the waters of Lake Champlain, one by way of Lake George, and the other by way of Wood Creek. There was doubt which course the army should take. A road was begun to Wood Creek. Then it was countermanded, and a party was sent to explore the path to Lake George. With submission to the general officers, Surgeon Williams again writes: "I think it a very grand mistake that the business of reconnoitring was not done months agone. It was resolved at last to march for Lake George. Gangs of axemen were sent to hew out the way, and on the 26th 2,000 men were ordered to the lake, while Colonel Blanchard of New Hampshire remained with 500 to finish and defend Fort Lyman." The train of Dutch wagons, guarded by the homely soldiery, jolted slowly over the stumps and roots of the newly made road, and the regiments followed at their leisure. The hardships of the way were not without their consolations. The jovial Irishman, who held the chief command, made himself very agreeable to the New England officers. "We went on about 4 or 5 miles," says Pomeroy in his journal, "then stopped, ate pieces of broken bread and cheese, and drank some fresh lemon punch and the best of wine with General Johnson and some of the field officers. It was the same on the next day. Stopped about noon and dined with General Johnson by a small brook under a tree. Ate a good dinner of cold, boiled, and roast venison. Drank good fresh lemon punch and wine." That afternoon they reached their destination, 14 miles from Fort Lyman. The most beautiful lake in America lay before them, then more beautiful than now, in the wild charm of untrodden mountains and virgin forests. "I have given it the name of Lake George," wrote Johnson to the Lords of Trade, "not only in honor of His Majesty, but to ascertain his undoubted dominion here." His men made their camp on a piece of rough ground by the edge of the water, pitching their tents among the stumps of the newly felled trees. In their front was a forest of pitch pine, on their right a marsh choked with alders and swamp maples. On their left the low hill where Fort George was afterwards built, and at their rear the lake. Little was done to clear the forest in front, though it would give excellent cover to an enemy. Nor did Johnson take much pains to learn the movement of the French in the direction of Crown Point, though he sent scouts towards South Bay and Wood Creek. Everyday stores and bateaux, or flatboats, came on wagons from Fort Lyman, and preparation moved on with the leisure that had marked it from the first. About 300 Mohawks came to the camp, and were regarded by the New England men as nuisances. On Sunday, the gray-haired Stephen Williams preached to these savage allies a long Calvinistic sermon, which must have sorely perplexed the interpreter whose business it was to turn it into Mohawk. And in the afternoon, young Chaplain Newell of Rhode Island expounded to the New England men the somewhat untimely text, "Love your enemies." On the next Sunday, September the 7th, Williams preached again, this time to the whites from a text in Isaiah. It was a peaceful day, fair and warm, with a few light showers, yet not wholly a day of rest. For 200 wagons came up from Fort Lyman, loaded with bateaux. After the sermon there was an alarm. An Indian scout came in about sunset, and reported that he had found the trail of a body of men moving from South Bay towards Fort Lyman. Johnson called for a volunteer to carry a letter of warning to Colonel Blanchard, the commander. A wagoner named Adams offered himself for the perilous service, mounted and galloped along the road with the letter. Sentries were posted, and the camp fell asleep. While Johnson lay at Lake George, Dieskau prepared a surprise for him. The German baron had reached Crown Point at the head of 3,573 men, regulars, Canadians, and Indians. He had no thought of waiting there to be attacked. The troops were told to hold themselves ready to move at a moment's notice. Officers, so ran the order, will take nothing with them but one spare shirt, one spare pair of shoes, a blanket, a bearskin, and provisions for 12 days. Indians are not to amuse themselves by taking scalps till the enemy is entirely defeated, since they can kill 10 men in the time required to scalp one. Then Dieskau moved on with nearly all his force to Carillon, or Ticonderoga, a promontory commanding both the routes by which alone Johnson could advance, that of Wood Creek and that of Lake George. The Indians' allies were commanded by Legardeur de Saint Pierre, the officer who had received Washington on his embassy to Fort Le Bœuf. These unmanageable warriors were a constant annoyance to Dieskau, being a species of humanity quite new to him. They drive us crazy, he says, from morning till night. There is no end to their demands. They have already eaten 5 oxen and as many hogs, without counting the kegs of brandy they have drunk. In short, one needs the patience of an angel to get on with these devils, and yet one must always force himself to seem pleased with them. They would scarcely even go out as scouts. At last, however, on the 4th of September, a reconnoitring party came in with a scalp and an English prisoner caught near Fort Lyman. He was questioned under the threat of being given to the Indians for torture if he did not tell the truth. But nothing daunted, he invented a patriotic falsehood, and thinking to lure his captors into a trap, told them that the English army had fallen back to Albany, leaving 500 men at Fort Lyman, which he represented as indefensible. Dieskau resolved on a rapid movement to seize the place. At noon of the same day, leaving a part of his force at Ticonderoga, he embarked the rest in canoes and advanced along the narrow prolongation of Lake Champlain that stretched southward through the wilderness to where the town of Whitehall now stands. He soon came to a point where the lake dwindled to a mere canal, while 2 mighty rocks, capped with stunted forests, faced each other from the opposing banks. Here he left an officer named Roquemaure with a detachment of troops, and again advanced along a belt of quiet water traced through the midst of a deep marsh, green at that season with sedge and water weeds, and known to the English as the Drowned Lands. Beyond, on either hand, crags feathered with birch and fir, or hills mantled with woods, looked down on the long procession of canoes. As they neared the site of Whitehall, a passage opened on the right, the entrance to a sheet of lonely water slumbering in the shadow of woody mountains, and forming the lake then, as now, called South Bay. They advanced to its head, landed where a small stream enters it, left the canoes under a guard, and began their march through the forest. They counted in all 216 regulars of the battalions of Languedoc and Lorraine, 684 Canadians, and above 600 Indians. Every officer and man carried provisions for 8 days in his knapsack. They encamped at night by a brook, and in the morning, after hearing mass, marched again. The evening of the next day brought them near the road that led to Lake George. Fort Lyman was but 3 miles distant. A man on horseback galloped by. It was Adams, Johnson's unfortunate messenger. The Indians shot him and found the letter in his pocket. Soon after, 10 or 12 wagons appeared in charge of mutinous drivers who had left the English camp without orders. Several of them were shot, 2 were taken, and the rest ran off. The 2 captives declared that, contrary to the assertion of the prisoner at Ticonderoga, a large force lay encamped at the lake. The Indians now held a council, and presently gave out that they would not attack the fort, which they thought well supplied with cannon, but that they were willing to attack the camp at Lake George. Remonstrance was lost upon them. Dieskau was not young, but he was daring to rashness, and inflamed to emulation by the victory over Braddock. The enemy were reported greatly to outnumber him, but his Canadian advisers had assured him that the English colony militia were the worst troops on the face of the earth. "The more there are," he said to the Canadians and Indians, "the more we shall kill." And in the morning the order was given to march for the lake. They moved rapidly on through the waste of pines, and soon entered the rugged valley that led to Johnson's camp. On their right was a gorge where, shadowed in bushes, gurgled a gloomy brook, and beyond rose the cliffs that buttressed the rocky heights of French Mountain, seen by glimpses between the boughs. On their left rose gradually the lower slopes of West Mountain. All was rock, thicket, and forest. There was no open space but the road along which the regulars marched, while the Canadians and Indians pushed their way through the woods in such order as the broken ground would permit. They were 3 miles from the lake when their scouts brought in a prisoner who told them that a column of English troops was approaching. Dieskau's preparations were quickly made. While the regulars halted on the road, the Canadians and Indians moved to the front, where most of them hid in the forest along the slopes of West Mountain, and the rest lay close among the thickets on the other side. Thus, when the English advanced to attack the regulars in front, they would find themselves caught in a double ambush. No sight or sound betrayed the snare, but behind every bush crouched a Canadian or savage, with gun cocked and ears intent, listening for the tramp of the approaching column. End of section 24. Section 25 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 2. The wagoners who escaped the evening before had reached the camp about midnight, and reported that there was a war party on the road near Fort Lyman. Johnson had at this time 2,200 effective men, besides his 300 Indians. He called a council of war in the morning, and a resolution was taken which can only be explained by a complete misconception as to the force of the French. It was determined to send out 2 detachments of 500 men each, one towards Fort Lyman and the other towards South Bay, the object being, according to Johnson, to catch the enemy in their retreat. Hendrick, chief of the Mohawks, a brave and sagacious warrior, expressed his dissent after a fashion of his own. He picked up a stick and broke it, and then he picked up several sticks and showed that together they could not be broken. The hint was taken, and the 2 detachments were joined in one. Still the old savage shook his head. "If they are to be killed," he said, "they are too many. If they are to fight, they are too few." Nevertheless, he resolved to share their fortunes, and mounting on a gun carriage, he harangued his warriors with a voice so animated and gestures so expressive that the New England officers listened in admiration, though they understood not a word. One difficulty remained. He was too old and fat to go afoot, but Johnson lent him a horse, which he bestrode and trotted to the head of the column, followed by 200 of his warriors, as fast as they could grease, paint, and befeather themselves. Captain Elisha Hawley was in his tent, finishing a letter which he had just written to his brother Joseph, and these were the last words: "I am this minute a-going out in company with 500 men to see if we can intercept them in their retreat, or find their canoes in the drowned lands, and therefore must conclude this letter." He closed and directed it, and in an hour received his death wound. It was soon after 8 o'clock when Ephraim Williams left the camp with his regiment, marched a little distance, and then waited for the rest of the detachment under Lieutenant Colonel Whiting. Thus Dieskau had full time to lay his ambush. When Whiting came up, the whole moved on together, so little conscious of danger that no scouts were thrown out in front or flank, and in full security they entered the fatal snare. Before they were completely involved in it, the sharp eye of old Hendrick detected some sign of an enemy. At that instant, whether by accident or design, a gun was fired from the bushes. It is said that Dieskau's Iroquois, seeing Mohawks, their relatives, in the van, wished to warn them of danger. If so, the warning came too late. The thickets on the left blazed out a deadly fire, and the men fell by scores. In the words of Dieskau, the head of the column was doubled up like a pack of cards. Hendrick's horse was shot down, and the chief was killed with a bayonet as he tried to rise. Williams, seeing a rising ground on his right, made for it, calling on his men to follow. But as he climbed the slope, guns flashed from the bushes, and a shot through the brain laid him dead. The men in the rear pressed forward to support their comrades, when a hot fire was suddenly opened on them from the forest along their right flank. Then there was a panic. Some fled outright, and the whole column recoiled. The van now became the rear, and all the force of the enemy rushed upon it, shouting and screeching. There was a moment of total confusion, but a part of William's regiment rallied under command of Whiting and covered the retreat, fighting behind trees like Indians, and firing and falling back by turns, bravely aided by some of the Mohawks and by a detachment which Johnson sent to their aid. And a very handsome retreat they made, writes Pomeroy, and so continued till they came within about 3/4 of a mile of our camp. This was the last fire our men gave our enemies, which killed great numbers of them. They were seen to drop as pigeons. So ended the fray long known in New England fireside story as the Bloody Morning Scout. Dieskau now ordered a halt, and sounded his trumpets to collect his scattered men. His Indians, however, were sullen and unmanageable, and the Canadians also showed signs of wavering. The veteran who commanded them all, Legardeur de Saint Pierre, had been killed. At length they were persuaded to move again, the regulars leading the way. About an hour after Williams and his men had begun their march, a distant rattle of musketry was heard at the camp, and as it grew nearer and louder, the listeners knew that their comrades were on the retreat. Then at the 11th hour preparations were begun for defence. A sort of barricade was made along the front of the camp, partly of wagons and partly of inverted bateaux, but chiefly of the trunks of trees hastily hewn down in the neighboring forest and laid end to end in a single row. The line extended from the southern slopes of the hill on the left across a tract of rough ground to the marshes on the right. The forest, choked with bushes and clumps of rank ferns, was within a few yards of the barricade, and there was scarcely time to hack away the intervening thickets. 3 cannon were planted to sweep the road that descended through the pines, and another was dragged up to the ridge of the hill. The defeated party began to come in. First, scared fugitives, both white and red, then gangs of men bringing the wounded, and at last, an hour and a half after the first fire was heard, the main detachment was seen marching in compact bodies down the road. 500 men were detailed to guard the flanks of the camp. The rest stood behind the wagons or lay flat behind the logs and inverted bateaux. The Massachusetts men on the right and the Connecticut men on the left. Besides Indians, this actual fighting force was between 1,600 and 1,700 rustics, very few of whom had been under fire before that morning. They were hardly at their posts when they saw ranks of white-coated soldiers moving down the road, and bayonets that to them seemed innumerable, glittering between the boughs. At the same time, a terrific burst of war whoops rose along the front, and in the words of Pomeroy, the Canadians and Indians, helter-skelter, the woods full of them, came running with undaunted courage right down the hill upon us, expecting to make us flee. Some of the men grew uneasy, while the chief officers, sword in hand, threatened instant death to any who should stir from their posts. If Dieskau had made an assault at that instant, there could be little doubt of the result. This he well knew, but he was powerless. He had his small force of regulars well in hand, but the rest, red and white, were beyond control, scattering through the woods and swamps, shouting, yelling, and firing from behind trees. The regulars advanced with intrepidity towards the camp where the trees were thin, deployed and fired by platoons, till Captain Eyre, who commanded the artillery, opened on them with grape, broke their ranks, and compelled them to take cover. The fusillade was now general on both sides, and soon grew furious. Perhaps, Seth Pomeroy wrote to his wife 2 days after, the hailstones from heaven were never much thicker than their bullets came, but blessed be God, that did not in the least daunt or disturb us. Johnson received a flesh wound in the thigh, and spent the rest of the day in his tent. Lyman took command, and it is a marvel that he escaped alive, for he was 4 hours in the heat of the fire, directing and animating the men. "It was the most awful day my eyes ever beheld," wrote Surgeon Williams to his wife. "There seemed to be nothing but thunder and lightning and perpetual pillars of smoke." To him, his colleague Dr. Pynchon, one assistant, and a young student called Billy, fell the charge of the wounded of his regiment. The bullets flew about our ears all the time of dressing them, so we thought best to leave our tent and retire a few rods behind the shelter of a log house. On the adjacent hill stood one Blodgett, who seems to have been a sutler, watching, as well as bushes, trees, and smoke would let him, the progress of the fight, of which he soon after made and published a curious bird's eye view. As the wounded men were carried to the rear, The wagoners about the camp took their guns and powder horns and joined in the fray. A Mohawk, seeing one of these men still unarmed, leapt over the barricade, tomahawked the nearest Canadian, snatched his gun, and darted back unhurt. The brave savage found no imitators among his tribesmen, most of whom did nothing but utter a few war whoops, saying that they had come to see their English brothers fight. Some of the French Indians opened a distant flank fire from the high ground beyond the swamp on the right, but were driven off by a few shells dropped among them. Dieskau had directed his first attack against the left and centre of Johnson's position. Making no impression here, he tried to force the right, where lay the regiments of Titcomb, Ruggles, and Williams. The fire was hot for about an hour. Titcomb was shot dead, a rod in front of the barricade, firing from behind a tree like a common soldier. At length Dieskau, exposing himself within short range of the English line, was hit in the leg. His adjutant, Montreuil, himself wounded, came to his aid, and was washing the injured limb with brandy, when the unfortunate commander was again hit in the knee and thigh. He seated himself behind a tree while the adjutant called 2 Canadians to carry him to the rear. One of them was instantly shot down. Montreuil took his place, but Dieskau refused to be moved, bitterly denounced the Canadians and Indians, and ordered the adjutant to leave him and lead the regulars in a last effort against the camp. It was too late. Johnson's men, singly or in small squads, already crossing their row of logs, and in a few moments the whole dashed forward with a shout, falling upon the enemy with hatchets and the butts of their guns. The French and their allies fled. The wounded general still sat helpless by the tree when he saw a soldier aiming at him. He signed to the man not to fire, but he pulled trigger, shot him across the hips, leapt upon him, and ordered him in French to surrender. "I said," writes Dieskau, "you rascal, why did you fire? You see a man lying in his blood on the ground, and you shoot him." He answered, "How did I know that you had not got a pistol? I had rather kill the devil than have the devil kill me." "You are a Frenchman?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. "It is more than 10 years since I left Canada." Whereupon several others fell on me and stripped me. I told them to carry me to their general, which they did. On learning who I was, he sent for surgeons, and, though wounded himself, refused all assistance till my wounds were dressed. It was near 5 o'clock when the final rout took place. Some time before, several hundred of the Canadians and Indians had left the field and returned to the scene of the morning fight, to plunder and scalp the dead. They were resting themselves near a pool in the forest, close beside the road, when their repose was interrupted by a volley of bullets. It was fired by a scouting party from Fort Lyman, chiefly backwoodsmen, under Captains Folsom and McGinnis. The assailants were greatly outnumbered, but after a hard fight the Canadians and Indians broke and fled. McGinnis was mortally wounded. He continued to give orders till the firing was over, then fainted, and was carried, dying, to the camp. The bodies of the slain, according to tradition, were thrown into the pool, which bears to this day the name of Bloody Pond. The various bands of fugitives rejoined each other towards night, and encamped in the forest, then made their way round the southern shoulder of French Mountain, till in the next evening they reached their canoes. Their plight was deplorable. for they had left their knapsacks behind and were spent with fatigue and famine. Meanwhile their captive general was not yet out of danger. The Mohawks were furious at their losses in the ambush of the morning, and above all at the death of Hendrick. Scarcely were Dieskau's wounds dressed, when several of them came into the tent. There was a long and angry dispute in their own language between them and Johnson, after which they went out very sullenly. Dieskau asked what they wanted. "What do they want?" returned Johnson. "To burn you, by God, eat you, and smoke you in their pipes, in revenge for 3 or 4 of their chiefs that were killed. But never fear, you shall be safe with me, or else they shall kill us both." The Mohawks soon came back, and another talk ensued, excited at first and then more calm, till at length the visitors, seemingly appeased, smiled, gave Dieskau their hands in sign of friendship, and quietly went out again. Johnson warned him that he was not yet safe, and when the prisoner, fearing that his presence might incommode his host, asked to be removed to another tent, a captain and 50 men were ordered to guard him. In the morning an Indian, alone and apparently unarmed, loitered about the entrance, and the stupid sentinel let him pass in. He immediately drew a sword from under a sort of cloak which he wore, and tried to stab Dieskau, but was prevented by the colonel to whom the tent belonged, who seized upon him, took away his sword, and pushed him out. As soon as his wounds would permit, Dieskau was carried on a litter, strongly escorted, to Fort Lyman, whence he was sent to Albany, and afterwards to New York. He is profuse in expressions of gratitude for the kindness shown him by the colonial officers, and especially by Johnson. Of the provincial soldiers he remarked soon after the battle that in the morning they fought like good boys, about noon like men, and in the afternoon like devils. In the spring of 1757 he sailed for England, and was for a time at Falmouth, whence Colonel Matthew Sewell, fearing that he might see and learn too much, wrote to the Earl of Holdernesse, "The Baron has great penetration and quickness of apprehension. His long service under Marshal Saxe renders him a man of real consequence, to be cautiously observed. His circumstances deserve compassion, for indeed they are very melancholy, and I much doubt of his being ever perfectly cured." He was afterwards a long time at Bath for the benefit of the waters. In 1760 the famous Diderot met him at Paris, cheerful and full of anecdote, though wretchedly shattered by his wounds. He died a few years later. On the night after the battle, the yeoman warriors felt the truth of the saying that, next to defeat, the saddest thing is victory. Comrades and friends by scores lay scattered through the forest. As soon as he could snatch a moment's leisure, the overworked surgeon sent the dismal tidings to his wife: "My dear brother Ephraim was killed by a ball through his head. Poor brother Josiah's wound, I fear, will prove mortal. Poor Captain Hawley is yet alive, though I did not think he would live 2 hours after bringing him in. Daniel Pomeroy was shot dead, and his brother Seth wrote the news to his wife Rachel, who was just delivered of a child. Dear sister, this brings heavy tidings, but let not your heart sink at the news, though it be your loss of a dear husband. Monday the 8th instant was a memorable day, and truly you may say, had not the Lord been on our side, we must all have been swallowed up. My brother, being one that went out in the first engagement, received a fatal shot through the middle of the head. Seth Pomeroy found a moment to write also to his own wife, whom he tells that another attack is expected, adding in quaintly pious phrase, "But as God hath begun to show mercy, I hope he will go on to be gracious." Pomeroy was employed during the next few days with 400 men in what he calls the melancholy piece of business of burying the dead. A letter writer of the time does not approve what was done on this occasion. Our people, he says, not only buried the French dead, but buried as many of them as might be without the knowledge of our Indians, to prevent their being scalped. This I call an excess of civility, his reason being that Braddock's dead soldiers had been left to the wolves. The English loss in killed, wounded, and missing was 262, and that of the French, by their own account, 228, a somewhat modest result of 5 hours' fighting. The English loss was chiefly in the ambush of the morning, where the killed greatly outnumbered the wounded, because those who fell and could not be carried away were tomahawked by Dieskau's Indians. In the fight at the camp, both Indians and Canadians kept themselves so well under cover that it was very difficult for the New England men to pick them off, while they, on their part, lay close behind their row of logs. On the French side, the regular officers and troops bore the brunt of the battle and suffered the chief loss, nearly all of the former and nearly half of the latter being killed or wounded. Johnson did not follow up his success. He says that his men were tired, yet 500 of them had stood still all day, and boats enough for their transportation were lying on the beach. 10 miles down the lake, a path led over a gorge of the mountains to South Bay, where Dieskau had left his canoes and provisions. It needed but a few hours to reach and destroy them, but no such attempt was made, nor till a week after did Johnson send out scouts to learn the strength of the enemy at Ticonderoga. Lyman strongly urged him to make an effort to seize that important pass, but Johnson thought only of holding his own position. "I think," he wrote, "we may expect very shortly a more formidable attack." He made a solid breastwork to defend his camp, and as reinforcements arrived, set them at building a fort on a rising ground by the lake. It is true that just after the battle he was deficient in stores, and had not bateaux enough to move his whole force. It is true also that he was wounded, and that he was too jealous of Lyman to delegate the command to him. So the days passed till, within a fortnight, his nimble enemy were entrenched at Ticonderoga in force enough to defy him. The Crown Point expedition was a failure disguised under an incidental success. The northern provinces, especially Massachusetts and Connecticut, did what they could to forward it, and after the battle sent a herd of raw recruits to the scene of action. Shirley wrote to Johnson from Oswego, declared that his reasons for not advancing were insufficient, and urged him to push for Ticonderoga at once. Johnson replied that he had not wagons enough, and that his troops were ill-clothed, ill-fed, discontented, insubordinate, and sickly. He complained that discipline was out of the question, because the officers were chosen by popular election, that many of them were no better than the men, unfit for command, and like so many heads of a mob. The reinforcements began to come in, till, in October, there were 3,600 men in the camp, and as most of them wore summer clothing and had but one thin domestic blanket, they were half frozen in the chill autumn nights. Johnson called a council of war, and as he was suffering from inflamed eyes, and was still kept in his tent by his wound, he asked Lyman to preside, not unwilling, perhaps, to shift the responsibility upon him. After several sessions and much debate, the assembled officers decided that it was inexpedient to proceed. Yet the army lay more than a month longer at the lake, while the disgust of the men increased daily under the rains, frosts, and snows of a dreary November. On the 22nd, Chandler, chaplain of one of the Massachusetts regiments, wrote in the interleaved almanac that served him as a diary, "The men just ready to mutiny. Some clubbed their firelocks and marched, but returned back. Very rainy night, miry water standing the tents. Very distressing time among the sick. The men grew more and more unruly, and went off in squads without asking leave. A difficult question arose: who should stay for the winter to garrison the new forts, and who should command them? It was settled at last that a certain number of soldiers from each province should be assigned to this ungrateful service, and that Massachusetts should have the first officer, Connecticut the second, and New York the third. Then the camp broke up. Thursday the 27th, wrote the chaplain in his almanac, we set out about 10 of the clock, marched in a body about 3,000, the wagons and baggage in the centre, our colonel much insulted by the way. The soldiers dispersed to their villages and farms, where in blustering winter nights, by the blazing logs of New England hearthstones, they told their friends and neighbors the story of the campaign. The profit of it fell to Johnson. If he did not gather the fruits of victory, at least he reaped its laurels. He was a courtier in his rough way. He had changed the name of Lac St. Sacrament to Lake George, in compliment to the king. He now changed that of Fort Lyman to Fort Edward, in compliment to one of the king's grandsons, and in compliment to another, called his new fort at the lake William Henry. Of General Lyman he made no mention in his report of the battle, and his partisans wrote letters traducing that brave officer, though Johnson is said to have confessed in private that he owed him the victory. He found himself no lack of eulogists, and, to quote from the words of an able but somewhat caustic and prejudiced opponent, to the panegyrical pen of his secretary, Mr. Wraxall, and the sic volo sic jubeo of Lieutenant Governor Delancey, is to be ascribed that mighty renown which echoed through the colonies, reverberated to Europe, and elevated a raw, inexperienced youth into a kind of second Marlborough. Parliament gave him £5,000, and the king made him a baronet. End of section 25. Section 26 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 1. 1755 to 1756. Shirley, Border War. The capture of Niagara was to finish the work of the summer. This alone would have gained for England the control of the valley of the Ohio, and made Braddock's expedition superfluous. One marvels at the short-sightedness, the dissensions, the apathy which had left this key of the interior so long in the hands of France, without an effort to wrest it from her. To master Niagara would be to cut the communications of Canada with the whole system of French forts and settlements in the west, and leave them to perish like limbs of a girdled tree. Major General Shirley, in the flush of his new martial honours, was to try his prentice hand at the work. The lawyer soldier could plan a campaign boldly and well. It remained to see how he would do his part towards executing it. In July he arrived at Albany, the starting point of his own expedition as well as that of Johnson. This little Dutch city was an outpost of civilization. The Hudson, descending from the northern wilderness, connected it with the lakes and streams that formed the thoroughfare to Canada, while the Mohawk, flowing from the west, was a liquid pathway to the forest homes of the Five Nations. Before the war was over, a little girl, Anne McVicker, daughter of a Highland officer, was left at Albany by her father, and spent several years there in the house of Mrs. Schuyler, aunt of General Schuyler of the Revolution. Long after, married and middle-aged, she wrote down her recollections of the place, the fort on the hill behind, the great street, grassy and broad, that descended thence to the river, with market, guardhouse, town hall, and two churches in the middle, and rows of quaint Dutch-built houses on both sides, each detached from its neighbours, each with its well, garden, and green, and its great overshadowing tree. Before every house was a capacious porch, with seats where the people gathered in the summer twilight, old men at one door, matrons at another, young men and girls mingling at a third, while the cows with their tinkling bells came from the common at the end of the town, each stopping to be milked at the door of its owner, and children, porringer in hand, sat on the steps watching the process and waiting their evening meal. Such was the quiet picture painted on the memory of Anne McVicker and reproduced by the pens of Mrs. Anne Grant. The patriarchal, semi-rural town had other aspects, not so pleasing. The men were mainly engaged in the fur trade, sometimes legally with the Five Nations, and sometimes illegally with the Indians of Canada, an occupation which by no means tends to soften the character. The Albany Dutch traders were a rude, hard race, loving money and not always scrupulous as to the means of getting it. Coming events, too, were soon to have their effect on this secluded community. Regiments, red and blue, trumpets, drums, banners, artillery trains, and all the din of war transformed its peaceful streets and brought some attaint to domestic morals hitherto commendable, for during the next 5 years Albany was to be the principal base of military operations on the continent. Shirley had left the place, and was now on his way up the Mohawk. His force, much smaller than at first intended, consisted of the New Jersey Regiment, which mustered 500 men, known as the Jersey Blues, and of the 50th and 51st Regiments, called respectively Shirley's and Pepperell's. These, though paid by the King and counted as regulars, were in fact raw provincials, just raised in the colonies and wearing their gay uniforms with an awkward, unaccustomed air. How they gloried in them may be gathered from a letter of Sergeant James Gray of Pepperell's to his brother John. I have 2 Holland shirts found me by the King, and 2 pair of shoes and 2 pair of worsted stockings, a good silver-laced hat, the lace I could sell for $4, and my clothes is as fine scarlet broadcloth as ever you did see, A sergeant here in the King's regiment is counted as good as an ensign with you, and one day in every week we must have our hair or wigs powdered." Most of these gorgeous warriors were already on their way to Oswego, their first destination. Shirley followed, embarking at the Dutch village of Schenectady, and ascending the Mohawk with about 200 of the so-called regulars in bateaux. They passed Fort Johnson, the two villages of the Mohawks, and the Palatine settlement of German Flats, left behind the last trace of civilized man, rode 60 miles through wilderness, and reached the great carrying place, which divided the waters that flow to the Hudson from those that flow to Lake Ontario. Here now stands the city which the classic zeal of its founders has adorned with the name of Rome. Then all was swamp and forest, traversed by a track that led to Wood Creek, which is not to be confounded with the Wood Creek of Lake Champlain. Thither the bateaux were dragged on sledges and launched on the dark and tortuous stream, which, fed by a decoction of forest leaves that oozed from the marshy shores, crept in shadows through depths of foliage, with only a belt of illumined sky gleaming between the jagged treetops. Tall and lean, with straining towards the light, their rough, gaunt stems trickling with perpetual damps, stood on either hand the silent hosts of the forest. The skeletons of their dead, barkless, blanched, and shattered, strewed the mud banks and shallows. Others lay submerged, like bones of drowned mammoths, thrusting lank white limbs above the sullen water, and great trees, entire as yet, were flung by age or storms athwart the current, a bristling barricade of matted boughs. There was work for the axe as well as for the oar, till at length Lake Oneida opened before them, and they rowed all day over its sunny breast, reached the outlet, and drifted down the shallow eddies of the Onondaga, between walls of verdure, silent as death, yet haunted everywhere with ambushed danger. It was 20 days after leaving Schenectady when they neared the mouth of the river, and Lake Ontario greeted them, stretched like a sea to the pale brink of the northern sky, while on the bare hill at their left stood the miserable little fort of Oswego. Shirley's whole force soon arrived, but not the needful provisions and stores. The machinery of transportation and the commissariat was in the bewildered state inevitable among a peaceful people at the beginning of a war, while the news of Braddock's defeat produced such an effect on the boatmen and the draymen at the carrying places that the greater part deserted. Along with these disheartening tidings, Shirley learned the death of his eldest son, killed at the side of Braddock. He had with him a second son, Captain John Shirley, a vivacious young man whom his father and his father's friends in their familiar correspondence always called Jack. John Shirley's letters give a lively view of the situation. "I have sat down to write to you," thus he addresses Governor Morris of Pennsylvania, who seems to have had a great liking for him, "because there is an opportunity of sending you a few lines, and if you will promise to excuse blots, interlineations, and grease, for this is written in the open air upon the head of a pork barrel, and 20 people about me, I will begin another half sheet. We are not more than 1,500 men fit for duty, but that I am pretty sure if we can go in time in our sloop, row galleys, and whaleboats, will be sufficient to take Frontenac, after which we may venture to go upon the attack of Niagara, but not before. I have not the least doubt with myself of knocking down both these places yet this fall, if we can get away in a week. If we can take or destroy their 2 vessels at Frontenac, and ruin their harbor there, and destroy the 2 forts of that and Niagara, I shall think we have done great things. Nobody holds it out better than my father and myself. We shall all of us relish a good house over our heads, being all encamped except the general and some few field officers, who have what are called at Oswego houses, but they would in other countries be called only sheds, except the fort where my father is. Adieu, dear sir. I hope my next will be directed from Frontenac. Yours most affectionately, John Shirley. Fort Frontenac lay to the northward, 50 miles or more across the lake. Niagara lay to the westward, at the distance of 4 or 5 days by boat or canoe along the south shore. At Frontenac there was a French force of 1,400 regulars and Canadians. They had vessels and canoes to cross the lake and fall upon Oswego as soon as Shirley should leave it to attack Niagara, for Braddock's captured papers had revealed to them the English plan. If they should take it, Shirley would be cut off from his supplies and placed in desperate jeopardy with the enemy in his rear. Hence it is that John Shirley insists on taking Frontenac before attempting Niagara. But the task was not easy, for the French force at the former place was about equal in effective strength to that of the English at Oswego. At Niagara, too, the French had, at the end of August, nearly 1,200 Canadians and Indians from Fort Duquesne and the Upper Lakes. Shirley was but imperfectly informed by his scouts of the unexpected strength of the opposition that awaited him, but he knew enough to see that his position was a difficult one. His movement on Niagara was stopped first by want of provisions, and secondly because he was checkmated by the troops at Frontenac. He did not despair. Want of courage was not among his failings, and he was but too ready to take risks. He called a council of officers, told them that the total number of men fit for duty was 1,376, and that as soon as provisions enough should arrive, he would embark for Niagara with 600 soldiers and as many Indians as possible, leaving the rest to defend Oswego against the expected attack from Fort Frontenac. All I am uneasy about is our provisions, writes John Shirley to his friend Morris. Our men have been upon half allowance of bread these 3 weeks past, and no rum given to 'em. My father yesterday called all the Indians together and made 'em a speech on the subject of General Johnson's engagement, which he calculated to inspire them with a spirit of revenge. After the speech, he gave them a bullock for a feast, which they roasted and ate, pretending that they were eating the Governor of Canada. Some provisions arriving, orders were given to embark on the next day, but the officers murmured their dissent. The weather was persistently bad, their vessels would not hold half the party, and the bateau, made only for river navigation, would infallibly founder on the treacherous and stormy lake. All the field officers, says John Shirley, think it too rash an attempt, and I have heard so much of it that I think it my duty to let my father know what I hear." Another council was called, and the general, reluctantly convinced of the danger, put the question whether to go or not. The situation admitted but one reply. The council was of opinion that for the present the enterprise was impracticable, that Oswego should be strengthened, more vessels built, and preparation made to renew the attempt as soon as spring opened. All thoughts of active operations were now suspended, and during what was left of the season the troops exchanged the musket for the spade, saw, and axe. At the end of October, leaving 700 men at Oswego, Shirley returned to Albany, and narrowly escaped drowning on the way, while passing a rapid in a whaleboat to try the fitness of that species of craft for river navigation. Unfortunately for him, he had fallen out with Johnson, whom he had made what he was, but who now turned against him, a seeming ingratitude not wholly unprovoked. Shirley had diverted the New Jersey regiment, destined originally for Crown Point, to his own expedition against Niagara. Naturally inclined to keep all the reins in his own hands, he had encroached on Johnson's new office of Indian superintendent, held conferences with the Five Nations, and employed agents of his own to deal with them. These agents were persons obnoxious to Johnson, being allied with the clique of Dutch traders at Albany, who hated him because he had supplanted them in the direction of Indian affairs. And in a violent letter to the Lords of Trade, he inveighs against their licentious and abandoned proceedings, villainous conduct, scurrilous falsehoods, and base and insolent behavior. "I am considerable enough," he says, "to have enemies and to be envied." And he declares he has proof that Shirley told the Mohawks that he, Johnson, was an upstart of his creating, whom he had set up and could pull down. Again, he charges Shirley's agents with trying to debauch the Indians from joining him, while Shirley, on his sides, retorts the same complaint against his accuser. When, by the death of Braddock, Shirley became commander-in-chief, Johnson grew so restive at being subject to his instructions that he declined to hold the management of Indian affairs unless it was made independent of his rival. The dispute became mingled with the teapot tempest of New York provincial politics. The lieutenant governor, Delancey, a politician of restless ambition and consummate dexterity, had taken umbrage at Shirley, whose rising honors, not borne with remarkable humility, he appears to have been jealous. Delancey had hitherto favored the Dutch faction in the Assembly, hostile to Johnson, but he now changed attitude and joined hands with him against the object of their common dislike. The one was strong in the prestige of a loudly trumpeted victory, and the other had means of influence over the ministry. Their coalition boded ill to Shirley, and he soon felt its effects. The campaign was now closed, a sufficiently active one, seeing that the two nations were nominally at peace. A disastrous rout on the Monongahela, failure at Niagara, a barren victory at Lake George, and 3 forts captured in Acadia were the disappointing results on the part of England. Nor had her enemies cause to boast. The Indians, it is true, had won a battle for them, but they had suffered mortifying defeat from a raw militia. Their general was a prisoner, and they had lost Acadia past hope. The campaign was over, but not its effects. It remains to see what befell from the rout of Braddock and the unpardonable retreat of Dunbar from the frontier which it was his duty to defend. Dumas had replaced Contrecoeur in the command of Fort Duquesne, and his first care was to set on the western tribes to attack the border settlements. His success was triumphant. The Delawares and Shawanoes, old friends of the English, but for years past tending to alienation through neglect and ill usage, now took the lead against them. Many of the Mingos, or Five Nation Indians on the Ohio, also took up the hatchet, as did various remoter tribes. The West rose like a nest of hornets and swarmed in fury against the English frontier. Such was the consequence of the defeat of Braddock, aided by the skilful devices of the French commander. It is by means such as I have mentioned, says Dumas, varied in every form to suit the occasion, that I have succeeded in ruining the three adjacent provinces, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia, driving off the inhabitants and totally destroying the settlements over a tract of country 30 leagues wide, reckoning from the line of Fort Cumberland. Monsieur de Contrecoeur had not been gone a week before I had 6 or 7 different war parties in the field at once, always accompanied by a Frenchman. Thus far we have lost only 2 officers and a few soldiers, but the Indian villages are full of prisoners of every age and sex. The enemy has lost far more since the battle than on the day of his defeat. Dumas, required by the orders of his superiors to wage a detestable warfare against helpless settlers and their families, did what he could to temper its horrors, and enjoined the officers who went with the Indians to spare no effort to prevent them from torturing prisoners. The attempt should be set down to his honor, but it did not avail much. In the record of cruelties committed this year on the borders, we find repeated instances of children scalped alive. They kill all they meet, writes a French priest, and after having abused the women and maidens, they slaughter or burn them. Washington was now in command of the Virginia regiment, consisting of 1,000 men, raised afterwards to 1,500. With these he was to protect a frontier of 350 miles against more numerous enemies, who could choose their time and place of attack. His headquarters were at Winchester. His men were an ungovernable crew enlisted chiefly on the turbulent border, and resenting every kind of discipline as levelling them with negroes, while the sympathizing House of Burgesses hesitated for months to pass any law for enforcing obedience, lest it should trench on the liberties of free white men. The service was to the last degree unpopular. If we talk of obliging men to serve their country, wrote London Carter, we are sure to hear a fellow mumble over the words liberty and property 1,000 times. The people, too, were in mortal fear of a slave insurrection, and therefore dared not go far from home. Meanwhile, a panic reigned along the border. Captain Wagoner, passing a gap in the Blue Ridge, could hardly make his way for the crowd of fugitives. Every day, writes Washington, we have accounts of such cruelties and barbarities as are shocking to human nature. It is not possible to conceive the situation and danger of this miserable country. Such numbers of French and Indians are all around that no road is safe. These frontiers had always been at peace. No forts of refuge had thus far been built, and the scattered settlers had no choice but to flight. Their first impulse was to put wife and children beyond reach of the tomahawk. As autumn advanced, the invading bands grew more and more audacious. Braddock had opened a road for them by which they could cross the mountains at their ease, and scouts from Fort Cumberland reported that this road was beaten by as many feet as when the English army passed last summer. Washington was beset with difficulties. Men and officers alike were unruly and mutinous. He was at once blamed for their disorders and refused the means of repressing them. Envious detractors published slanders against him. A petty Maryland captain, who once had a commission from the king, refused to obey his orders and stirred up factions among his officers. Dinwiddie gave him cold support. The temper of the old Scotchman, crabbed at the best, had been soured by disappointment, vexation, weariness, and ill health. He had besides a friend and countryman, Colonel Innes, whom, had he dared, he would gladly have put in Washington's place. He was full of zeal in the common cause, and wanted to direct the defense of the borders from his house at Williamsburg, 200 miles distant. Washington never hesitated to obey, but he accompanied his obedience by a statement of his own convictions and his reasons for them, which, though couched in terms the most respectful, galled his irascible chief. The governor acknowledged his merit, but bore him no love, and sometimes wrote to him in terms which must have tried his high temper to the utmost. Sometimes, though rarely, he gave words to his emotion. "Your Honor," he wrote in April, "may see to what unhappy straits the distressed inhabitants and myself are reduced. I see inevitable destruction in so clear a light that unless vigorous measures are taken by the Assembly and speedy assistance sent from below, the poor inhabitants that are now in forts must unavoidably fall, while the remainder are flying before the barbarous foe. In fine, the melancholy situation of the people, the little prospect of assistance, the gross and scandalous abuse cast upon the officers in general, which is reflecting on me in particular for suffering misconduct of such extraordinary kinds, and the distant prospect, if any, of gaining honor and reputation in the service, cause me to lament the hour that gave me a commission, and would induce me at any other time than this of imminent danger to resign, without one hesitating moment, a command from which I never expected to reap either honor or benefit, but on the contrary have almost an absolute certainty of incurring displeasure below, while the murder of helpless families may be laid to my account here. The supplicating tears of the women and moving petitions of the men melt me into such deadly sorrow that I solemnly declare, if I know my own mind, I could offer myself a willing sacrifice to the butchering enemy, provided that would contribute to the people's ease." In the turmoil around them, patriotism and public duty seemed all to be centered in the breast of one heroic youth. He was respected and generally beloved, but he did not kindle enthusiasm. His were the qualities of an unflagging courage, an all-enduring fortitude, and a deep trust. He showed an astonishing maturing of character, and the kind of mastery over others which begins with mastery over self. At 24, he was the most foremost man, and acknowledged as such, along the whole long line of the western border. End of section 26. Section 27 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 2. To feel the situation, the nature of these frontiers must be kept in mind. Along the skirts of the southern and middle colonies ran for 600 or 700 miles a loose, thin, dishevelled fringe of population, the half-barbarous pioneers of advancing civilization. Their rude dwellings were often miles apart. Buried in woods, the settler lived in an appalling loneliness. A low-browed cabin of logs, with moss stuffed in the chinks to keep out the wind, roof covered with sheets of bark, chimney of sticks and clay, and square holes closed by a shutter in place of windows. An unkempt matron, lean with hard work, and a brood of children with bare heads and tattered garments eked out by deerskin. Such was the home of the pioneer in the remoter and wilder districts. The scene around bore witness to his labors. It was the repulsive transition from savagery to civilization, from the forest to the farm. The victims of his axe lay strewn about the dismal clearing in a chaos of prostrate trunks, tangled boughs, and withered leaves, waiting for the fire that was to be the next agent in the process of improvement, while around, voiceless and grim, stood the living forest, gazing on the desolation and bidding its own day of doom. The owner of the cabin was miles away, hunting in the woods for the wild turkey and venison, which were the chief food of himself and his family, till the soil could be tamed into the bearing of crops. Towards night he returned, and as he issued from the forest shadows, he saw a column of blue smoke rising quietly in the still evening air. He ran to the spot, and there, among the smouldering logs of his cabin, lay scalped and mangled the dead bodies of his wife and children. A war party had passed that way. Breathless, palpitating, his brain on fire, he rushed through the thickening night to carry the alarm to his nearest neighbor, 3 miles distant. Such was the character and fate of many incipient settlements of the utmost border. Farther east they had a different aspect. Here small farms with well-built log houses, cattle, crops of wheat and Indian corn, were strung at intervals along some woody valley of the lower Alleghanies. Yesterday a scene of hardy toil, today swept with destruction from end to end. There was no warning, no time for concert, perhaps none for flight. Sudden as the leaping panther, a pack of human wolves burst out of the forest, did their work, and vanished. If the country had been an open one, like the plains beyond the Mississippi, the situation would have been less frightful. But the forest was everywhere, rolled over hill and valley in billows of interminable green. A leafy maze, a mystery of shade, a universal hiding place where murder might lurk unseen at its victim's side. and nature seemed formed to nurse the mind with wild and dark imaginings. The detail of blood is set down in the untutored words of those who saw and felt it. But there was a suffering that had no record. The mortal fear of women and children in the solitude of their wilderness homes, haunted, waking and sleeping, with nightmares of horror that were but the forecast of an imminent reality. The country had in past years been so peaceful, and the Indians so friendly, that many of the settlers, especially on the Pennsylvanian border, had no arms, and were doubly in need of help from the government. In Virginia they had it, such as it was. In Pennsylvania they had for months none whatever, and the Assembly turned a deaf ear to their cries. Far to the east, sheltered from danger, lay staid and prosperous Philadelphia, the home of order and thrift. It took its stamp from the Quakers, its original and dominant population, set apart from the other colonists not only in character and creed, but in the outward symbols of a peculiar dress and a daily sacrifice of grammar on the altar of religion. The even tenor of their lives counteracted the effects of climate, and they are said to have been perceptibly more rotund in feature and person than their neighbors. Yet, broad and humanizing as was their faith, they were capable of extreme bitterness towards opponents, clung tenaciously to power, and were jealous for the ascendancy of their sect, which had begun to show signs of wavering. On other sects they looked askance, and regarded the Presbyterians in particular with a dislike which, in moments of crisis, rose to detestation. They held it sin to fight, and above all to fight against Indians. Here was one cause of military paralysis. It was reinforced by another. The old standing quarrel between governor and assembly had grown more violent than ever, and this as a direct consequence of the public distress, which above all things demanded harmony. The dispute turned this time on a single issue, that of the taxation of the proprietary estates. The estates in question consisted of vast tracts of wild land, yielding no income, and at present to a great extent worthless, being overrun by the enemy. The Quaker Assembly had refused to protect them, and on one occasion had rejected an offer of the proprietaries to join them in paying the cost of their defense. But though they would not defend the land, they insisted on taxing it, and farther insisted that the taxes upon it should be laid by the provisional assessors. By a law of the province, these assessors were chosen by popular vote, and in consenting to this law, the proprietaries had expressly provided that their estates should be exempted from all taxes to be laid by officials in whose appointment they had no voice. Thomas and Richard Penn, the present proprietaries, had debarred their deputy, the governor, both by the terms of his commission and by special instruction, from consenting to such taxation, and had laid him under heavy bonds to secure his obedience. Thus there was another side of the question than that of the Assembly, though our American writers have been slow to acknowledge it. Benjamin Franklin was leader in the Assembly, and shared its views. The feudal proprietorship of the Penn family was odious to his democratic nature. It was, in truth, a pestilent anomaly, repugnant to the genius of the people, and the disposition and character of the present proprietaries did not tend to render it less vexatious. Yet there were considerations which might have tempted the impatient hatred with which the colonists regarded it. The first proprietary, William Penn, had used his feudal rights in the interest of a broad liberalism, and through them had established the popular institutions and institutional tolerance which made Pennsylvania the most democratic province in America, and nursed the spirit of liberty which now revolted against his heirs. The one absorbing passion of Pennsylvania was resistance of their deputy, the governor. The badge of feudalism, though light, was insufferably irritating, and that the sons of William Penn were moreover detested by the Quakers as renegades from the faith of their father. Thus the immediate political conflict engrossed heart and mind, and in the rancor of their quarrel with the proprietaries, the assemblies forgot the French and the Indians. In Philadelphia and the eastern districts, the Quakers could ply their trades, tend their shops, till their farms, and discourse at their ease on the wickedness of war. The Midland counties, too, were for the most part tolerably safe. They were accompanied mainly by crude German peasants, who nearly equaled in number all the rest of the population, and who, gathered at the centre of the province, formed a mass politically indigestible. Translated from servitude to the most ample liberty, they hated the thought of military service, which reminded them of former oppression, cared little whether they lived under France or England, and, thinking themselves out of danger, had no mind to be taxed for the defence of others. But while the great body of the Germans were sheltered from harm, those of them who lived farther westward were not so fortunate. Here, mixed with Scotch Irish Presbyterians and Celtic Irish Catholics, they formed a rough border population, the discordant elements of which could rarely unite for common action. Yet, though confused and disjointed, they were a living rampart to the rest of the colony. Against them raged the furies of Indian war, and, maddened with distress and terror, they cried aloud for help. Petition after petition came from the borders for arms and ammunition, and for a militia law to enable the people to organize and defend themselves. The Quakers resisted. "They have taken uncommon pains," writes Governor Morris to Shirley, "to prevent the people from taking up arms." Braddock's defeat, they declared, was a just judgment on him and his soldiers for molesting the French in their settlements on the Ohio. A bill was passed by the Assembly for raising £50,000 for the King's use by a tax which included the proprietary lands. The governor, constrained by his instructions and his bonds, rejected it. "I can only say," he told them, "that I will readily pass a bill for striking any sum in paper money the present exigency may require, provided funds are established for sinking the same in 5 years." Messages long and acrimonious were exchanged between the parties. The Assembly, had they chosen, could easily have raised enough money by methods not involving the point in dispute; but they thought they saw in the crisis a means of forcing the governor to yield. The Quakers had an alternative motive. If the governor gave way, it was a political victory. If he stood fast, their non-resistance principles would triumph, and in this triumph their ascendency as a sect would be confirmed. The debate grew every day more bitter and unmannerly. The governor could not yield, the Assembly would not. There was a complete deadlock. The Assembly requested the governor not to make himself the hateful instrument of reducing a free people to the abject state of vassalage. As the raising of money and the control of its expenditure was in their hands, as he could not prorogue or dissolve them, and as they could adjourn on their own motion to such time as pleased them, as they paid his support and could withhold it if he offended them, which they did in the present case, it seemed no easy task for him to reduce them to vassalage. What must we do, pursued the Assembly, to please this kind governor, who takes such pains to render us obnoxious to our sovereign and odious to our fellow subjects? If we only tell him that the difficulties he meets with are not owing to the causes he names, which indeed have no existence, but to his own want of skill and abilities for his station, he takes it extremely amiss, and say, we forget all decency to those in authority. We are apt to think there is likewise some decency due to the Assembly as part of the government, and though we have not, like the governor, had a courtly education, but are plain men, and must be very imperfect in our politeness, yet we think we have no chance of improving by his example. Again, in another message, the Assembly, with a thrust at Morris himself, tell him that colonial governors have often been transient persons, of broken fortunes, greedy of money, destitute of all concern for those they govern, often their enemies, and endeavoring not only to oppress, but to defame them. In such unseemly fashion was the battle waged. Morris, who was himself a provincial, showed more temper and dignity, though there was not much on either side. The Assembly, he wrote to Shirley, seemed determined to take advantage of the country's distress to get the whole power of government into their hands, and the Assembly proclaimed on their part that the governor was taking advantage of the country's distress to reduce the province to Egyptian bondage. Petitions poured in from the miserable frontiersmen. How long will those in power by their quarrels suffer us to be massacred? Demanded William Trent, the Indian trader. 42 bodies have been buried on Patterson's Creek, and since they have killed more and keep on killing. Early in October, news came that 100 persons had been murdered near Fort Cumberland. Repeated tidings followed of murders on the Susquehanna. Then it was announced that the war parties had crossed that stream and were at their work on the eastern side. Letter after letter came from the sufferers, bringing such complaints as this: we are in as bad circumstances as ever any poor Christians were ever in. For the cries of widowers, widows, fatherless and motherless children are enough to pierce the hardest of hearts. Likewise, it's a very sorrowful spectacle to see those that escaped with their lives, with not a mouthful to eat, or bed to lie on, or clothes to cover their nakedness or keep them warm, but all they had consumed into ashes. These deplorable circumstances cry aloud for your honour's most wise consideration, for it is really very shocking for the husband to see the wife of his bosom, her head cut off, and the children's blood drunk like water by these bloody and cruel savages. Morris was greatly troubled. "The conduct of the Assembly," he wrote to Shirley, "is to me shocking beyond parallel. The inhabitants are abandoning their plantations, and we are in a dreadful situation," wrote John Harris from the east bank of the Susquehanna. On the next day he wrote again: "The Indians are cutting us off every day, and I had a certain account of about 1,500 Indians, besides French, being on their march against us and Virginia, and now close on our borders, their scouts scalping our families on our frontiers daily." The report was soon confirmed, and accounts came that the settlements in the valley called the Great Cove had been completely destroyed. All this was laid before the Assembly. They declared the accounts exaggerated, but confessed that outrages had been committed, hinted that the fault was with the proprietaries, and asked the governor to explain why the Delawares and Shawanoes had become unfriendly. "If they have suffered wrongs," said the Quakers, "we are resolved to do all in our power to redress them, rather than entail upon ourselves and our posterity the calamities of a cruel Indian war." The Indian records were searched, and several days spent in unsuccessful efforts to prove fraud in a late land purchase. Post after post still brought news of slaughter. The upper part of Cumberland County was laid waste. Edward Biddle wrote from Reading: "The drum is beating and bells ringing, and all the people under arms. This night we expect an attack. The people exclaim against the Quakers. We seem to be given up into the hands of a merciless enemy," wrote John Elder from Paxton; and he declares that more than 40 persons have been killed in that neighborhood, besides numbers carried off. Meanwhile the governor and Assembly went on fencing with words and exchanging legal subtleties, while with every cry of distress that rose from the west, each hoped that the other would yield. On the 8th of November the Assembly laid before Morris for his concurrence a bill for remitting bills of credit to the amount of £60,000, to be sunk in 4 years by a tax including the proprietary estates. "I shall not," he replied, "enter into a dispute whether the proprietaries ought to be taxed or not. It is sufficient for me that they have given me no power in that case, and I cannot think it consistent either with my duty or safety to exceed the powers of my commission, much less to do what that commission expressly prohibits." He stretched his authority, however, so far as to propose a sort of compromise by which the question should be referred to the King. But they refused it, and the quarrel and the murders went on as before. "We have taken," said the Assembly, "every step in our power consistent with the just rights of the freemen of Pennsylvania for the relief of the poor distressed inhabitants, and we have reason to believe that they themselves would not wish us to go farther. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." Then the borderers deserved neither, for rather than be butchered, they would have let the proprietary lands lie untaxed for another year. "You have in all," said the governor, "proposed to me 5 money bills, 3 of them rejected because contrary to royal instructions, the other 2 on account of the unjust method proposed for taxing the proprietary estate. If you are disposed to relieve your country, you have many other ways of granting money to which I shall have no objection. I shall put one proof more both of your sincerity and mine in our professions of regard for the public, by offering to agree to any bill in the present exigency which it is consistent with my duty to pass, lest, before our present disputes can be brought to an issue, we should neither have a privilege to dispute about, nor a country to dispute in. They stood fast, and with an obstinacy for which the Quakers were chiefly answerable, insisted that they would give nothing except by a bill taxing real estate and including that of the proprietaries. But now the Assembly began to feel the ground shaking under their feet. A paper called Representation, signed by some of the chief citizens, was sent to the House, calling for measures of defense. "You will forgive us, gentlemen," such was its language, "if we assume characters somewhat higher than that of humble suitors praying for the defense of our lives and properties as a matter of grace or favor on your side. You will permit us to make a positive and immediate demand of it." This drove the Quakers mad. Preachers, male and female, harangued in the streets, denouncing the iniquity of war. 3 of the sect from England, 2 women and a man, invited their brethren of the Assembly to a private house and fervently exhorted them to stand firm. Some of the principal Quakers joined in an address to the House, in which they declared that any action on its part inconsistent with the peaceable testimony we profess and have borne to the world appears to us in its consequences to be destructive of our religious liberties, and they protested that they would rather suffer than pay taxes for such ends. Consistency, even in folly, has in it something respectable, but the Quakers were not consistent. A few years after, when heated with party passion and excited by reports of an irruption of incensed Presbyterian borderers, some of the Pacific sectaries armed for battle, and the streets of Philadelphia beheld the curious conjunction of musket and broad-brimmed hat. The mayor, aldermen, and common council next addressed the Assembly, adjuring them, "in the most solemn manner, before God and in the name of all our fellow citizens, to provide for defending the lives and property of the people. A deputation from a band of Indians on the Susquehanna, still friendly to the province, came to ask whether the English meant to fight or not. 'For,' said their speaker, 'if they will not stand by us, we will join the French.' News came that the settlement of Tulpehocan, only 60 miles distant, had been destroyed, and then that the Moravian settlement of Gnadenhutten was burned, and nearly all its inmates massacred. Colonel William Moore wrote to the governor that 2,000 men were coming from Chester County to compel him and the Assembly to defend the province, and Conrad Weiser wrote that more were coming from Berks on the same errand. Old friends of the Assembly began to cry out against them. Even the Germans, hitherto their fast allies, were roused from their attitude of passivity, and 400 of them came in procession to demand measures of war. A band of frontiersmen presently arrived, bringing in a wagon the bodies of friends and relatives lately murdered, displaying them at the doors of the Assembly, cursing the Quakers and threatening vengeance. Finding some concession necessary, the House at length passed a militia law, probably the most futile ever enacted. It specially exempted the Quakers and constrained nobody, but declared it lawful for such as chose, to form themselves into companies and elect officers by ballot. The company officers thus elected might, if they saw fit, elect also by ballot colonels, lieutenant colonels, and majors. These last might then, in conjunction with the governor, frame articles of war, to which, however, no officer or man was to be subjected unless, after 3 days' consideration, he subscribed them in presence of a justice of the peace and declared his willingness to be bound by them. This mockery could not appease the people. The Assembly must raise money for men, arms, forts, and all the detested appliances of war. Defeat, absolute and ignominious, seemed hanging over the house, when an incident occurred which gave them a decent pretext for retreat. The governor informed them that he had just received a letter from the proprietaries giving to the province £5,000 sterling to aid in its defence, on condition that the money should be accepted as a free gift and not as their proportion of any tax that was or might be laid by the Assembly. They had not learned the deplorable state of the country, and had sent the money in view of the defeat of Braddock and its probable consequences. The Assembly hereupon yielded, struck out from the bill before them the clause taxing the proprietary estates, and thus amended presented it to the governor, who by his signature made it a law. The House had failed to carry its point. The result disappointed Franklin, and doubly disappointed the Quakers. His maxim was, beat the governor first, then beat the enemy. Theirs, beat the governor, and let the enemy alone. The measures that followed, directed in part by Franklin himself, held the Indians in check and mitigated the distress of the western counties. Yet there was no safety for them throughout the 2 or 3 years when France was cheering on her hellhounds against this tormented frontier. As in Pennsylvania, so in most of the other colonies there was conflict between assemblies and governors, to the unspeakable detriment of the public service. In New York, though here no obnoxious proprietary stood between the people and the crown, the strife was long and severe. The point at issue was an important one, whether the Assembly should continue their practice of granting yearly supplies to the governor, or should establish a permanent fund for the ordinary expenses of government, thus placing him beyond their control. The result was a victory for the Assembly. Month after month, the great continent lay wrapped in snow. Far along the edge of the western wilderness, men kept watch and ward in lonely blockhouses, or scoured the forest on the track of prowling war parties. The provincials in garrison at Forts Edward, William Henry, and Oswego dragged out the weary winter, while bands of New England Rangers, muffled against the piercing cold, caps of fur on their heads, hatchets in their belts, and guns in their mittened hands, glided on skates along the gleaming ice floor of Lake George to spy out the secrets of Ticonderoga, or seize some careless century to tell him tidings of the foe. Thus the petty war went on, but the big war was frozen into torpor, ready like a hibernating bear to wake again with the birds, the bees, and the flowers. End of section 27. Section 28 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 1, 1712 to 1756. Montcalm. On the 18th of May, 1756, England, after a year of open hostility, at length declared war. She had attacked France by land and sea, turned loose her ships to prey on French commerce, and brought some 300 prizes into her ports. It was the act of a weak government, supplying by spasms of violence what it lacked in considerate resolution. France, no match for her amphibious enemy in the game of marine depredation, cried out in horror, and to emphasize her complaints and signalize a pretended good faith which her acts had belied, ostentatiously released a British frigate captured by her cruisers. She, in her turn, declared war on the 9th of June, and now began the most terrible conflict of the 18th century, one that convulsed Europe and shook America, India, the coasts of Africa, and the islands of the sea. In Europe, the ground was trembling already with the coming earthquake. Such smothered discords, such animosities, ambitions, jealousies, possessed the rival governments. Such entanglements of treaties and alliances, offensive or defensive, open or secret, that a blow at one point shook the whole fabric. Hanover, like the heel of Achilles, was the vulnerable part for which England was always trembling. Therefore she made a defensive treaty with Prussia, by which each party bound itself to aid the other should its territory be invaded. England thus sought a guarantee against France, and Prussia against Russia. She had need. Her king, Frederick the Great, had drawn upon himself an avalanche. 3 women, 2 empresses, and a concubine controlled the forces of the 3 great nations, Austria, Russia, and France, and they all hated him. Elizabeth of Russia, by reason of a distrust fomented by secret intrigue and turned into gall by the biting tongue of Frederick himself, who had jibed at her amours, compared her to Messalina and called her infâme catin du Nord. Marie Theresa of Austria, because she saw in him a rebellious vassal of the Holy Roman Empire, and above all because he had robbed her of Silesia. Madame de Pompadour, because when she sent him a message of compliment, he answered, Je ne la connais pas, forbade his ambassador to visit her, and in his mocking wit spared neither her nor her royal lover. Feminine pique, revenge, or vanity had then at their service the mightiest armaments of Europe. The recovery of Silesia and the punishment of Frederick for his audacity in seizing it possessed the mind of Maria Theresa with the force of a ruling passion. To these ends she had joined herself in secret league with Russia, and now, at the prompting of her minister Kaunitz, she courted the alliance of France. It was a reversal of the hereditary policy of Austria, joining hands with an old and deadly foe, and spurning England, of late her most trusty ally. But France could give powerful aid against Frederick, and hence Maria Theresa, virtuous as she was high-born and proud, stooped to make advances to the all-powerful mistress of Louis XV. wrote her flattering letters, and addressed her, it is said, as ma chère cousine. Pompadour was delighted, and could hardly do enough for her imperial friend. She ruled the king, and could make and unmake ministers at will. They hastened to do her pleasure, disguising their subserviency by dressing it out in specious reasons of state. A conference in her summer house, called Babiole (Bauble), prepared the way for a treaty which involved the nation in the anti-Prussian war, and made it the instrument of Austria in the attempt to humble Frederick, an attempt which, if successful, would give the hereditary enemy of France a predominance over Germany. France engaged to aid the cause with 24,000 men, but in the zeal of her rulers began with 100,000. Thus the three great powers stood leagued against Prussia. Sweden and Saxony joined them, and the empire itself, of which Prussia was a part, took arms against its obnoxious member. Never in Europe had power been more centralized, and never in France had the reins been held by persons so pitiful, impelled by motives so contemptible. The levity, vanity, and spite of a concubine became a mighty engine to influence the destinies of nations. Louis XV., enervated by pleasures and devoured by ennui, still had his emotions. He shared Pompadour's detestation of Frederick, and he was tormented at times by a lively fear of damnation. But how damn a king who had entered the lists as champion of the Church? England was Protestant, and so was Prussia. Austria was supremely Catholic. Was it not a merit in the eyes of God to join her in holy war against the powers of heresy? The king of the Parc aux Cerfs would propitiate heaven by a new crusade. Henceforth France was to turn her strength against her European foes, and the American war, the occasion of the universal outbreak, was to hold in her eyes a second place. The reasons were several. The vanity of Pompadour, infatuated by the advances of the Empress Queen, and eager to secure her good graces; the superstition of the king; the anger of both against Frederick; the desire of D'Argenson, Minister of War, that the army, and not the navy, should play the foremost part; and the passion of courtiers and nobles, ignorant of the naval service, to win laurels in a continental war, all conspired to one end. It was the interest of France to turn her strength against her only dangerous rival, to continue as she had begun, in building up a naval power that could face England on the seas and sustain her own rising colonies in America, India, and the West Indies. For she too might have multiplied herself, planted her language and her race all over the globe, and grown with the growth of her children, had she not been at the mercy of an effeminate profligate, a mistress turned procuress, and the favorites to whom they delegated power. Still, something must be done for the American war. At least there must be a new general to replace Dieskau. None of the court favorites wanted a command in the backwoods, and the Minister of War was free to choose whom he would. His choice fell on Louis Joseph, Marquis de Montcalm, Gozon de Saint-Véran. Montcalm was born in the south of France, at the Château of Candiac, near Nîmes, on the 29th of February, 1712. At the age of 6 he was placed in the charge of one Dumas, a natural son of his grandfather. This man, a conscientious pedant with many theories of education, ruled his pupil stiffly, and before the age of 15 gave him a good knowledge of Latin, Greek, and history. Young Montcalm had a taste for books, continued his reading in such intervals of leisure as camps and garrisons afforded, and cherished to the end of his life the ambition of becoming a member of the Academy. Yet, with all his liking for study, he sometimes revolted against the sway of the pedagogue who wrote letters of complaint to his father, protesting against the judgment of the vulgar, who, contrary to the experience of ages, say that if children are well reproved, they will correct their faults. Dumas, however, was not without sense, as is shown by another letter to the elder Montcalm, in which he says that the boy had better be ignorant of Latin and Greek than know them as he does without knowing how to read, write, and speak French well. The main difficulty was to make him write a good hand, a point in which he signally failed to the day of his death. So refractory was he at times that his master despaired. Monsieur de Montcalm, Dumas informs the father, has great need of docility, industry, and willingness to take advice. What will become of him? The pupil, aware of these aspersions, met them by writing to his father his own ideas of what his aims should be. First, to be an honorable man, of good morals, brave, and a Christian. Secondly, to read in moderation, to know as much Greek and Latin as most men of the world, also the 4 rules of arithmetic, and something of history, geography, and French and Latin belles lettres, as well as to have a taste for the arts and sciences. Thirdly, and above all, to be obedient, docile, and very submissive to your orders and those of my dear mother, and also to defer to the advice of Monsieur Dumas. Fourthly, to fence and ride as well as my small abilities will permit. If Louis de Montcalm failed to satisfy his preceptor, he had a brother who made ample amends. Of this infant prodigy it is related that at 6 years he knew Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, and had some acquaintance with arithmetic, French history, geography, and heraldry. He was destined for the church, but died at the age of 7, his precocious brain having been urged to fatal activity by the exertions of Dumas. Other destinies and a more wholesome growth were the lot of young Louis. At 15 he joined the army as ensign in the regiment of Hainaut. 2 years after, his father bought him a captaincy, and he was first under fire at the siege of Philipsbourg. His father died in 1735 and left him heir to a considerable landed estate, much embarrassed by debt. The Marquis de la Fère, a friend of the family, soon after sought for him an advantageous marriage to strengthen his position and increase his prospects of promotion, and he accordingly espoused Mademoiselle Angélique Louise Talon de Boulay, a union which brought him influential alliances and some property. Madame de Montcalm bore him 10 children, of whom only 2 sons and 4 daughters were living in 1752. May God preserve them all, he writes in his autobiography, and make them prosper for this world and the next, Perhaps it will be thought that the number is large for so moderate a fortune, especially as 4 of them are girls. But does God ever abandon his children in their need? Aux petites des oiseaux, il donne la pâture, et sa bonté s'étend sur toute la nature. He was pious in his soldierly way and ardently loyal to church and king. His family seat was Candiac, where, in the intervals of campaigning, he found repose with his wife, his children, and his mother, who was a woman of remarkable force of character, and who held great influence over her son. He had a strong attachment to this home of his childhood, and in after years, out of the midst of the American wilderness, his thoughts turned longingly towards it. Quand reverrai-je mon cher Candiac? In 1741, Montcalm took part in the Bohemian campaign. He was made colonel of the regiment of Auxerrois 2 years later, and passed unharmed through the severe campaign of 1744. In the next year he fought in Italy under Maréchal de Maillebois. In 1746, at the disastrous action under the walls of Piacenza, where he twice rallied his regiment, he received 5 sabre cuts, 2 of which were in the head, and was made prisoner. Returning to France on parole, he was promoted in the year following to the rank of brigadier, and being soon after exchanged, rejoined the army, and was again wounded by a musket shot. The peace of Aix-la-Chapelle now gave him a period of rest. At length, being on a visit to Paris late in the autumn of 1755, the minister d'Argenson hinted to him that he might be appointed to command the troops in America. He heard no more of the matter till, after his return home, he received from d'Argenson a letter dated at Versailles the 25th of January at midnight. Perhaps, monsieur, it began, you did not expect to hear from me again on the subject of the conversation I had with you the day you came to bid me farewell at Paris. Nevertheless, I have not forgotten for a moment the suggestion I then made you, and it is with the greatest pleasure that I announce to you that my views have prevailed. The King has chosen you to command his troops in North America, and will honor you on your departure with the rank of Major General. The Chevalier de Lévis, afterwards Marshal of France, was named as his second in command, with the rank of brigadier, and the Chevalier de Bourlamaque as his third, with the rank of colonel. But what especially pleased him was the appointment of his eldest son to command a regiment in France. He set out from Candiac for the court, and occupied himself on the way with reading Charlevoix. I take great pleasure in it, he writes from Lyons to his mother. He gives a pleasant account of Quebec. But be comforted, I shall always be glad to come home. At Paris he writes again, don't expect any long letter from me before the 1st of March. All my business will be done by that time, and I shall begin to breathe again. I have not yet seen the Chevalier de Montcalm, his son. Last night I came from Versailles, and am going back tomorrow. The King gives me 25,000 francs a year, as he did to Monsieur Dieskau, besides 12,000 for my equipment, which will cost me above 1,000 crowns more, but I cannot stop for that. I embrace my dearest and all the family. A few days later his son joined him. He is as thin and delicate as ever, but grows prodigiously tall. On the 2nd of March he informs his mother, My affairs begin to get on. A good part of the baggage went off the day before yesterday in the King's wagons. An assistant cook and 2 liverymen yesterday. I have got a good cook. Esteve, my secretary, will go on the 8th. Joseph and Dijon will follow me. Tomorrow evening I go to Versailles till Sunday, and will write from there to Madame de Montcalm, his wife. I have 3 aides-de-camp, one of them Bougainville, a man of parts, pleasant company. Madame Mazard was happily delivered on Wednesday, in extremity on Friday with a malignant fever. Saturday and yesterday reports favorable. I go there twice a day, and am just going now. She has a girl. I embrace you all. Again on the 15th. In a few hours I set out for Brest. Yesterday I presented my son, with whom I am well pleased, to all the royal family. I shall have a secretary at Brest, and will write more at length. On the 18th he writes from Rennes to his wife. I arrived, dearest, this morning, and stay here all day. I shall be at Brest on the 21st. Everything will be on board on the 26th. My son has been here since yesterday for me to coach him and get him a uniform made, in which he will give thanks for his regiment at the same time that I take leave in my embroidered coat. Perhaps I shall leave debts behind. I wait impatiently for the bills. You have my will. I wish you would get it copied and send it to me before I sail. Reaching Brest, the place of embarkation, he writes to his mother, I have business on hand still. My health is good, and the passage will be a time of rest. I embrace you and my dearest and my daughters. Love to all the family. I shall write up to the last moment. No translation can give an idea of the rapid, abrupt, elliptical style of this familiar correspondence, where the meaning is sometimes suggested by a single word, unintelligible to any but those for whom it is written. At the end of March, Montcalm, with all his following, was ready to embark, and 3 ships of the line, the Leopard, the Heroes, and the Illustre, fitted out as transports, were ready to receive the troops, while the general, with Lévis and Bourlamaque, were to take passage in the frigates Licorne, Sauvage, and Sirène. I like the Chevalier de Lévis, says Montcalm, and I think he likes me. His first aide-de-camp, Bougainville, pleased him, if possible, still more. This young man, son of a notary, had begun life as an advocate in the Parliament of Paris, where his abilities and learning had already made him conspicuous, when he resigned the gown for the sword and became a captain of dragoons. He was destined in later life to win laurels in another career, and to become one of the most illustrious of French navigators. Montcalm, himself a scholar, prized his varied talents and accomplishments, and soon learned to feel for him a strong personal regard. The troops destined for Canada were only 2 battalions, one belonging to the regiment of La Sarre, and the other to that of Royal Roussillon Louis XV., and Pompadour sent 100,000 men to fight the battles of Austria, and could spare but 1,200 to reinforce New France. These troops marched into Brest at early morning, breakfasted in the town, and went at once on board the transports, with an incredible gaiety, says Bougainville. What a nation is ours! Happy he who commands it, and commands it worthily. Montcalm and he embarked in the Licorne, and sailed on the 3rd of April, leaving Lévis and Bourlamaque to follow a few days later. The voyage was a rough one. "I have been fortunate," writes Montcalm to his wife, "in not being ill nor at all incommoded by the heavy gale we had in Holy Week. It was not so with those who were with me, especially Monsieur Estève, my secretary, and Joseph, who suffered cruelly, 17 days without being able to take anything but water. The season was very early for such a hard voyage, and it was fortunate that the winter has been so mild. We had very favorable weather till Monday the 12th, but since then till Saturday evening we had rough weather with a gale that lasted 90 hours, and put us in real danger. The forecastle was always under water, and the waves broke twice over the quarterdeck. From the 27th of April to the evening of the 4th of May, we had fogs, great cold, and an amazing quantity of icebergs. On the 30th, when luckily the fog lifted for a time, we counted 16 of them. The day before, one drifted under the bowsprit, grazed it, and might have crushed us if the deck officer had not called out quickly, 'Luff.' After speaking of our troubles and sufferings, I must tell you of our pleasures, which were fishing for cod and eating it. The taste is exquisite. The head, tongue, and liver are morsels worthy of an epicure. Still, I would not advise anybody to make the voyage for their sake. My health is as good as it has been for a long time. I found it a good plan to eat little and take no supper, a little tea now and again, and plenty of lemonade. Nevertheless, I have taken very little liking for the sea, and I think that when I shall be so happy as to rejoin you, I shall end my voyages there. I don't know when this letter will go. I shall send it by the first ship that returns to France, and keep on writing till then. It is pleasant, I know, to hear particulars about the people one loves, and I thought that my mother and you, my dearest and most beloved, would be glad to read all these dull details. We heard Mass on Easter Day. All the week before it was impossible because the ship rolled so that I could hardly keep my legs. If I had dared, I think I should have had myself lashed fast. I shall not soon forget that Holy Week." The letter was written on the 11th of May in the St. Lawrence, where the ship lay at anchor, 10 leagues below Quebec, stopped by ice from proceeding farther. Montcalm made his way to the town by land, and soon after learned with great satisfaction that the other ships were safe in the river below. "I see," he writes again, "that I shall have plenty of work. Our campaign will soon begin. Everything is in motion. Don't expect details about our operations. Generals never speak of movements till they are over. I can only tell you that the winter has been quiet enough, though the savages have made great havoc in Pennsylvania and Virginia, and carried off, according to their custom, men, women, and children. I beg you will have high mass said at Montpelier or Vauvert to thank God for our safe arrival and ask for good success in future." End of section 28. Section 29 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 2. Vaudreuil, the Governor-General, was at Montreal, and Montcalm sent a courier to inform him of his arrival. He soon went thither in person, and the two men met for the first time. The new general was not welcome to Vaudreuil, who had hoped to command the troops himself, and had represented to the court that it was needless and inexpedient to send out a general officer from France. The court had not accepted his views, and hence it was with more curiosity than satisfaction that he greeted the colleague who had been assigned him. He saw before him a man of small stature, with a lively countenance, a keen eye, and in moments of animation, rapid, vehement utterance, and nervous gesticulation. Montcalm, we may suppose, regarded the governor with no less attention. Pierre François Rigaud, Marquis de Vaudreuil, who had governed Canada early in the century, and he himself had been governor of Louisiana. He had not the force of character which his position demanded, lacked decision in time of crisis, and, though tenacious of authority, was more jealous in asserting than self-reliant in exercising it. One of his traits was a sensitive egotism, which made him forward to proclaim his own part in every success, and to throw on others the burden of every failure. He was facile by nature, and capable of being led by such as had skill and temper for the task. But the impetuous Montcalm was not of their number, and the fact that he was born in France would in itself have thrown obstacles in his way to the good graces of the governor. Vaudreuil, Canadian by birth, loved the colony and its people, and distrusted old France and all that came of it. He had been bred, moreover, to the naval service, and like other Canadian governors, his official correspondence was with the Minister of Marine, while that of Montcalm was with the Minister of War. Even had nature made him less suspicious, his relations with the general would have been critical. Montcalm commanded the regulars from France, whose very presence was in the eyes of Vaudreuil an evil, though a necessary one. Their chief was, it is true, subordinate to him in virtue of his office of governor, yet it was clear that for the conduct of the war the trust of the government was mainly in Montcalm, and the Minister of War had even suggested that he should have the immediate command, not only of the troops from France, but of the colony regulars and the militia. An order of the King to this effect was sent to Vaudreuil, with instructions to communicate it to Montcalm, or withhold it as he should think best. He lost no time in replying that the general ought to concern himself with nothing but the command of the troops from France, and he returned the order to the minister who sent it. The governor and the general represented the two parties which were soon to divide Canada, those of New France and of Old. A like antagonism was seen in the forces commanded by the two chiefs. These were of three kinds: the troops de terre, troops of the line or regulars from France; the troops de la marine or colony regulars; and lastly the militia. The first consisted of the 4 battalions that had come over with Dieskau and the 2 that had come with Montcalm, comprising in all a little less than 3,000 men. Besides these, the battalions of Artois and Bourgogne, to the number of 1,100 men, were in garrison at Louisbourg. All these troops wore a white uniform faced with blue, red, yellow, or violet, a black 3-cornered hat, and gaiters, generally black from the foot to the knee. The subaltern officers in the French service were very numerous, and were drawn chiefly from the class of lesser nobles. A well-informed French writer calls them a generation of petits maîtres, dissolute, frivolous, heedless, light-witted, but brave always, and ready to die with their soldiers, though not to suffer with them. In fact, the course of the war was to show plainly that in Europe the regiments of France were no longer what they had once been. It was not so with those who fought in America. Here, for enduring gallantry, officers and men alike deserve nothing but praise. The Troupe de la Marine had for a long time formed the permanent military establishment of Canada. Though attached to the Naval Department, they served on land and were employed as a police within the limits of the colony, or as garrisons of the outlying forts, where their officers busied themselves more with fur trading than with their military duties. Thus they had become ill-disciplined and inefficient, till the hard hand of Duquesne restored them to order. They originally consisted of 28 independent companies, increased in 1750 to 30 companies, at first of 50 and afterwards of 65 men each, forming a total of 1,950 rank and file. In March 1757, 10 more companies were added. Their uniform was not unlike that of the troops attached to the War Department, being white with black facings. They were enlisted for the most part in France, but when their term of service expired, and even before in time of peace, they were encouraged to become settlers in the colony, as was also the case with their officers, of whom a great part were of European birth. Thus the relations of the Troupes de la Marine with the colony were close, and formed a sort of connecting link between the troops of the line and the native militia. Besides these colony regulars, there was a company of colonial artillery, consisting this year of 70 men, and replaced in 1757 by 2 companies of 50 men each. All the effective male population of Canada, from 15 years to 60, was enrolled in the militia, and called into service at the will of the governor. They received arms, clothing, equipment, and rations from the king, but no pay, and instead of tents they made themselves huts of bark or branches. The best of them were drawn from the upper parts of the colony, where habits of bush-ranging were still in full activity. Their fighting qualities were much like those of the Indians, whom they rivaled in endurance and in the arts of forest war. As bush-fighters they had few equals. They fought well behind earthworks, and were good at a surprise or sudden dash. But for regular battle on the open field they were of small account, being disorderly and apt to break and take to cover at the moment of crisis. They had no idea of the great operations of war. At first they despised the regulars for their ignorance of woodcraft, and thought themselves able to defend the colony alone, while the regulars regarded them in turn with a contempt no less unjust. They were excessively given to gasconade, and every true Canadian boasted himself a match for 3 Englishmen at least. In 1750 the militia of all ranks counted about 13,000, and 8 years later the number had increased to about 15,000. Until the last 2 years of the war, those employed in actual warfare were but few. Even in the critical year 1758, only about 1,100 were called to arms, except for 2 or 3 weeks in summer, though about 4,000 were employed in transporting troops and supplies, for which service they received pay. To the white fighting force of the colony are to be added the red men. The most trusty of them were the Mission Indians, living within or near the settled limits of Canada, chiefly the Hurons of Lorette, the Abenakis of St. Francis and Batiscan, the Iroquois of Caughnawaga and La Présentation, and the Iroquois and Algonquins of the two mountains on the Ottawa. Besides these, all the warriors of the west and north, from Lake Superior to the Ohio, and from the Alleghanies to the Mississippi, were now at the beck of France. As to the Iroquois or Five Nations, who remained in their ancient seats within the present limits of New York, their power and pride had greatly fallen, and crowded as they were between the French and the English, they were in a state of vacillation, some leaning to one side, some to the other, and some to each in turn. As a whole, the best that France could expect from them was neutrality. Montcalm at Montreal had more visits than he liked from his red allies. "They are vilains, messieurs," he informs his mother, "even when fresh from their toilet, at which they pass their lives. You would not believe it, but the men always carry to war, along with their tomahawk and gun, a mirror to daub their faces with various colors, and arrange feathers on their heads, and rings in their ears and noses. They think it a great beauty to cut the rim of the ear and stretch it till it reaches the shoulder. Often they wear a laced coat with no shirt at all. You would take them for so many masqueraders or devils. One needs the patience of an angel to get on with them. Ever since I have been here, I have had nothing but visits, harangues, and deputations of these gentry. The Iroquois ladies, who always take part in their government, came also and did me the honor to bring me belts of wampum, which will oblige me to go to their village and sing the war song. They are only a little way off. Yesterday we had 83 warriors here who have gone out to fight. They make war with astounding cruelty, sparing neither men, women, nor children, and take off your scalp very neatly, an operation which generally kills you. Everything is horribly dear in this country, and I shall find it hard to make the two ends of the year meet with the 25,000 francs the king gives me. The Chevalier de Lévis did not join me till yesterday. His health is excellent. In a few days I shall send him to one camp, and Monsieur de Bourlamaque to another, for we have three of them, one at Carillon, 80 leagues from here, towards the place where Monsieur de Dieskau had his affair last year, another at Frontenac, 60 leagues, and the third at Niagara, 140 leagues. I don't know when or whither I shall go myself. That depends on the movements of the enemy. It seems to me that things move more slowly in this new world, and I shall have to moderate my activity accordingly. Nothing but the King's service and the wish to make a career for my son could prevent me from thinking too much of my expatriation, my distance from you, and the dull existence here, which would be duller still if I did not manage to keep some little of my natural gaiety." The military situation was somewhat perplexing. Iroquois spies had brought reports of great preparations on the part of the English. As neither party dared offend these wavering tribes, their warriors could pass with impunity from one to the other, and were paid by each for bringing information, not always trustworthy. They declared that the English were gathering in force to renew the attempt made by Johnson the year before against Crown Point and Ticonderoga, as well as that made by Shirley against Forts Frontenac and Niagara. Vaudreuil had spared no effort to meet the double danger. Lotbinière, a Canadian engineer, had been busied during the winter in fortifying Ticonderoga, while Pouchot, a captain in the battalion of Béarn, had rebuilt Niagara, and two French engineers were at work in strengthening the defences of Frontenac. The governor even hoped to take the offensive, anticipate the movements of the English, capture Oswego, and obtain the complete command of Lake Ontario. Early in the spring a blow had been struck which materially aided these schemes. The English had built two small forts to guard the great carrying place on the route to Oswego. One of these, Fort Williams, was on the Mohawk. The other, Fort Bull, a mere collection of storehouses surrounded by a palisade, was 4 miles distant, on the bank of Wood Creek. Here a great quantity of stores and ammunition had imprudently been collected against the opening campaign. In February, Vaudreuil sent Léry, a colony officer, with 362 picked men, soldiers, Canadians, and Indians, to seize these two posts. Towards the end of March, after extreme hardship, they reached the road that connected them, and at 5:30 in the morning captured 12 men going with wagons to Fort Bull. Learning from them the weakness of that place, they dashed forward to surprise it. The 30 provincials of Shirley's regiment who formed the garrison had barely time to shut the gate, while the assailants fired on them through the loopholes, of which they got possession in the tumult. Léry called on the defenders to yield, but they refused and pelted the French for an hour with bullets and hand grenades. The gate was at last beat down with axes, and they were summoned again, but again refused and fired hotly through the opening. The French rushed in, shouting Vive le Roi, and a frightful struggle followed. All the garrison were killed, except 2 or 3 who hid themselves till the slaughter was over. The fort was set on fire and blown to atoms by the explosion of the magazines, and Léry then withdrew, not venturing to attack Fort Williams. Johnson, warned by Indians of the approach of the French, had pushed up the Mohawk with reinforcements, but came too late. Vaudreuil, who always exaggerates any success in which he has had part, says that besides bombs, bullets, cannonballs, and other munitions, 45,000 pounds of gunpowder were destroyed on this occasion. It is certain that damage enough was done to retard English operations in the direction of Oswego, sufficiently to give the French time for securing all their posts on Lake Ontario. Before the end of June, this was in good measure done. The battalion of Béarn lay encamped before the now strong fort of Niagara, and the battalions of Guienne and La Sarre, with a body of Canadians, guarded Frontenac against attack. Those of La Reine and Languedoc had been sent to Ticonderoga, while the governor, with Montcalm and Lévis, still remained at Montreal, watching the turn of events. Hitherto came the intendant François Bigot, the most accomplished knave in Canada, yet indispensable for his vigor and executive skill. Bougainville, who had disarmed the jealousy of Vaudreuil, and now stood high in his good graces, and the adjutant general Montreuil, clearly a vain and pragmatic personage, who, having come to Canada with Dieskau the year before, thought it behooved him to give the general the advantage of his experience. "I like Monsieur de Montcalm very much," he writes to the minister, "and will do the impossible to deserve his confidence. I have spoken to him in the same terms as to Monsieur Dieskau. Thus, trust only the French regulars for an expedition, but use the Canadians and Indians to harass the enemy. Don't expose yourself. Send me to carry your orders to points of danger. The colony officers do not like those from France. The Canadians are independent, spiteful, lying, boastful, very good for skirmishing, very brave behind a tree, and very timid when not under cover. I think both sides will stand on the defensive. It does not seem to me that Monsieur de Montcalm means to attack the enemy, and I think he is right. In this country 1,000 men could stop 3,000. Monsieur de Vaudreuil overwhelms me with civilities," Montcalm writes to the Minister of War. "I think he is pleased with my conduct towards him, and that it persuades him that there are general officers in France who can act under his orders without prejudice or ill humor. I am on good terms with him," he says again, "but not in his confidence, which he never gives to anybody from France. His intentions are good, but he is slow and irresolute." Indians presently brought word that 10,000 English were coming to attack Ticonderoga. A reinforcement of colony regulars was at once dispatched to join the 2 battalions already there. A 3rd battalion, Royal Roussillon, was sent after them. The militia were called out and ordered to follow with all speed, while both Montcalm and Lévis hastened to the supposed scene of danger. They embarked in canoes on the Richelieu, coasted the shore of Lake Champlain, passed Fort Frederick or Crown Point, where all was activity and bustle, and reached Ticonderoga at the end of June. They found the fort, on which Lotbinière had been at work all winter, advanced towards completion. It stood on the crown of the promontory, and was a square with 4 bastions, a ditch blown out in some parts of the solid rock, bomb-proofs, barracks of stone, and a system of exterior defences as yet only begun. The rampart consisted of 2 parallel walls 10 feet apart, built of the trunks of trees, and held together by transverse logs dovetailed at both ends, the space between being filled with earth and gravel well packed. Such was the first Fort Ticonderoga, or Carillon, a structure quite distinct from the later fort of which the ruins still stand on the same spot. The forest had been hewn away for some distance around, and the tents of the regulars and huts of the Canadians had taken its place. Innumerable bark canoes lay along the strand, and gangs of men toiled at the unfinished works. Ticonderoga was now the most advanced position of the French, and Crown Point, which had before held that perilous honor, was in the second line. Lévis, to whom had been assigned the permanent command of this post of danger, set out on foot to explore the neighboring woods and mountains, and slept out several nights before he reappeared at the camp. "I do not think," says Montcalm, "that many high officers in Europe would have occasion to take such tramps as this. I cannot speak too well of him. Without being a man of brilliant parts, he has good experience, good sense, and a quick eye. And though I had served with him before, I never should have thought that he had such promptness and efficiency. he has turned his campaigns to good account. Lévis writes of his chief with equal warmth. I do not know if the Marquis de Montcalm is pleased with me, but I am sure that I am very much so with him, and shall always be charmed to serve under his orders. It is not for me, Monseigneur, to speak of you of his merit and his talents. You know him better than anybody else. But I may have the honor of assuring you that he has pleased everybody in this colony, and manages affairs with the Indians extremely well. The danger from the English proved to be still remote, and there was ample leisure in the camp. Duchat, a young captain in the battalion of Languedoc, used it in writing to his father a long account of what he saw about him. The forests full of game, the ducks, geese, and partridges, the prodigious flocks of wild pigeons that darkened the air, the bears, the beavers, and above all the Indians, their canoes, dress, ball play, and dances. We are making here, says the military prophet, a place that history will not forget. The English colonies have 10 times more people than ours, but these wretches have not the least knowledge of war, and if they go out to fight, they must abandon wives, children, and all that they possess. Not a week passes but the French send them a band of hairdressers, whom they would be very glad to dispense with. It is incredible what a quantity of scalps they bring us. In Virginia they have committed unheard of cruelties, carried off families, burned a great many houses, and killed an infinity of people. These miserable English are in the extremity of distress, and repent too late the unjust war they began against us. It is a pleasure to make war in Canada. One is troubled neither with horses nor baggage. The King provides everything. But it must be confessed that if it costs no money, one pays for it in another way, by seeing nothing but peas and bacon on the mess table. Luckily the lakes are full of fish, and both officers and soldiers have to turn fishermen. Meanwhile, at the head of Lake George, the raw bands of ever active New England were mustering for the fray. End of section 29. Section 30 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 1, 1756, Oswego. When at the end of the last year Shirley returned from his bootless Oswego campaign, he called a council of war at New York and laid before it his scheme for the next summer's operations. It was a comprehensive one: to master Lake Ontario by an overpowering naval force and seize the French forts upon it, Niagara, Frontenac, and Toronto; attack Ticonderoga and Crown Point on the one hand, and Fort Duquesne on the other, and at the same time perplex and divide the enemy by an inroad down the Chaudière upon the settlements about Quebec. The council approved the scheme, but to execute it the provinces must raise at least 16,000 men. This they refused to do. Pennsylvania and Virginia would take no active part, and were content with defending themselves. The attack on Fort Duquesne was therefore abandoned, as was also the diversion towards Quebec. The New England colonies were discouraged by Johnson's failure to take Crown Point, doubtful of the military abilities of Shirley, and embarrassed by the debts of the last campaign. But when they learned that Parliament would grant a sum of money in partial compensation for their former sacrifices, They plunged into new debts without hesitation, and raised more men than the general had asked, though, with their usual jealousy, they provided that their soldiers should be employed for no other purpose than the attack on Ticonderoga and Crown Point. Shirley chose John Winslow to command them, and gave them a commission to that effect, while he, to clinch his authority, asked and obtained supplementary commissions from every governor that gave men to the expedition. For the movement against the fort of Lake Ontario, which Shirley meant to command in person, he had the remains of his own and Pepperell's regiments, the two shattered battalions brought over by Braddock, the Jersey Blues, 4 provincial companies from North Carolina, and the 4 King's companies of New York. His first care was to recruit their ranks and raise them to their full complement, which, when effected, would bring them up to the insufficient strength of about 4,400 men. While he was struggling with contradictions and cross purposes, a withering blow fell upon him. He learned that he was superseded in the command. The cabal formed against him, with Delancey at its head, had won over Sir Charles Hardy, the new governor of New York, and had painted Shirley's conduct in such color that the ministry removed him. It was essential for the campaign that a successor should be sent at once, to form plans on the spot and make preparations accordingly. The ministry were in no such haste. It was presently announced that Colonel David Webb would be sent to America, followed by General James Abercrombie, who was to be followed in turn by the Earl of Loudon, the destined commander-in-chief. Shirley was to resign his command to Webb, Webb to Abercrombie, and Abercrombie to Loudon. It chanced that the two former arrived in June at about the same time, while the Earl came in July, and meanwhile it devolved on Shirley to make ready for them. Unable to divine what their plans would be, he prepared the campaign in accordance with his own. His star, so bright a 12-month before, was now miserably dimmed. In both his public and private life he was the butt of adversity. He had lost 2 promising sons. He had made a mortifying failure as a soldier, and triumphant enemies were rejoicing in his fall. It is to the credit of his firmness and his zeal in the cause that he set himself to his task with as much vigor as if he and not others were to gather the fruits. His chief care was for his favorite enterprise in the direction of Lake Ontario. Making Albany his headquarters, he rebuilt the fort at the great carrying place destroyed in March by the French, sent troops to guard the perilous route to Oswego, and gathered provisions and stores at the posts along the way. Meanwhile, the New England men, strengthened by the levies of New York, were mustering at Albany for the attack of Crown Point. At the end of May, they moved a short distance up the Hudson, and encamped at a place called Half Moon, where the navigation was stopped by rapids. Here and at the posts above were gathered something more than 5,000 men, as raw and untrained as those led by Johnson in the summer before. The 4 New England colonies were much alike in their way of raising and equipping men, and the example of Massachusetts may serve for them all. The Assembly or General Court voted the required number, and chose a committee of war authorized to impress provisions, munitions, stores, clothing, tools, and other necessaries for which fair prices were to be paid within 6 months. The governor issued a proclamation calling for volunteers. If the full number did not appear within the time named, the colonels of militia were ordered to muster their regiments and immediately draft out of them enough men to meet the need. A bounty of $6 was offered this year to stimulate enlistment, and the pay of a private soldier was fixed at £1 6s. a month, Massachusetts currency. If he brought a gun, he had an additional bounty of $2. A powder horn, bullet pouch, blanket, knapsack, and wooden bottle or canteen were supplied by the province, and if he brought no gun of his own, a musket was given him, for which, as for the other articles, he was to account at the end of the campaign. In the next year it was announced that the soldier should receive, besides his pay, a coat and soldier's hat. The coat was of coarse blue cloth, to which breeches of red or blue were afterwards added. Along with his rations he was promised a gill of rum each day, a privilege of which he was extremely jealous, deeply resenting every abridgment of it. He was enlisted for the campaign, and could not be required to serve above a year at farthest. The complement of a regiment was 500, divided into companies of 50, and as the men and officers of each were drawn from the same neighborhood, they generally knew each other. The officers, though nominally appointed by the Assembly, were for the most part the virtual choice of the soldiers themselves, from whom they were often indistinguishable in character and social standing. Hence discipline was weak. The pay, or, as it was called, the wages of a colonel, was £12 16s. Massachusetts currency a month; that of a captain £5 8s., an advance on the pay of the last year; and that of a chaplain £6 8s. Penalties were enacted against irreligion, immorality, drunkenness, debauchery, and profaneness. The ordinary punishments were the wooden horse, irons, or, in bad cases, flogging. Much difficulty arose from the different rules adopted by the various colonies for the regulation of their soldiers. Nor was this the only source of trouble. Besides its war committee, the Assembly of each of the 4 New England colonies chose another committee for clothing, arming, paying, victualling, and transporting its troops. They were to go to the scene of operations, hire wagons, oxen, and horses, build boats and vessels, and charge themselves with the conveyance of all supplies belonging to their respective governments. They were to keep in correspondence with the Committee of War at home, to whom they were responsible, and the officer commanding the contingent of their colony was required to furnish them with guards and escorts. Thus 4 independent committees were engaged in the work of transportation at the same time, over the same roads, for the same object. Each colony chose to keep the control of its property in its own hands. The inconveniences were obvious. "I wish to God," wrote Lord Loudon to Winslow, "you could persuade your people to go all one way." The committees themselves did not always find their task agreeable. One of the number, John Ashley of Massachusetts, writes in dudgeon to Governor Phipps: "Sir, I am apt to think that things have been misrepresented to your honor, or else I am certain I should not suffer in my character, and be styled a damned rascal, and ought to be put in irons, etc., when I am certain I have exerted myself to the utmost of my ability to expedite the business assigned me by the General Court." At length, late in the autumn, Loudon persuaded the colonies to forego this troublesome sort of independence, and turn over their stores to the Commissary General, receipts being duly given. From Winslow's headquarters at Half Moon, a road led along the banks of the Hudson to Stillwater, whence there was water carriage to Saratoga. Here stores were again placed in wagons and carried several miles to Upper Falls, thence by boat to Fort Edward, and thence 14 miles across country to Fort William Henry at Lake George, where the army was to embark for Ticonderoga. Each of the points of transit below Fort Edward was guarded by a stockade and 2 or more companies of provincials. They were much pestered by Indians, who now and then scalped a straggler, and escaped with their usual nimbleness. From time to time strong bands of Canadians and Indians approached by way of South Bay or Wood Creek, and threatened more serious mischief. It is surprising that some of the trains were not cut off, for the escorts were often reckless and disorderly to the last degree. Sometimes the invaders showed great audacity. Early in June, Colonel Fitch at Albany scrawls a hasty note to Winslow: "Friday, 11 o'clock. Sir, about a half an hour since, a party of near 50 French and Indians had the impudence to come down to the river opposite to this city, and captivate 2 men. And Winslow replies with equal quaintness: 'We daily discover the Indians about us, but not yet have been so happy to obtain any of them.'" Colonel Jonathan Bagley commanded at Fort William Henry, where gangs of men were busied under his eye in building 3 sloops and making several hundred whaleboats to carry the army of Ticonderoga. The season was advancing fast, and Winslow urged him to hasten on the work, to which the humorous Bagley answered: "Shall leave no stone unturned, every wheel shall go that rum and human flesh can move." A fortnight after he reports: "I must really confess I have almost wore the men out, poor dogs. Pray where are the committee, or what are they about?" He sent scouts to watch the enemy, with results not quite satisfactory. There is a vast deal of news here. Every party brings abundance, but all different. Again, a little later: "I constantly keep out small scouting parties to the eastward and westward of the lake, and make no discovery but the tracks of small parties who are plaguing us constantly. But what vexes me most, we can't catch one of the sons of. I have sent out skulking parties some distance from the sentries in the night, to lie still in the bushes to intercept them. But the flies are so plenty, our people can't bear them." Colonel David Wooster at Fort Edward was no more fortunate in his attempts to take satisfaction on his midnight visitors, and reports that he has not thus far been able to give those villains a dressing. The English, however, were fast learning the art of forest war, and the partisan chief, Captain Robert Rogers, began already to be famous. On the 17th of June he and his band lay hidden in the bushes within the outposts of Ticonderoga, and made a close survey of the fort and surrounding camps. His report was not cheering. Winslow's so-called army had now grown to nearly 7,000 men, and these, it was plain, were not too many to drive the French from their stronghold. while Winslow pursued his preparations, tried to settle disputes of rank among the colonels of the several colonies, and strove to bring order out of the little chaos of his command, Sir William Johnson was engaged in a work for which he was admirably fitted. This was the attaching of the Five Nations to the English interest. Along with his patent of baronetcy, which reached him about this time, he received, direct from the Crown, the commission of colonel, agent, and sole superintendent of the Six Nations and other northern tribes. Henceforth he was independent of governors and generals, and responsible to the court alone. His task was a difficult one. The Five Nations would fain have remained neutral, and let the European rivals fight it out, but on account of their local position they could not. The exaction and lies of the Albany traders, the frauds of land speculators, the contradictory action of the different provincial governments, joined to English weakness and management in the last war, all conspired to alienate them and to aid the efforts of the French agents, who cajoled and threatened them by turns. But for Johnson these intrigues would have prevailed. He had held a series of councils with them at Fort Johnson during the winter, and not only drew from them a promise to stand by the English, but persuaded all the confederated tribes, except the Cayugas, to consent that the English should build forts near their chief towns under the pretext of protecting them from the French. In June he went to Onondaga, well escorted, for the way was dangerous. This capital of the Confederacy was under a cloud. It had just lost one red head, its chief sachem, and first of all it behooved the baronet to condole the affliction. The ceremony was long, with compliments, lugubrious speeches, wampum belts, the scalp of an enemy to replace the departed, and a final glass of rum for each of the assembled mourners. The conferences lasted a fortnight, and when Johnson took his leave, the tribes stood pledged to lift the hatchet for the English. When he returned to Fort Johnson, a fever seized him, and he lay helpless for a time, then rose from his sickbed to meet another congregation of Indians. These were deputies of the Five Nations, with Mohegans from the Hudson, and Delawares and Shawanoes from the Susquehanna, whom he had persuaded to visit him in hope that he might induce them to cease from murdering the border settlers. All their tribesmen were in arms against the English, but he prevailed at last, and they accepted the war belt at his hands. The Delaware complained that their old conquerors, the Five Nations, had forced them to wear the petticoat, that is, to be counted not as warriors but as women. Johnson, in presence of all the assembly, now took off the figurative garment and pronounced them henceforth men. A grand war dance followed. 150 Mohawks, Oneidas, Onondagas, Delawares, Shawanoes, and Mohegans stamped, whooped, and yelled all night. In spite of Piquet, the two Joncaires, and the rest of the French agents, Johnson had achieved a success. But would the Indians keep their word? It was more than doubtful. While some of them treated with him on the Mohawk, others treated with Vaudreuil at Montreal. A display of military vigor on the English side, crowned by some signal victory, would alone make their alliance sure. It was not the French only who thwarted the efforts of Johnson, for while he strove to make friends of the Delawares and Shawanoes, Governor Morris of Pennsylvania declared war against them, and Governor Belcher of New Jersey followed his example, though persuaded at last to hold his hand till the baronet had tried the virtue of pacific measures. End of section 30. Section 31 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 2. What Shirley longed for was the collecting of a body of Five Nation warriors at Oswego to aid him in his cherished enterprise against Niagara and Frontenac. The warriors had promised him to come, but there was small hope that they would do so. Meanwhile he was at Albany, pursuing his preparations, posting his scanty force in the forts newly built on the Mohawk and the Great Carrying Place, and sending forward stores and provision. Having no troops to spare for escorts, he invented a plan which, like everything he did, was bitterly criticized. He took into pay 2,000 boatmen, gathered from all parts of the country, including many whalemen from the eastern coasts of New England, divided them into companies of 50, armed each with a gun and a hatchet, and placed them under the command of Lieutenant Colonel John Bradstreet. Thus organized, they would, he hoped, require no escort. Bradstreet was a New England officer who had been a captain in the last war, somewhat dogged and self-opinioned, but brave, energetic, and well fitted for this kind of service. In May, Vaudreuil sent Coulon de Villiers with 1,100 soldiers, Canadians and Indians, to harass Oswego and cut its communication with Albany. Nevertheless, Bradstreet safely conducted a convoy of provisions and military stores to the garrison, and on the 3rd of July set out on his return with the empty boats. The party were pushing their way up the river in 3 divisions. The first of these, consisting of 100 boats and 300 men, with Bradstreet at their head, were about 9 miles from Oswego, when, at 3 in the afternoon, they received a heavy volley from the forest on the east bank. It was fired by a part of Villiers' command, consisting, by English accounts, of about 700 men. A considerable number of the boatmen were killed or disabled, and the others made for the shelter of the western shore. Some prisoners were taken in the confusion, and if the French had been content to stop there, they might fairly have claimed a kind of victory. But eager to push their advantage, they tried to cross under cover of an island just above. Bradstreet saw the movement and landed on the island with 6 or 8 followers, among whom was young Captain Schuyler, afterwards General Schuyler of the Revolution. Their fire kept the enemy in check till others joined them, to the number of about 20. These a second and third time beat back the French, who now gave over the attempt and made for another fort at some distance above. Bradstreet saw their intention, and collecting 250 men, was about to advance up the west bank to oppose them, when Dr. Kirkland, a surgeon, came to tell him that the 2nd Division of boats had come up, and that the men had landed. Bradstreet ordered them to stay where they were and defend the lower crossing, then hastened forward. But when he reached the upper fort, the French had passed the river, and were ensconced in a pine swamp near the shore. Here he attacked them, and both parties fired at each other from behind trees for an hour, with little effect. Bradstreet at length encouraged his men to make a rush at the enemy, who were put to flight and driven into the river, where many were shot or drowned as they tried to cross. Another party of the French had meanwhile passed by a ford still higher up to support their comrades, but the fight was over before they reached the spot, and they in their turn were set upon and driven back across the stream. Half an hour after, Captain Patton arrived from Onondaga with the grenadiers of Shirley's regiment, and late in the evening 200 men came from Oswego to reinforce the victors. In the morning Bradstreet prepared to follow the French to their camp, 12 miles distant, but was prevented by a heavy rain which lasted all day. On the Monday following he and his men reached Albany, bringing 2 prisoners, 80 French muskets, and many knapsacks picked up in the woods. He had lost between 60 and 70 killed, wounded, and taken. This affair was trumpeted through Canada as a victory of the French. Their notices of it are discordant, though very brief. One of them says that Villiers had 400 men, another gives him 500, and a third 800, against 1,500 English, of whom they killed 800 or an Englishman apiece. A fourth writer boasts that 600 Frenchmen killed 900 English. A fifth contents himself with 400, but thinks that 40 more would have been slain if the Indians had not fired too soon. He says further that there were 300 boats, and presently forgetting himself, adds that 500 were taken or destroyed. A sixth announces a great capture of stores and provisions, though all the boats were empty. A seventh reports that the Canadians killed about 300, and would have killed more but for the bad quality of their tomahawks. An eighth, with rare modesty, puts the English loss at 50 or 60. That of Villiers is given in every proportion of killed or wounded, from 1 up to 10. Thus was Canada roused to martial ardor, and taught to look for future triumphs cheaply bought. The success of Bradstreet silenced for a time the enemies of Shirley. His cares, however, redoubled. He was anxious for Oswego, as the 2 prisoners declared that the French meant to attack it, instead of waiting to be attacked from it. Nor was the news from that quarter reassuring. The engineer, McKellar, wrote that the works were incapable of defense, and Colonel Mercer, the commandant, reported general discontent in the garrison. Captain John Vickers, an invalid officer of Shirley's regiment, arrived at Albany with yet more deplorable accounts. He had passed the winter at Oswego, where he declared the dearth of food to have been such that several councils of war had been held on the question of abandoning the place from sheer starvation. More than half his regiment died of hunger or disease, and in his own words, had the poor fellows lived, they must have eaten one another. Some of the men were lodged in barracks, though without beds, while many lay all winter in huts on the bare ground. Scurvy and dysentery made frightful havoc. In January, says Vickers, we were informed by the Indians that we were to be attacked. The garrison was then so weak that the strongest guard we proposed to mount was a subaltern and 20 men, but we were seldom able to mount more than 16 or 18, and half of these were obliged to have sticks in their hands to support them. The men were so weak that the sentries often fell down on their posts and lay there till the relief came and lifted them up. His own company of 50 was reduced to 10. The other regiment of the garrison, Pepperell's, or the 51st, was quartered at Fort Ontario, on the other side of the river, and being better sheltered, suffered less. The account given by Vickers of the state of the defences was scarcely more flattering. He reported that the principal fort had no cannon on the side most exposed to attack. 2 pieces had been mounted on the trading house in the centre, but as the concussion shook down the stones from the wall whenever they were fired, they had since been removed. The second work, called Fort Ontario, he had not seen since it was finished, having been too ill to cross the river. Of the third, called New Oswego, or Fort Rascal, he testified thus: "It never was finished, and there were no loopholes in the stockades, so that they could not fire out of the fort but by opening the gate and firing out of that." Through the spring and early summer Shirley was gathering recruits, often of the meanest quality, and sending them to Oswego to fill out the 2 emaciated regiments. The place must be defended at any cost. Its fall would ruin not only the enterprise against Niagara and Frontenac, but also that against Ticonderoga and Crown Point, since, having nothing more to fear on Lake Ontario, the French could unite their whole force on Lake Champlain, whether for defense or attack. Towards the end of June, Abercrombie and Webb arrived at Albany, bringing a reinforcement of 900 regulars, consisting of Otway's regime, or a part of it, and a body of Highlanders. Shirley resigned his command, and Abercrombie requested him to go to New York, wait there till Lord Loudon arrived, and lay before him the state of affairs. Shirley waited till the 23rd of July, when the Earl at length appeared. He was a rough Scotch lord, hot and irascible, and the communications of his predecessor, made, no doubt in a manner somewhat pompous and self-satisfied, did not please him. "I got from Major General Shirley," he says, "a few papers of very little use, only he insinuated to me that I would find everything prepared, and have nothing to do but pull laurels, which I understand was his constant conversation before my arrival." Loudon sailed up the Hudson in no placid mood. On reaching Albany, he abandoned the attempt against Niagara and Frontenac, and had resolved to turn his whole force against Ticonderoga, when he was met by an obstacle that both perplexed and angered him. By a royal order lately issued, all general and field officers with provincial commissions were to take rank only as eldest captains when serving in conjunction with regular troops. Hence the whole provincial army, as Winslow observes, might be put under the command of any British major. The announcement of this regulation naturally caused great discontent. The New England officers held a meeting, and voted with one voice that in their belief its enforcement would break up the provincial army and prevent the raising of another. Loudon, hearing of this, desired Winslow to meet him at Albany for a conference on the subject. Thither Winslow went with some of his chief officers. The Earl asked them to dinner, and there was much talk, with no satisfactory result. Whereupon, somewhat chafed, he required Winslow to answer in writing, yes or no, whether the provincial officers would obey the commander in chief and act in conjunction with the regulars. Thus forced to choose between acquiescence and flat mutiny, they declared their submission to his orders, at the same time asking as a favor that they might be allowed to act independently, to which Loudon gave for the present an unwilling assent. Shirley, who in spite of his removal from command had the good of the service deeply at heart, and was much troubled at this affair, and wrote strong letters to Winslow in the interest of harmony. Loudon next proceeded to examine the state of the provincial forces, and sent Lieutenant Colonel Burton of the regulars to observe and report upon it. Winslow by this time had made a forward movement, and was now at Lake George with nearly half his command, while the rest were at Fort Edward under Lyman, or in detachments at Saratoga and the other small posts below. Burton found Winslow's men encamped with their right on what are now the grounds of Fort William Henry Hotel, and their left extending southward between the mountain in their front and the marsh in their rear. There are here, he reports, about 2,500 men, 500 of them sick, the greatest part of them what they call poorly. They bury from 5 to 8 daily, and officers in proportion extremely indolent and dirty to a degree. Then, in vernacular English, he describes the infectious condition of the fort, which was full of the sick. Their camp, he proceeds, is nastier than anything I could conceive. Their kitchens, graves, and places for slaughtering cattle, all mixed through their encampment. A great waste of provisions, the men having just what they please. No great command kept up. Colonel Gridley governs the general, not in the least alert. Only one advanced guard of a subaltern and 24 men. The cannon and stores in great confusion. Of the camp at Fort Edward he gives a better account. It is much cleaner than at Fort William Henry, but not sufficiently so to keep the men healthy. A much better command kept up here. General Lyman very ready to order out to work and to assist the engineers with any number of men they require, and keeps a succession of scouting parties out towards Wood Creek and South Bay. The prejudice of the regular officer may have colored the picture, but it is certain that the sanitary condition of the provincial camps was extremely bad. A grievous sickness among the troops, writes a Massachusetts surgeon at Fort Edward. We bury 5 or 6 a day, not more than 2/3 of our army fit for duty. Long encampments are the bane of New England men. Like all raw recruits, they did not know how to take care of themselves, and their officers had not the experience, knowledge, or habit of command to enforce sanitary rules. The same evils were found among the Canadians when kept long in one place. Those in the camp of Villiers are reported at this time nearly all sick. Another penman, very different from the military critic, was also on the spot, noting down every day what he saw and felt. This was John Graham, minister of Suffield in Connecticut, and now chaplain of Lyman's regiment. His spirit, by nature far from buoyant, was depressed by bodily ailments, and still more by the extremely secular character of his present surroundings. It appears by his diary that he left home under great exercise of mind, and was detained at Albany for a time being, as he says, taken with an ague fit and a quinsy, but at length he reached the camp at Fort Edward, where deep despondency fell upon him. Labor under great discouragements, says the diary, under date of July 28th, for find my business but mean in the esteem of many, and think there's not much for a chaplain to do. Again, Tuesday, August the 17th, breakfasted this morning with the general, but a graceless meal, never a blessing asked, nor thanks given. At the evening, sacrifice a more open scene of wickedness. The general and head officers, with some of the regular officers, in General Lyman's tent, within 4 rods of the place of public prayers. None came to prayers, but they fixed a table without the door of the tent, where a head colonel was posted to make punch in the sight of all. They within, drinking, talking, and laughing during the whole of the service, to the disturbance and disaffection of most present. This was not only a bare neglect, but an open contempt of the worship of God by the heads of this army. 'Twas but last Sabbath that General Lyman spent the time of divine service in the afternoon in his tent, drinking in company with Mr. Gordon, a regular officer. I have oft heard cursing and swearing in his presence by some provincial field officers, but never heard a reproof nor so much as a check to them come from his mouth, though he never uses such language himself. Lord, what is man? Truly the May game of fortune. Lord, make me know my duty and what I ought to do. That night his sleep was broken and his soul troubled by angry voices under his window, when one Colonel Glazier was berating in unhallowed language the captain of the guard, and here the captain's journal abruptly ends. End of section 31. Section 32 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 3. A brother minister, bearing no likeness to the worthy Graham, appeared on the same spot some time after. This was Chaplain William Crawford of Worcester, who, having neglected to bring money to the war, suffered much annoyance, aggravated by what he thought a want of due consideration for his person and office. His indignation finds vent in a letter to his townsman, Timothy Payne, member of the General Court. No man can reasonably expect that I can with any propriety discharge the duty of a chaplain when I have nothing either to drink nor any conveniency to write a line other than to sit down upon a stump and put a piece of paper upon my knee. As for Mr. Weld, another chaplain, he is easy and silent whatever treatment he meets with, and I suppose they ought to find me the same easy and ductile person. But may the wide yawning earth devour me first. The state of the camp is just such as one at home would guess it to be. Nothing but a hurry and confusion of vice and wickedness, with a Stygian atmosphere to breathe in. The vice and wickedness of which he complains appear to have consisted in a frequent infraction of the standing order against cursing and swearing, as well as that which required attendance on daily prayers, and enjoined the people to appear in a decent manner, clean and shaved, at the 2 Sunday sermons. At the beginning of August, Winslow wrote to the committees of the several provinces: "It looks as if it won't be long before we are fit for a remove, that is, for an advance on Ticonderoga." On the 12th, Loudon sent Webb with the 44th Regiment and some of Bradstreet's boatmen to reinforce Oswego. They had been ready for a month, but confusion and misunderstanding, arising from the change of command, had prevented their departure. Yet the utmost anxiety had prevailed for the safety of that important post, and on the 28th Surgeon Thomas Williams wrote: "Whether Oswego is yet ours is uncertain. Would hope it is, as the reverse would be such a terrible shock as the country never felt, and may be a sad omen of what is coming upon poor sinful New England. Indeed, we can't expect anything but to be severely chastened till we are humbled for our pride and haughtiness." His foreboding proved true. Webb had scarcely reached the great carrying place when tidings of disaster fell upon him like a thunderbolt. The French had descended in force upon Oswego, taken it with all its garrison, and, as report ran, were advancing into the province 6,000 strong. Wood Creek had just been cleared with great labor of the trees that choked it. Webb ordered others to be felled and thrown into the stream to stop the progress of the enemy. Then, with shameful precipitation, he burned the forts of the carrying place and retreated down the Mohawk to German Flats. Loudon ordered Winslow to think no more of Ticonderoga, but to stay where he was and hold the French in check. All was astonishment and dismay at the sudden blow. Oswego has changed masters, and I think we may justly fear that the whole of our country will soon follow, unless a merciful God prevent and awake a sinful people to repentance and reformation. Thus wrote Dr. Thomas Williams to his wife from the camp at Fort Edward. "Such a shocking affair has never found a place in English annals," wrote the surgeon's young relative, Colonel William Williams. "The loss is beyond account, but the dishonor done His Majesty's arms is infinitely greater." Since Vaudreuil became chief of the colony, he had nursed the plan of seizing Oswego, yet hesitated to attempt it. Montcalm declares that he confirmed the governor's wavering purpose, but Montcalm himself had hesitated. In July, however, there came exaggerated reports that the English were moving upon Ticonderoga in greatly increased numbers, and both Vaudreuil and the general conceived that a feint against Oswego would draw off the strength of the assailants, and, if properly and secretly executed, might even be turned successfully into a real attack. Vaudreuil thereupon recalled Montcalm from Ticonderoga. Leaving the post in the keeping of Lévis and 3,000 men, he embarked on Lake Champlain, rowed day and night, and reached Montreal on the 19th. Troops were arriving from Quebec and Indians from the far west. A band of Menomonees from beyond Lake Michigan, naked, painted, plumed, greased, stamping, uttering sharp yelps, shaking feathered lances, brandishing tomahawks, danced the war dance before the governor, to the thumping of the Indian drum. Bougainville looked on astonished, and thought the Pyrrhic dance of the Greek. Montcalm and he left Montreal on the 21st, and reached Fort Frontenac in 8 days. Rigaud, brother of the governor, had gone thither some time before, and crossed with 700 Canadians to the south side of the lake, where Villiers was encamped at Niagara Bay, now Sackett's Harbor, with such of his detachment as war and disease had spared. Rigaud relieved him and took command of the united bands. With their aid, the engineer, Descombles, reconnoitred the English forts and came back with the report that success was certain. It was but a confirmation of what had already been learned from deserters and prisoners, who declared that the main fort was but a loopholed wall held by 600 or 700 men, ill-fed, discontented, and mutinous. Others said that they had been driven to desert by the want of good food, and that within a year 1,200 men had died of disease at Oswego. The battalions of La Sarre, Guienne, and Béarn, with the colony regulars, a body of Canadians, and about 250 Indians, were destined for the enterprise. The whole force was a little above 3,000, abundantly supplied with artillery. La Sarre and Guienne were already at Fort Frontenac. Béarn was at Niagara, whence it arrived in a few days, much buffeted by the storms of Lake Ontario. On the 4th of August all was ready. Montcalm embarked at night with the 1st Division, crossed in darkness to Wolfe Island, lay there hidden all day, and embarking again in the evening, joined Rigaud at Niagara Bay at 7 o'clock in the morning of the 6th. The 2nd Division followed, with provisions, hospital train, and 80 artillery boats, and on the 8th all were united at the bay. On the 9th, Rigaud, covered by the universal forest, marched in advance to protect the landing of the troops. Montcalm followed with the 1st Division, and coasting the shore in bateaux, landed at midnight of the 10th within half a league of the first English fort. 4 cannon were planted in battery upon the strand, and the men bivouacked by their boats. So skilful were the assailants and so careless the assailed that the English knew nothing of their danger, till in the morning a reconnoitring canoe discovered the invaders. 2 armed vessels soon came to cannonade them, but their light guns were no match for the heavy artillery of the French, and they were forced to keep the offing. Descombles, the engineer, went before dawn to reconnoitre the fort, with several other officers and a party of Indians. While he was thus employed, one of the savages, hungry for scalps, took him in the gloom for an Englishman and shot him dead. Captain Pouchot, of the battalion of Béarn, replaced him, and the attack was pushed vigorously. The Canadians and Indians, swarming through the forest, fired all day on the fort under cover of the trees. The 2nd Division came up with 22 more cannon, and at night the first parallel was marked out at 180 yards from the rampart. Stumps were grubbed up, fallen trunks shoved aside, and a trench dug, sheltered by fascines, gabions, and a strong abattis. Fort Ontario, counted as the best of the three forts at Oswego, stood on a high plateau at the east or right side of the river where it entered the lake. It was in the shape of a star, and was formed of trunks of trees set upright in the ground, hewn flat on two sides and closely fitted together, an excellent defence against musketry or swivels, but worthless against cannon. The garrison, 370 in all, were the remnants of Pepperell's regiment, joined to raw recruits lately sent up to fill the places of the sick and the dead. They had 8 small cannon and a mortar, with which, on the next day, Friday, the 13th, they kept up a brisk fire till towards night, when, after growing more rapid for a time, it ceased, and the fort showed no sign of life. Not a cannon had yet opened on them from the trenches, but it was certain that with the French artillery once in action, their wooden rampart would be shivered to splinters. Hence it was that Colonel Mercer, commandant at Oswego, thinking it better to lose the fort than to lose both fort and garrison, signalled to them from across the river to abandon their position and join him on the other side. Boats were sent to bring them off, and they passed over unmolested, after spiking their cannon and firing off their ammunition or throwing it into the well. The fate of Oswego was now sealed. The principal work, called Old Oswego, or Fort Pepperell, stood at the mouth of the river on the west side, nearly opposite Fort Ontario, and less than 500 yards distant from it. The trading house, which formed the centre of the place, was built of rough stone laid in clay, and the wall which enclosed it was of the same materials. Both would crumble in an instant at the touch of a 12-pound shot. Towards the west and south they had been protected by an outer line of earthworks, mounted with cannon and forming an entrenched camp, while the side towards Fort Ontario was left wholly exposed, in the rash confidence that this work, standing on the opposite heights, would guard against attack from that quarter. On a hill, a fourth of a mile beyond Old Oswego, stood the unfinished stockade called New Oswego, Fort George, or by reason of its worthlessness, Fort Rascal. It had served as a cattle pen before the French appeared, but was now occupied by 150 Jersey provincials. Old Oswego, with its outwork, was held by Shirley's regiment, chiefly invalids and raw recruits, to whom were now joined the garrison of Fort Ontario and a number of sailors, boatmen, and labourers. Montcalm lost no time. As soon as darkness set in, he began a battery at the brink of the height on which stood the captured fort. His whole force toiled all night, digging, setting gabions, and dragging up cannon, some of which had been taken from Braddock. Before daybreak, 20 heavy pieces had been brought to the spot, and 9 were already in position. The work had been so rapid that the English imagined their enemies to number 6,000 at least. The battery soon opened fire. Grape and round shot swept the entrenchment and crashed through the rotten masonry. The English, says a French officer, were exposed to their shoe buckles. Their artillery was pointed the wrong way, in expectation of an attack not from the east but from the west. They now made a shelter of pork barrels, 3 high and 3 deep, planted cannon behind them, and returned the French fire with some effect. Early in the morning Montcalm had ordered Rigaud to cross the river with the Canadians and Indians. There was a ford 3/4 of a league above the forts, and here they passed over unopposed, the English not having discovered the movement. The only danger was from the river. Some of the men were forced to swim, others waded to the waist, others to the neck, but they all crossed safely, and presently showed themselves at the edge of the woods, yelling and firing their guns, too far for much execution, but not too far to discourage the garrison. The garrison were already disheartened. Colonel Mercer, the soul of the defence, had just been cut in two by a cannon shot while directing the gunners. Up to this time the defenders had behaved with spirit, but despair now seized them, increased by the screams and entreaties of the women, of whom there were more than 100 in the place. There was a council of officers, and then the white flag was raised. Bougainville went to propose terms of capitulation. The cries, threats, and hideous howling of "our Canadians and Indians," says Vaudreuil, made them quickly decide. This, observes the Reverend Father Claude Godefroy Coquard, reminds me of the fall of Jericho before the shouts of the Israelites. The English surrendered prisoners of war to the number, according to the governor, of 1,600, which included the sailors, laborers, and women. The Canadians and Indians broke through all restraint and fell to plundering. There was an opening of rum barrels and a scene of drunkenness, in which some of the prisoners had their share, while others tried to escape in the confusion and were tomahawked by the excited savages. Many more would have been butchered but for the efforts of Montcalm, who by unstinted promises succeeded in appeasing his ferocious allies, whom he dared not offend. It will cost the King, he says, 8,000 or 10,000 livres in presents. The loss on both sides is variously given. By the most trustworthy accounts, that of the English did not reach 50 killed, and that of the French was still less. In the forts and vessels were found above 100 pieces of artillery, most of them swivels and other light guns, with a large quantity of powder, shot, and shell. The victors burned the forts and the vessels on the stocks, destroyed such provisions and stores as they could not carry away, and made the place a desert. The priest Piquet, who had joined the expedition, planted amid all the ruin a tall cross, graven with the words, "In hoc signo vicunt," and near it was set a pole bearing the arms of France, with the inscription, "Manibus date lilia plenis." Then the army decamped, loaded with prisoners and spoil, descended to Montreal, hung the captured flags in the churches, and sang Te Deum in honor of their triumph. It was the greatest that the French arms had yet achieved in America. The defeat of Braddock was an Indian victory. This last exploit was the result of bold enterprise and skilful tactics. With its laurels came its fruits. Hated Oswego had been laid in ashes, and the would-be assailants forced to a vain and hopeless defence. France had conquered the undisputed command of Lake Ontario, and her communications with the West were safe. A small garrison at Niagara and another at Frontenac would now hold these posts against any effort that the English could make this year, and the whole French force could concentrate at Ticonderoga, repel the threatened attack, and perhaps retort it by seizing Albany. If the English on the other side had lost a great material advantage, they had lost no less in honor. The news of the surrender was received with indignation in England and in the colonies. Yet the behaviour of the garrison was not so discreditable as it seemed. The position was indefensible, and they could have held out, at best, by a few days more. They yielded too soon, but unless Webb had come to their aid, which was not to be expected, they must have yielded at last. The French had scarcely gone when two English scouts, Thomas Harris and James Connor, came with a party of Indians to the scene of desolation. The ground was strewn with broken casks and bread sodden with rain. The remains of burnt bateaux and whaleboats were scattered along the shore. The great stone trading house in the old fort was a smoking ruin. Fort Rascal was still burning on the neighbouring hill. Fort Ontario was a mass of ashes and charred logs, and by it stood two poles, on which were written words which the visitors did not understand. They went back to Fort Johnson with their story, and Oswego reverted for a time to the bears, foxes, and wolves. End of section 32. Section 33 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 1, 1756 to 1757, Partisan War. Shirley's grand scheme for cutting New France in twain had come to wreck. There was an element of boyishness in him. He made bold plans without weighing too closely his means of executing them. The year's campaign would in all likelihood have succeeded if he could have acted promptly, if he had had ready to his hand a well-trained and well-officered force, furnished with material of war and means of transportation, and prepared to move as soon as the streams and lakes of New York were open, while those of Canada were still sealed with ice. But timely action was out of his power. The army that should have moved in April was not ready to move till August. Of the 9 discordant semi-republics whom he asked to join in the work, 3 or 4 refused. Some of the others were lukewarm, and all were slow. Even Massachusetts, usually the foremost, failed to get all her men into the field till the season was nearly ended. Having no military establishment, the colonies were forced to improvise a new army for every campaign. Each of them watched its neighbors, or, jealous lest it should do more than its just share, waited for them to begin. Each popular assembly acted under the eye of a frugal constituency, who, having little money, were as chary of it as their descendants are lavish, and most of them were shaken by internal conflicts, more absorbing than the great question on which hung the fate of the continent. Only the 4 New England colonies were fully earnest for the war, and one even of these was ready to use the crisis as a means of extorting concessions from its governor in reward for grants of money and men. When the lagging contingents came together at last, under a commander whom none of them trusted, they were met by strategical difficulties which would have perplexed older soldiers and an abler general, for they were forced to act on the circumference of a vast semicircle, in a labyrinth of forests without roads, and choked with every kind of obstruction. Opposed to them was a trained army, well organized and commanded, focused at Montreal and moving for attack or defense on 2 radiating lines, one towards Lake Ontario and the other towards Lake Champlain, supported by a martial peasantry, supplied from France with money and material, dependent on no popular vote, having no will but that of its chief, and ready on the instant to strike to right or left as the need required. It was a compact military absolutism confronting a heterogeneous group of industrial democracies, where the force of numbers was neutralized by diffusion and incoherence. A long and dismal apprenticeship waited them before they could hope for success, nor could they ever put forth their full strength without a radical change of political conditions and an awakened consciousness of common interests and a common cause. It was the sense of powerlessness arising from the want of union that, after the fall of Oswego, spread alarm through the northern and middle colonies, and drew these desponding words from William Livingstone of New Jersey: "The colonies are nearly exhausted, and their funds already anticipated by expensive, unexecuted projects. Jealous are they of each other, some ill constituted, others shaken with intestine divisions, and, if I may be allowed the expression, parsimonious even to prodigality. Our assemblies are diffident of their governors. Governors despise their assemblies, and both mutually misrepresent each other to the court of Great Britain. Military measures," he proceeds, "demand secrecy and despatch; but when so many divided provinces must agree to join in them, secrecy and despatch are impossible. In conclusion, he exclaims, Canada must be demolished. Delenda est Carthago, or we are undone." But Loudon was not Scipio, and cisatlantic Carthage was to stand for some time longer. The Earl, in search of a scapegoat for the loss of Oswego, naturally chose Shirley, attacked him savagely, told him that he was of no use in America, and ordered him to go home to England without delay. Shirley, who was then in Boston, answered this indecency with dignity and effect. The chief fault was with Loudon himself, whose late arrival in America had caused a change of command and of plans in the crisis of the campaign. Shirley well knew the weakness of Oswego, and in early spring had sent 2 engineers to make it defensible, with particular instructions to strengthen Fort Ontario. But they, thinking that the chief danger lay on the west and south, turned all their attention thither, and neglected Ontario till it was too late. Shirley was about to reinforce Oswego with a strong body of troops, when the arrival of Abercromby took the control out of his hands and caused ruinous delay. He cannot, however, be acquitted of mismanagement in failing to supply the place with wholesome provisions in the preceding autumn, before the streams were stopped with ice. Hence came the ravages of disease and famine, which before spring reduced the garrison to 140 effective men. Yet there can be no doubt that the change of command was a blunder. This is the view of Franklin, who knew Shirley well, and thus speaks of him: "He would, in my opinion, if continued in place, have made a much better campaign than that of Loudon, which was frivolous, expensive, and disgraceful to our nation beyond conception. For though Shirley was not bred a soldier, he was sensible and sagacious in himself, and attentive to good advice from others, capable of forming judicious plans, and quick and active in carrying them into execution. He sailed for England in the autumn, disappointed and poor. The bull-headed Duke of Cumberland had been deeply prejudiced against him, and it was only after long waiting that this strenuous champion of British interests was rewarded in his old age with the petty government of the Bahamas. Loudon had now about 10,000 men at his command, though not all fit for duty. They were posted from Albany to Lake George. The Earl himself was at Fort Edward, while about 3,000 of the provincials still lay under Winslow at the lake. Montcalm faced them at Ticonderoga with 5,300 regulars and Canadians, in a position where they could defy 3 times their number. "The sons of Belial are too strong for me," jocosely wrote Winslow, and he set himself to entrenching his camp. Then had the forest cut down for the space of a mile from the lake to the mountains, so that the trees, lying in what he calls a promiscuous manner, formed an almost impenetrable abattis. An escaped prisoner told him that the French were coming to visit him with 14,000 men, but Montcalm thought no more of stirring than Loudon himself, and each stood watching the other, with the lake between them, till the season closed. Meanwhile, the western borders were still ravaged by the tomahawk. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia all writhed under the infliction. Each had made a chain of blockhouses and wooden forts to cover its frontier, and manned them with disorderly bands, lawless and almost beyond control. The case was at the worst in Pennsylvania, where the tedious quarreling of governor and assembly, joined to the doggedly pacific attitude of the Quakers, made vigorous defense impossible. Rewards were offered for prisoners and scalps, so bountiful that the hunting of men would have been a profitable vocation, but for the extreme wariness and agility of the game. Some of the forts were well-built stockades, others were almost worthless, but the enemy rarely molested even the feeblest of them, preferring to ravage the lonely and unprotected farms. There were 2 or 3 exceptions. A Virginian fort was attacked by a war party under an officer named Duville, who was killed, and his followers were put to flight. The assailants were more fortunate at a small stockade called Fort Granville, on the Juniata. A large body of French and Indians attacked it in August, while most of the garrison were absent protecting the farmers at their harvest. They set it on fire, and in spite of a most gallant resistance by the young lieutenant left in command, took it and killed all but one of the defenders. What sort of resistance the Pennsylvanian borderers would have made under political circumstances less adverse may be inferred from an exploit of Colonel John Armstrong, a settler of Cumberland. After the loss of Fort Granville, the governor of the province sent him 300 men to attack the Delaware town of Kittanning, a populous nest of savages on the Alleghany, between 2 French posts of Duquesne and Venango. Here most of the war parties were fitted out, and the place was full of stores and munitions furnished by the French. Here, too, lived the redoubted chief called Captain Jacobs, the terror of the English border. Armstrong set out from Fort Shirley, the farthest outpost, on the last of August, and after a week was within 6 miles of the Indian town. By rapid marching and rare good luck, his party had escaped discovery. It was 10 o'clock at night, with a bright moon. The guides were perplexed, and knew neither the exact position of the place nor the paths that led to it. The adventurers threaded the forest in single file, over hills and through hollows, bewildered and anxious, stopping to watch and listen. At length they heard in the distance the beating of an Indian drum and the whooping of warriors in the war dance. Guided by the sounds, they cautiously moved forward, till those in the front, scrambling down a rocky hill, found themselves on the banks of the Alleghany, about 100 rods below Kitaning. The moon was near setting, but they could dimly see the town beyond a great intervening field of corn. At that moment, says Armstrong, an Indian whistled in a very singular manner, about 30 perches from our front, in the foot of the cornfield. He thought they were discovered, but one Baker, a soldier well versed in Indian ways, told him that it was only some village gallant calling to a young squaw. The party then crouched in the bushes and kept silent. The moon sank behind the woods, and fires soon glimmered through the field, kindled to drive off mosquitoes by some of the Indians, who, as the night was warm, had come out to sleep in the open air. The eastern sky began to redden with the approach of day. Many of the party, spent with a rough march of 30 miles, had fallen asleep. They were now cautiously roused, and Armstrong ordered nearly half of them to make their way along the ridge of a bushy hill that overlooked the town, till they came opposite to it, in order to place it between two fires. 20 minutes were allowed them for the movement, but they lost their way in the dusk and reached their station too late. When the time had expired, Armstrong gave the signal to the left with him, who dashed into the cornfield, shooting down the astonished savages or driving them into the village, where they turned and made desperate fight. It was a cluster of 30 log cabins, the principal being that of the chief Jacobs, which was loopholed for musketry and became the centre of resistance. The fight was hot and stubborn. Armstrong ordered the town to be set on fire, which was done, though not without loss, for the Delawares at this time were commonly armed with rifles, and used them well. Armstrong himself was hit in the shoulder. As the flames rose and the smoke grew thick, a warrior in one of the houses sang his death song, and a squaw in the same house was heard to cry and scream. Rough voices silenced her, and then the inmates burst out, but were instantly killed. The fire caught the house of Jacobs, who, trying to escape through an opening in the roof, was shot dead. Bands of Indians were gathering beyond the river, firing from the other bank, and even crossing to help their comrades; but the assailants held to their work till the whole place was destroyed. During the burning of the houses, says Armstrong, we were agreeably entertained by the quick succession of charged guns, gradually firing off as reached by the fire, but much more so with the vast explosion of sundry bags and large kegs of gunpowder, wherewith almost every house abounded. The prisoners afterwards informing us that the Indians had frequently said they had a sufficient stock of ammunition for 10 years' war with the English. These prisoners were 11 men, women, and children, captured in the border settlements, and now delivered by their countrymen. Their day was far spent when the party withdrew, carrying their wounded on Indian horses, and moving perforce with extreme slowness, though expecting an attack every moment. None took place, and they reached the settlements at last, having brought their success with the loss of 17 killed and 13 wounded. A medal was given to each officer, not by the Quaker-ridden Assembly, but by the City Council of Philadelphia. The report of this affair made by Dumas, commandant at Fort Duquesne, is worth noting. He says that Attique, the French name of Kittaning, was attacked by Le Général Washington with 300 or 400 men on horseback, that the Indians gave way, but that 5 or 6 Frenchmen who were in the town held the English in check till the fugitives rallied, that Washington and his men then took to flight, and would have been pursued but for the loss of some barrels of gunpowder which chanced to explode during the action. Dumas adds that several large parties are now on the track of the enemy, and he hopes will cut them to pieces. He then asks for a supply of provisions and merchandise to replace those which the Indians of Attique had lost by fire. Like other officers of the day, he would admit nothing but successes in the department under his command. Vaudreuil wrote singular dispatches at this time to the minister at Versailles. He takes credit to himself for the number of war parties that his officers kept always at work, and fills page after page with details of the coup they had struck. How one brought in 2 English scalps, another 3, another 1, and another 7. He owns that they committed frightful cruelties, mutilating and sometimes burning their prisoners. But he expresses no regret, and probably felt none, since he declares that the object of this murderous warfare was to punish the English till they longed for peace. The waters and mountains of Lake George, and not the western borders, were the chief centre of partisan war. Ticonderoga was a hornet's nest, pouring out swarms of savages to infest the highways and byways of the wilderness. The English at Fort William Henry, having few Indians, could not retort in kind, but they kept their scouts and rangers in active movement. What they most coveted was prisoners, as sources of information. One Kennedy, a lieutenant of provincials with 5 followers, white and red, made a march of rare audacity, passed all the French posts, took a scalp and 2 prisoners on the Richelieu, and burned a magazine of provisions between Montreal and St. George. The party were near famishing on the way back, and Kennedy was brought into Fort William Henry in a state of temporary insanity from starvation. Other provincial officers, Peabody, Hazen, Waterbury, and Miller, won a certain distinction in this adventurous service, though few were so conspicuous as the blunt and sturdy Israel Putnam. Winslow writes in October that he has just returned from the best scout yet made, and that being a man of strict truth, he may be entirely trusted. Putnam had gone with 6 followers down Lake George in a whaleboat to a point on the east side, opposite the present village of Hague, hid the boat, crossed northeasterly to Lake Champlain, 3 miles from the French fort, climbed the mountain that overlooks it, and made a complete reconnaissance, then approached it, chased 3 Frenchmen who escaped within the lines, climbed the mountain again, and moving westward along the ridge, made a minute survey of every outpost between the fort and Lake George. These adventures were not always fortunate. On the 19th of September, Captain Hodges and 50 men were ambushed a few miles from Fort William Henry by thrice their number of Canadians and Indians, and only 6 escaped. Thus the record stands in the letter book of Winslow. By visiting the encampments of Ticonderoga, one may learn how the blow was struck. End of section 33. Section 34 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 2. After much persuasion, much feasting, and much consumption of tobacco and brandy, 400 Indians, Christians from the missions and heathen from the far west, were persuaded to go on a grand war party with the Canadians. Of these last, there were 100, a wild crew, bedecked and bedaubed like their Indian companions. Perrier, an officer of colony regulars, had nominal command of the whole, and among the leaders of the Canadians was the famous bushfighter, Marin. Bougainville was also of the party. In the evening of the 16th, they all embarked in canoes at the French advance post commanded by Contrecoeur, near the present steamboat landing, passed in the gloom under the bare steeps of Rogers Rock, paddled a few hours, landed on the west shore, and sent scouts to reconnoitre. These came back with their reports on the next day, and an Indian crier called the chiefs to council. Bougainville describes them as they stalked gravely to the place of meeting, wrapped in coloured blankets, with lances in their hands. The accomplished young aide de camp studied his strange companions with an interest not unmixed with disgust. Of all caprice, he says, Indian caprice is the most capricious. They were insolent to the French, made rules for them which they did not observe themselves, and compelled the whole party to move when and whither they pleased. Hiding the canoes and lying close in the forest by day, they all held their nocturnal course southward, by the lofty heights of Black Mountain, and among the islets of the Narrows till the 18th. That night the Indian scouts reported that they had seen the fires of an encampment on the west shore, on which the whole party advanced to the attack an hour before dawn, filing silently under the dark arches of the forest, the Indians nearly naked and streaked with their war paint of vermilion and soot. When they reached the spot, they found only the smouldering fires of a deserted bivouac. Then there was a consultation, ending, after much dispute, with the choice by the Indians of 110 of their most active warriors to attempt some stroke in the neighborhood of the English fort. Marin joined them with 30 Canadians, and they set out on their errand, while the rest encamped to await the result. At night the adventurers returned, raising the death cry and firing their guns, somewhat depressed by losses they had suffered, but boasting that they had surprised 53 English and killed or taken all but one. It was perhaps a modest and perhaps an involuntary exaggeration. The very recital of the cruelties they committed on the battlefield is horrible, writes Bougainville. The ferocity and insolence of these black-souled barbarians makes one shudder. It is an abominable kind of war. The air one breathes is contagious of insensibility and hardness. This was but one of the many such parties sent out from Ticonderoga this year. Early in September, a band of New England Rangers came to Winslow's camp, with the 3 prisoners taken within the lines of Ticonderoga. Their captain was Robert Rogers of New Hampshire, a strong, well-knit figure, in dress and appearance more woodsman than soldier, with a clear, bold eye, and features that would have been good but for the ungainly proportions of the nose. He had passed his boyhood in the rough surroundings of a frontier village. Growing to manhood, he engaged in some occupation which, he says, led him to frequent journeyings in the wilderness between the French and English settlements, and gave him a knowledge of both. It taught him also to speak a little French. He does not disclose the nature of this mysterious employment, but there can be little doubt that it was a smuggling trade with Canada. His character leaves much to be desired. He had been charged with forgery or complicity in it, seems to have had no scruple in matters of business, and after the war was accused of treasonable dealings with the French and Spaniards in the West. He was ambitious and violent, yet able in more ways than one, by no means uneducated, and so skilled in woodcraft, so energetic and resolute, that his services were invaluable. In recounting his own adventures, his style is direct, simple without boasting, and to all appearance without exaggeration. During the past summer he had raised a band of men, chiefly New Hampshire borderers, and made a series of daring excursions, which gave him a prominent place in this hardy byplay of war. In the spring of the present year he raised another company, and was commissioned as its captain, with his brother Richard as his first lieutenant, and the intrepid John Stark as his second. In July still another company was formed, and Richard Rogers was promoted to command it. Before the following spring there were 7 such, and more were afterwards added, forming a battalion dispersed on various service, but all under the orders of Robert Rogers, with the rank of major. These Rangers wore a sort of woodland uniform, which varied in the different companies, and were armed with smooth-bore guns, loaded with buckshot, bullets, or sometimes both. The best of them were commonly employed on Lake George, and nothing can surpass the adventurous hardihood of their lives. Summer and winter, day and night, were alike to them. Embarked in whaleboats or birch canoes, they glided under the silent moon or in the languid glare of a breathless August day, when islands floated in dreamy haze and the hot air was thick with odors of the pine, or in the bright October when the jay screamed from the woods, squirrels gathered their winter hoard, and congregated blackbirds chattered farewell to their summer haunts. When gay mountains basked in light, maples dropped leaves of rustling gold, sumacs glowed like rubies under the dark green of the unchanging spruce, and mossed rocks with all their painted plumage lay double in the watery mirror. That festal evening of the year, when jocund nature disrobes herself to wake again refreshed in the joy of her undying spring. Or in the tomb-like silence of the winter forest, with breath frozen on his beard, the ranger strode on snowshoes over the spotless drifts, and like Durer's night, a ghastly death stalked ever at his side. There were those among them for whom this stern life had a fascination that made all other existence tame. Rogers and his men had been in active movement since midwinter. In January they skated down Lake George, past Ticonderoga, hid themselves by the forest road between that post and Crown Point, intercepted 2 sledges loaded with provisions, and carried the drivers to Fort William Henry. In February they climbed a hill near Crown Point, and made a plan of the works, then lay in ambush by the road from the fort to the neighboring village, captured a prisoner, burned houses and barns, killed 50 cattle, and returned without loss. At the end of the month they went again to Crown Point, burned more houses and barns, and reconnoitred Ticonderoga on the way back. Such excursions were repeated throughout the spring and summer. The reconnaissance of Ticonderoga and the catching of prisoners there for the sake of information were always capital objects. The valley, 4 miles in extent, that lay between the foot of Lake George and the French fort, was at this time guarded by 4 distinct outposts or fortified camps, watched as it was at all points and ranged incessantly by Indians in the employ of France. Rogers and his men knew every yard of the ground. On a morning in May he lay in ambush with 11 followers on a path between the fort and the nearest camp. A large body of soldiers passed. The Rangers counted 118 and lay close in their hiding place. Soon after came a party of 22. They fired on them, killed 6, captured 1, and escaped with him to Fort William Henry. In October, Rogers was passing with 20 men in 2 whaleboats through the seeming solitude of the Narrows, when a voice called to them out of the woods. It was that of Captain Shepherd of the New Hampshire regiment, who had been captured 2 months before, and had lately made his escape. He told them that the French had the fullest information of the numbers and movements of the English, that letters often reached them from within the English lines, and that Lydius, a Dutch trader at Albany, was their principal correspondent. Arriving at Ticonderoga, Rogers cautiously approached the fort, till about noon he saw a sentinel on the road leading thence to the woods. Followed by 5 of his men, he walked directly towards him. The man challenged, and Rogers answered in French. Perplexed for a moment, the soldier suffered him to approach, till, seeing his mistake, he called out in amazement, "Qui êtes-vous?" Rogers was the answer, and the sentinel was seized, led in hot haste to the boats, and carried to the English fort, where he gave important information. An exploit of Rogers towards midsummer greatly perplexed the French. He embarked at the end of June with 50 men in 5 whaleboats, made light and strong expressly for this service, rowed about 10 miles down Lake George, landed on the east side, carried the boats 6 miles over a gorge of the mountains, launched them again in South Bay, and rowed down the narrow prolongation of Lake Champlain under cover of darkness. At dawn they were within 6 miles of Ticonderoga. They landed, hid their boats, and lay close all day. Embarking again in the evening, they rowed with muffled oars under the shadow of the eastern shore, and passed so close to the French fort that they heard the voices of the sentinels calling the watchword. In the morning they had left it 5 miles behind. Again they hid in the woods, and from their lurking place saw bateaux passing, some northward and some southward along the narrow lake. Crown Point was 10 or 12 miles further on. They tried to pass it after nightfall, but the sky was too clear and the stars too bright, and as they lay hidden the next day, nearly 100 boats passed before them on the way to Ticonderoga. Some other boats, which appeared about noon, landed near them, and they watched the soldiers at dinner within a musket shot of their lurking place. The next night was more favorable. They embarked at 9 in the evening, passed Crown Point unseen, and hid themselves as before, 10 miles below. It was the 7th of July. 30 boats and a schooner passed them, returning towards Canada. On the next night They rode 15 miles farther, and then sent men to reconnoitre, who reported a schooner at anchor about a mile off. They were preparing to board her when 2 sloops appeared, coming up the lake at but a short distance from the land. They gave them a volley and called on them to surrender, but the crews put off in boats and made for the opposite shore. They followed and seized them. Out of 12 men, their fire had killed 3 and wounded 2, one of whom, says Rogers in his report, could not march. Therefore we put an end to him, to prevent discovery. They sank the vessels, which were laden with wine, brandy, and flour, hid their boats on the west shore, and returned on foot with their prisoners. Some weeks after, Rogers returned to the place where he had left the boats, embarked in them, reconnoitred the lake nearly to St. John, hid them again 8 miles north of Crown Point, took 3 prisoners near that post, and carried them to Fort William Henry. In the next month the French found several English boats in a small cove north of Crown Point. Bougainville propounds 5 different hypotheses to account for their being there, and exploring parties were sent out in the vain attempt to find some water passage by which they could have reached the spot without passing under the guns of 2 French forts. The French, on their side, still kept their war parties in motion, and Vaudreuil faithfully chronicled in his despatches every English scalp they brought in. He believed in Indians, and sent them to Ticonderoga in numbers that were sometimes embarrassing. Even Pottawatamies from Lake Michigan were prowling around Winslow's camp and silently killing his sentinels with arrows, while their medicine men remained at Ticonderoga practising sorcery and divination to aid the warriors or learn how it fared with them. Bougainville writes in his journal on the 15th of October, "Yesterday the old Pottawatamies who had stayed here made medicine to get news of their brethren. The lodge trembled, the sorcerer sweated drops of blood, and the devil came at last and told him that the warriors would come back with scalps and prisoners. A sorcerer in the medicine lodge is exactly like the Pythoness on the tripod, or the witch Canidia invoking the shades. The diviner was not wholly at fault. 3 days after, the warriors came back with a prisoner." Till November, the hostile forces continued to watch each other from the opposite ends of Lake George. Loudon repeated his orders to Winslow to keep the defensive, and wrote sarcastically to the colonial minister, "I think I shall be able to prevent the provincials doing anything very rash, without their having it in their power to talk in the language of this country, that they could have taken all Canada if they had not been prevented by the King's servants." Winslow tried to console himself for the failure of the campaign, and wrote in his odd English to Shirley, "Am sorry that this year's performance has not succeeded as was intended. Have only to say I pushed things to the utmost of my power to have been sooner in motion, which was the only thing that should have carried us to Crown Point. And though I am sensible that we are doing our duty in acting on the defensive, yet it makes no éclat, and answers to little purpose in the eyes of my constituents." On the 1st of the month the French began to move off towards Canada, and before many days Ticonderoga was left in the keeping of 5 or 6 companies. Winslow's men followed their example. Major Eyre, with 400 regulars, took possession of Fort William Henry, and the provincials marched for home, their ranks thinned by camp diseases and smallpox. In Canada, the regulars were quartered on the inhabitants, who took the infliction as a matter of course. In the English provinces the question was not so simple. Most of the British troops were assigned to Philadelphia, New York, and Boston, and Loudon demanded free quarters for them, according to usage then prevailing in England during war. Nor was the demand in itself unreasonable, seeing that the troops were sent over to fight the battles of the colonies. In Philadelphia, lodgings were given them in the public houses, which, however, could not hold them all. A long dispute followed between the governor, who seconded Loudon's demand, and the Assembly, during which about half the soldiers lay on straw in outhouses and sheds till near midwinter, many sickening and some dying from exposure. Loudon grew furious and threatened, if shelter were not provided, to send Webb with another regiment and billet the whole on the inhabitants, on which the Assembly yielded and quarters were found. Section 34.